Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCT Europe Series 14 broadcast for the second season of CCT. We're back once again, and this time the teams we're going to be watching, they're a little bit up against the wall here, Josh. We're watching the 1 and 2 bracket, Cybershock and Ho2, of course, being the first match on the on the chopping block. Good morning, by the way, because I just remembered that the viewers, they're watching at like 11:30 CEST. I'm like 4 hours ahead, so I'm just chilling at this point, right? I'm like already deep into the afternoon. But Josh, how are you feeling today?
I'm good, yeah, I'm excited for some Counter-Strike. I woke up a little bit too early. I thought our match was like an hour ago. It wasn't. But yeah, it means that I got a little bit of time to sort of look into it a little bit deeper, and yeah, I'm quite excited for this one. It's a repeat matchup. It's two CIS sides that have looked very good recently. Cybershock more so than Hotu for sure. Cybershock have been kind of nuts recently, and I'm not really sure where this form has come from. It literally started this ESEA season. You go back to season 49. They were like, okay, but nothing special. And then, bang, we go into season 50. They're smashing CCT tournaments. They're winning loads of, like, smaller regional events and things like this. They're just looking like a very, very consistently solid team. They're now within the top 50, which, as I was saying yesterday, is actually a pretty difficult bubble to breach. There's a lot of very good teams that are even outside of the top 50 at the moment. I gave a couple of examples yesterday. Koi are not in the top 50 anymore. Gaming Gladiators are not in the top 50 anymore. So yeah, to be within that circle is pretty impressive, because just as there's so many talented teams at the moment. And yeah, they've got some interesting pieces within their squad. Levantino being sort of that recent addition that I think we were quite interested by the other day, and just his play style.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely quite a few pieces to look at, right? And that's why I kind of want to look at the individual rosters very quickly, especially over towards the side of Cybershock. You know, they've had sort of some attempts at playing around with their pieces as well. Levantino being the most recent addition to the lineup, and ever since, you know, like this team has been performing quite well. Cybershock in general has been a team that has impressed me, because it does feel like they're sort of playing above the caliber that you'd expect a relatively new CIS roster to be playing in, right? There aren't this lineup isn't one of those players that is just like stacked with players who already have like prior experience, right? I think prior to this roster, these players weren't very, very well known for their for playing at the professional level. So for Cybershock to just come in and be such a dominant threat to so many of these teams, it's pretty impressive. Now, problem is, interestingly enough, we've seen Cybershock actually make it comfortably to the playoffs before. They would generally be the team that was toppling all of the giants for absolutely no reason, just for the sake of flexing, of course. But now they're in the 1 and 2 bracket. I'm not really sure how that happens, but that also does seem to signal that, maybe the little honeymoon period that either goes really bad or really good might have started to come to a standstill for Cybershoke. Maybe their performance is leveling out a little bit more, and that is exactly the kind of win condition that Ho2 would need. No, coming into this matchup, of course, we've got Ho2 on the other side, and Ho2, I'm honestly not too sure about like what to expect from this team personally. There is obviously a big disparity in between like the types of teams they've been playing against. They've not they've definitely not had the same caliber of results. Um, However, just add this tier of CS, right? Like, we've seen enough good stuff from Ho2 where I do have like a fair bit of confidence that this could actually still be a very competitive game.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, it's actually a repeat matchup. We did see these two teams play against each other just a couple of weeks ago. Cybershoke 2-0'd it. It was 13-11, 13-7. But prior to that, we did have a much closer affair. That one went the 4-3 maps. That was towards the tail end of Season 49, actually, which is what I was talking about. That was just before Cybershoke went through this real burst of just being a much better team. Now, frankly, I don't want to be sort of doom and gloom if you're a Ho2 fan. I do feel like this will lean in Cybershoke's favour. I think there's good potential for this to be a 2-0 as well. But as you say, there's been enough out of Ho2 recently and enough good results where they've beat good teams. Obviously, just looking at matches that they've won this week, that 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators, 2-0 against Ruby as well, one against DMS. They've shown that they are capable of beating teams of like a similar stature, and at the end of the day, if they can sort of pull out that performance into this one here, then there's definitely a chance as well. Going back to a couple of weeks ago too, beating Enterprise, beating Passion UA, yeah, they've actually had a decent little run of form over these last couple of weeks. And if that continues, then yeah, who knows?
Yeah, their performances have definitely been sort of on the uptick, I suppose, and they've beaten like enough good teams within the last 4 weeks where I'm actually quite confident about them. Now, problem is, of course, when you consider that this is in fact a repeat matchup, and it is a little difficult to sort of make an argument for them when Cybershoke, out of 5 maps they've played against each other, it was a pretty comfortable victory for Cybershoke on most of them, with 1 loss, 13-10 on Ancient, and then Cybershoke actually did end up playing against them once more, and ended up cleaning the slate, winning that as well. So yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see whether or not Ho2 can manufacture a victory, because generally speaking, the types of matchups we've had in the CCT, there's like some glaring silver linings. There's instances where, hey, like maybe the ranking's not all that great, but like this team has actually had good performances against the team before, or they've had like a matchup before where it was close. And that's just because like just the nature of like the types of teams we encounter, like there's many upsets, at least on paper. I'm not really sure what kind of silver linings I'm looking for Ho2. It's probably the fact that, hey, Cybershoke, they're in I wouldn't say in a bit of a slump, but definitely like out of their honeymoon period now, as their performance evens out. And Ho2, on the other hand, they're on the uptick. So like kind of meeting down the middle, that's sort of the idea I'm going with.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm with you there. We'll take a look at these map vetoes. I think that both teams have got a pretty solid pool. There is a little bit of a slight problem with Ho2 in the fact that they actually don't really like playing 2 maps. So they get rid of Inferno. They're going to float Vertigo. I don't think Cybershoke will pick into it. They've actually had really bad results on Vertigo recently. The Mirage pick's a bit of a no-brainer, but it is a little bit scary because it's one that Cybershoke have had very good results on. And there you go. All right, Cybershoke pick into Anubis. So yeah, leaving that Vertigo out in the open against another team could have potentially been very punishing. Against Cybershoke, they kind of knew that wasn't going to be the case. They've had some bad results there, losing 3 in a row, and actually, other than a win against Talon, who are just sort of, I think at the moment, like on a lower caliber than a lot of these European teams, they've actually had really bad results there. And I'm talking single-digit losses. I'm talking a 13-0 against Monty Gen a couple of weeks ago. So there's no way Cybershoke we're going to be touching Verti. And it actually leaves us with quite a nice map pool, to be honest. Mirage, good for both sides. Cybershock obviously having played it more, but similar win rates and whatnot. Anubis, both a map that both teams play. Cybershock definitely have the advantage there, though. And that is one of the highest numbers I've seen for a past 3 months maps played. 48 times these guys have played Anubis over the last 3 months, which is absolutely mental. And then that third and final decider of Ancient is once again a map that not only both teams play, but both teams are actually very good on. It's Hotu's normal pick. It's the one that they often try and lean into. But sort of knowing that it would be floated as a third today, didn't necessarily have to worry about wasting it as a pick, and we're happy to let it come in as the third. So I think Hotu, all things considered, have actually done very well. I think they literally have had the best outcome out of the veto that I think they could really ask for. But for Cybershock, with just their current form and how consistent they've been, they are going to be a real tough cookie to crack.
For sure. Obviously, the one thing I will say, though, is that oftentimes, like, if you just float your map pick because you think it's going to be picked anyway as the decider, it can get a little troublesome if you never get to play that, right? So that's something I'm kind of worried about for Hotu, but we are going to go live with the game, of course. Cybershock on the CT, Hotu on the T side. Getting ready and geared up for a potential very quick A-side execute. Couple players coming out of Palace as well. 2 players from Ramp. The full right side execute of the A-bomb site allows them to quickly navigate towards CT, put all of that pressure on Cybershock, and there's nobody that's actually in close proximity to try and take those engagements. This is where they now start to materialize the push into CT. However, no flashbangs means that they should probably play with passivity. One in connector. 4 coming in from CT spawn. Oh, this is going to be some Avengers, Infinity War stuff going on. Fenomen, you need to activate. Good flashbang. 1 kill with the dualies. More kills come in as the USB starts to light up the scoreboard. Nizu and Empada, though, are trying to hold the line.
Oh, wow.
Valentino needs to stick the bomb. He's got the kit as well. Nizu gets him off of it, and that is all she wrote. Hotu off to a good start.
He actually didn't have a kit, I don't think, which made that even weirder. I thought we'd see on the replay, but we actually don't. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Look at him. He doesn't have a kit. So that was a full 10-seconder, which was bold, right? Especially with that smoke. I don't know if he'd picked it up, but sort of leaving it late round, playing for the retake. He wouldn't have had it anyway, even if he did have a kit. He was off that bomb within sort of 2 seconds or so. But yeah, Hotu have done very well to trade there. After Cybershock on that retake, going with those prongs, it felt to me like they were going to get away with like a 2-for-1 at some point. It just didn't end up being the case. Every single kill they found, Hotu were 1-for-1 right back. And in a scenario like that, where they've got the bomb down and that C4 essentially acts as an extra man and a bit of time pressure, they're always going to win that trading game if they can do so evenly. So, right now, they're the ones with the pie. Sparing no expense, taking no risks. It's 4 Galils and an AK, but they're up against a full eco, so shouldn't be all too challenged. Trajan's tagged down incredibly low. They do need to be careful. Cybershock, sort of the one piece that they have in play here is that Desert Eagle, and again, they're doing decent damage. They just haven't killed anyone yet.
Yeah, and I think actually converting a kill is probably just a luxury that they'll have trouble finding. I really appreciate that Hotu are having a nice start, though. When you're playing up against a Goliath like Cybershock, that's known for toppling the giants that it has, you need a little bit of comfort, you need some confidence, and that's exactly what they'll be able to get. Of course, with how conservative Cybershock have been in the second round purchase, that does mean that there will be enough money lining up their pockets to get on the rifles as soon as possible. Some compromises are going to have to be made in the form of Lovicus not being able to have all the bells and whistles, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a whole lot worse given how much damage they'd actually taken there. The fact that they only have the 1 casualty isn't too bad at all. I don't hate the rifle buy in that second round. I think, you know, there's always this world of opportunity where you say, yeah, you know what, we'll buy 1 or 2 MAC-10s. We'll let them do the hunting. They can farm up a bit of cash. We can get out an AWP earlier, things like that. But then at the same time, you find yourself into round number 3 often with some kind of bonus play where you're saying, okay, well, we don't really want to throw away these Mac 10s, so let's just sort of play with what we can. And at the end of the day, when you're the underdogs, you're playing against a side like Cybershock, the last thing you want to do is give them a ticket in. And by playing a bonus round, by allowing them to sort of have these rifles up against your 3 rifles set up with 2 SMGs, you do give them a ticket in. You give them an opportunity to get that ball rolling, get some money in the bank, get some rounds on the board on that CT side. Levantino in this round is the man that's down to that MP9. The rest on the rifles. He had a Deagle in the last, so I think that sort of ended up just plaguing him that tiny bit. Quite enough money to pull out what he really wanted, but that's alright. He's got a load of util. He's going to play super close in the apartments. So that smoke goes down. And Ho2 have to sort of stagnate here a little bit, right? They were all stacked up, ready to go. But now with this deep smoke, they're sort of scratching their heads. They have no map control elsewhere, so don't really want to route back. And yeah, with the AWP posted on underpass, Stinix on the top mid boxes, they kind of have to funnel into B here. They have no map control.
Oh, yeah. Cybershock, they've got a meat grinder ready and waiting with Ho2's names written on it. Fetterman sees the first crossover from the window. The MP9 ready with open arms to receive. Cybershock, they're first.
That was a very good round. Levantino didn't even have to like do so much there at the end of the day. He cleans up at the end fine, but just in general, that smoke, that pressure that's applied there onto Ho2. And then with the aggressive plays and the map control taken elsewhere, felt like they were just outmaneuvered, outpositioned, and then eventually outgunned. Down to 1 pistol here. That's a result of that 1 casualty they took in round number 2. Everybody else with the rifles, but not a lot of util. Couple of Galils, couple of AKs. M4's going to best the first. And that is one of the premium weapons. Fenneman with another. And whilst they'll pass them along the bus and they'll still keep these 2 AKs floating, a 2-man advantage. Cybershock looking in prime position for this. Stinix slipping in and catching another. Ho2 looking a little bit lost here now that the guns are out. Oh, that's big from Lampada. Bit of a whiff on Lavicus. Missed shot from Fenneman too. Almost means that he gets taken out. But Levantino will aggress from short. He'll confirm that the third and final is up top mid. Fenneman will go for the repeat, and he doesn't miss twice. So Cybershock tie things up at 2 apiece. A much better round from them there. Again, little hiccup with a double swinging window that didn't go so well, but other than that, it's very tidy.
Yeah, I mean, Cybershock, I like the fact that they played it conservatively in round 2, instantly brought out the rifles, and now they're just starting to become problematic. But, you know, there are some really good flashes in the pan there from Ho2. We saw Lampada get the kills that he did. Very, very nice to watch. Stinix, of course, continuing his domination in the middle. Does run a player down. O2 backing off, scurrying away with their tails tucked between their legs. It's just a matter making these blocks fall. Oh wow. Ooh. Ouch.
It's a nice nade. Deagle. Oh, right. A shot, to be fair.
Yeah, that's the second Deagle of the round. This isn't even horrible damage, because they didn't even purchase like Deagles across the board, remember? It's just a couple of players that managed to buy Deagle. It's the one that has had a bit more money. It's a bit risky, the fact that they're going head-on for the challenge, but as long as it works, it works. Is that one of the new Desert Eagles?
Yeah, it is. One of the other guys had the heat treated as well. I was actually last night looking at different blue patterns you can get.
Is the heat treated on a 5.7?
Yeah, well, 5.7 and Desert Eagle.
Ooh, that means, okay, so like heat treated essentially acts like a case hardened, right?
Yeah, there's different like pattern things you can get. So you can get like an all gold one, get an all blue one. There's like a purple pattern that's kind of cool that, well, as you guessed, is purple. But yeah, I don't know like rarity ratings. I don't know if it's sort of on par with how rare it is to get a blue gem case hardened.
I'm always very impressed when people like know the patterns of like case hardens and like patterns of heat treated items and this and that, but they don't know the pattern of taking a regular shower. Like, I don't get it. Like, what's the hold up, you know?
Yeah, me neither. I guess it's one or the other, isn't it? Really, we all get sorted into categories.
Yeah,
we hit a right page.
It's either skins or it's showering.
Yeah.
No in between. You ever seen a bathtub in a skin trader's home? I don't think so. Speaking of bathtub, that bathtub can be full of blood as Fenomen starts to drown them in it. Couple shots connected on apartments, and that is already the push under lock and key. Nothing that needs to be done now from CyberShow.
Wow, that second shot was sick as well. First is whatever, right? But the fact that he double dips and, yeah, isn't just happy with that single man advantage. Says, you know what, I've actually got time to get one more here. Does so. And not only, like, has this man advantage, but, as you say, really secures the round. With a 5v3, not a single point of damage taken here for the CTs. They've not even had to use a lot of the util. They've not pulled a rotation over Stinix. I was going to say a little slow, but I think that's more Mizu just being lightning fast. Still, I don't think he'll be able to get out here. Lovicus and Otaneki have got a great crossfire. And the fact that Lovicus didn't even need to pull the trigger means that he can stay incognito. And the next will fall right into his arms. Fine shine. With a 1 versus 4. Does find the first. Again, is he going to clear this corner? No. What is going on? Cybershock. Make it look nice and easy. And another round will go their way without too much contention.
We get to see that in the replay as well. Oof. The problem is that there's a second flashbang coming in from the T's, which is why the first player to entry has to look away, which even allows Lovicus to, which even allows the Opera to go for that second dip. It's a little, I guess, disjointed from the T's as well, which allows for it, but CyberShock happy to see the Fenomen is able to capitalize on it. Now, O2 back to the pistols we go. Elbow grease, though, is all it takes to head around like this over the finish line, and
it was a team kill there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple weapons that have been dropped. Ooh, no way. Leventino had like 4 Counter-Strike seconds to hit that. Right
in real world, that's 20 minutes. Oh, no Taneki. No, what? That's a bad round to lose. That's a very bad round to lose, especially with the team kill. That makes it a whole lot worse. Just when I thought CyberShock were looking much, much better. I mean, they will still have enough money to reinvest into this one, but that's a bad round. The replays from the one prior, so we're not even going to get to see the Deagle Masterclass. But it felt like more mistakes from CyberShock than great work being done from Ho2. They just did a good job at capitalizing on it.
Mid-control, of course, having been given up to Ho2. Lots of missing information for CyberShock, which is why they have to play for the gambles eventually. Mizu now scaling up into connector, and he has to eventually encounter the stairs. Oh, he's ready for it.
The good recovery there from Stinix, and I think he's just going to go for the fast rotation here. The thing is, the B-bomb site's completely empty. Ho2 will realise it. Now, If they start this rotation in the next couple of seconds, then, you know, they can fight for this. If not, they're playing for a really disadvantageous retake. It is going to be the latter. It's a good flashbang. Crossing, but not pulling the trigger whilst Fine shines blind. Instead, waiting for the flash to fade. Then he peeks back around the corner. For Stinix, that is his cue to just get on out of there. Not play for it any further. He'll go and retrieve that AWP. It'll be a 4th round on the board for Ho2. They're keeping this competitive, but they should be. It is their map pick. And yeah, gone from 100 back down to 0 again quite quickly have Cybershock. Started off, not so great, that's fine. The pistol rounds are often a bit of a 50-50. You lose the follow-ups. Understandable. As soon as they got those guns out, they were way better. They were fantastic. But short-lived, apparently. Ho2 are back in the driver's seat, and it's been Mizu a big part of that with these entries. It's been a bit of a menace here in middle.
It's already a pretty good showing from O2, and yes, it's coming off the back of like an eco and things like that, but they're able to shut the opposition down with in unlikely scenarios. It can actually completely devastate them. You look at the economy of Cybershock at the moment, the only thing they've got working for themselves is the AWP, and that's why we really need to see Fenomen get activated. Generally, he's been present on connector and middle. Now he'll switch up his avenue of approach. Unfortunately, mollied out of position, so can't be relevant in stopping this mid progression. Mizu getting up close in connector, full mid control having been given up, nothing where Cybershock can actually go for pokes, which is why I would love to see them prioritize something of a gamble stack, perhaps. And I think they have half-heartedly committed to the idea that they eventually do have to prioritize a bomb site. 3 of their players starting to commit towards A. The connector presence might signal to them that it is going to be the late A conversion. Lurk from O2 and B. With 50 seconds, the pistols can get a little worrying here.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out completely. The right hands, these Desert Eagles can be a real problem, but Stinix at range against an AWP. Maybe wishful thinking. Fenomen up close with an AWP is also the wrong place, the wrong time. As Rain and Ants get the timing brilliant on the B site. Levantino's just not ready for that duel whatsoever. And I think we now can count out the pistols. That's sort of a wrap on that one. Looks like Lovicus is going to be hunted as well. Oh, Lampada. Timing, it's okay. Easy stuff.
Now Ho2 are actually inching past Cybershock. A chance for Cybershock to stop them right in their tracks. Fenomen, thankfully for him, he does keep furnishing the AWP. His kill count's been good enough to keep making that money happen. And surprisingly enough, is Ho2 taking a tactical timeout. What do you think the conversation in there looks like, Josh?
Probably in a language that I don't speak, so I wouldn't know.
You know those Instagram reels where it's just like, yeah, like there's this ancient piece of Chinese wisdom that'll elevate your life, and then it's just like in Chinese, so you wouldn't understand it.
Yeah, I get those. I think we have very similar For You pages.
Yeah. Instagram just like looks at us and says, "I know what you are."
Yeah. No, that's I like
tell the
those.
viewers about the exact algorithm though, if I'll be 100 with you, Chief. You do need to keep a job.
Yeah, that'd be me finished.
In fairness though, I mean, if you are watching this broadcast and Counter-Strike watcher, we're probably roughly in the same boat.
Yeah, you're probably kind of cool, right? You're probably kind of cool. This isn't like a Valorant stream or something. Then you'd be a loser. We couldn't be friends.
Oh, I really like that CyberShock are now taking some initiative towards the right side of the map, going for something in A. They've generally not done this, and because of the lack of ramp presence, they've O2 have very comfortably just always had like a lurk with like one in the apartments, one in ramp. So to actually pressure them for having this barren default. Ampada, knowing exactly what's coming, not Neki, will quickly lose his life. Now scaling up into short.
Oh.
Levikus has to be the difference maker. Leg, but the bomb is now on an island.
Oh, that is a problem. You kind of can't blame the AWP for being confident there. He does hit the shot, but yeah, Fine Shine hitting the legs, just not enough. So much damage having been dealt, but as you say, that bomb being in ladder room's just impossible. Lovica swapping out of that up, Lampada and Rain will back off, save these weapons. It'll go 5-5. That round started off very well for them, but the second that bomb goes in first, I don't think they realised that he had it on his back. I think that was a bit of a miscommunication, but that's a bad round to lose.
That was less miscommunication. It was a problem from the second short player to not actually push into ladder room. Like, that should have been a two-man duel, and it ended up just being a one-man endeavor into short ladder. And yeah, you know, I mean, can't really blame an individual player for just, like, you know, legging someone instead of hitting a body shot, but that was definitely a mistake on, like, a duo side. 5-5 though, CyberShock still keeping it very competitive. They know it's not their map pick, but it still should be something that they do have on the main menu.
Okay, Molly into the apartment, Ants. Line into underpass, and Lovica's just stacked in the ladder room again. It's criminal. He's just toying with them. They're dead set on sort of having to worry about clearing ladder, and sometimes he'll play it at the top of the ladder, sometimes he'll be around the corner, sometimes he's a little bit closer. Keep them guessing. It's a very awkward position to clear. You got the elevation where, you know, it's tough to gamble on the crosshair placement. Either way, a 4v4 minute on this clock. Ants, soft check. He didn't see anything, but he might have been spotted by Lovicus. I don't think so. I think the timing was just in his favour. Either way, the bomb's here in Palace. Needs to activate out. Notaneki's got a brilliant position. Freebie for the first. Seems like this should be their round. Great trade from Ants. 40 seconds. Ramp player has to stay strong, and 1-for-1 isn't too shabby. With Mizu low on health as well. Levantino coming up on the rotate. Flash isn't going to touch him. Bomb still up on the balcony, which makes this 10 times harder. And Ants with a 2v1. I don't fancy his chances. It's a slam dunk of a nade. No, it isn't. It's taking a very weird bounce, but Levantino finishes it off regardless. And not bad at all from CyberShock.
Yeah, don't worry. I see that nade as well, and like I got a little gaslit because of the tracer path like just disappearing as well. Then I realized, oh yeah, no, it's bounced off. It's not actually lobbed over. But yeah, CyberShock, pretty good showing now. And I mean, if they can get 6, they've already gone 6 rounds. Like, they get anything on top of it is just a bonus. I'm sure that they're going to have a bit better fatigue side, just because I do expect them to be a bit more cohesive as a unit. But I'm interested in seeing how Hotu is going to be performing on their preferred side as well. You've also got to consider that a couple of the rounds that Hotu got came off the back of like an eco, and that's obviously because CyberShock played it very overeager. So now that CyberShock are actually not really pulling these stops, like super elaborate, super careful, I want to see if they can try to keep things clean. Now, it is going to be the eventual progression into the A-bomb site. Some damage, just a little scratch on the getting a little messy here on A. Flashbang being
Oh, it's a
provided by
good
the
flash.
Oh, not an Eki. They take a while to take care of him. Mizu, though, tagged up quite heavily. Ants. 2 kills from the man. Wants to keep trying to go for more. Lovicus finds Mizu. Keeps peeking in from stairs and has isolated the player under Palace. Rain needs to go big. Has to come through from middle.
He
Cynic
can't.
knows exactly where the under Palace player is, and yeah, he's just locked out, isn't he?
Yeah, they knew exactly where Lampada was. There was no way he was getting out of that alive or even getting a shot off, to be honest. Rain's kind of too late to the party here. He's got good util. He's now been spotted. Lovicus is too crisp. That's a great recovery from Cybershock. And you are right to point out that that little hiccup there in the middle, round 7, 8, and 9, was as a result of them just getting a little too confident. It felt like once they got the guns back out, they were just themselves. They were getting a little over aggro. They were taking some liberties. It lost them a couple of rounds, and they did very well to sort of reset and have that conversation and say, yeah, actually, hold on. Let's dial this back a little bit. Like, we've got to show these guys some respect. We might be the better team here, but at the end of the day, if we play like fools, then we're going to be punished. And yeah, it only takes them 3 rounds to sort of have that turnaround. Now they're looking on the front foot once again. 2-round advantage, and going into this pistol, they have a chance to extend that further. Sending it into the B site though, and not wasting any time. But on the jump spots, they've now been seen. They might want to dial this back, because look at the rotations.
It's just infinite information, man. By the time Cybershock start to commit to the bomb site, oh, this is so well played by Levantino. Takes the liberty to stop the flank before they start to progress into anything. But this is making it a little too obvious. They will eventually have to go against... Never mind. They still have 1 foot through the door. They're expecting there to be something in A. And this is such a late round rerouting here from Cybershock. They don't go over towards B. They fully convinced Hotu that this could be anywhere on the map. And now that they scale up to Connector, Hotu are on an island. They have no idea what's going on. And I don't blame them. I mean, we've got wall hack right here, and I still can't tell. I couldn't tell what the eventual game plan was going to be.
I'm sure that they had sort of something behind it cooking, but I think sometimes in scenarios like that, they're not even necessarily sure what the game plan is. It's just, right, let's play Contact B, and then they take Contact a little bit too early. I think they're expecting to be further up when the jump spot comes through. It's the second they come around the corner. We saw like kind of a B hop. I think it was very fast movement and a good spawn from the B player. Yeah, they were seen instantly, and it was like, oh, okay, maybe we call this off. Maybe we dial this back a little bit, because, yeah, they're going to be able to get these rotations in very quickly. And from that point, it's just sort of zoom around the map, take your jewels, and that's what they seem to do. It's a lovely entry. It is just against an eco, so... Gonna kind of take it with a pinch of salt, but... As I said before, that opportunity has come after winning the pistol to extend this lead further. It should now be 9-5. Cybershock definitely firmly in control of this game as it stands.
This, of course, is just a round where Hotu essentially have to roll over and die, wait for the next one. Cybershock after this round, they're going to be flirting with double digits here, Josh. And that's what I'm really worried about. Just Hotu not getting to play enough gun rounds on their own map pick, right? They come into rifles in the next one. Even that's not going to be like fully kitted out. Cybershock with another round on top of it, and that's it. That's the economy broken.
And that's a flawless round. That's exactly what they need right here.
Also a bit uncharacteristic, because Cybershock have been losing players after players. against Eco. Now, obviously, it's a bit different when you're playing the T side, I guess, but O2 do need to immediately bounce back. Cybershock, I guess they have the luxury of not having to play against a full buy. Utility will be lackluster, a very big, glaring discrepancy when it comes to the lack of Molotovs. Pada being the only one that has one, and he has to use his early. Mid controls on the main menu, however. Smoke into connector, now they can start scaling up short. With the second prong being available in apartments, it does telegraph what's going to happen a bit. Neki about to take contact, barrel betrays, Ants has fallen, and now the full scale into short. I wouldn't even hate it if this turns into a save.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's an important pick back from Mizu, and somewhat unnecessary from Levantino, but with the entry out on B, I think you'd really be expecting that top con player to be rotating through jungle by that point, so I don't completely blame him. But yeah, it's that initial entry. Frankly, for Hotu, being caught in that kind of position this late in the round is poor. You cannot afford it. Of course, with that much time elapsed, Cybershock had the opportunity to be that far up in the apartments and sort of catch the suppressor around the corner. And just like that, not only is the round lost, but the save call comes a little bit too late, right? It was a 4 versus 4. They absolutely should have pulled the plug at that point. Instead, they have a little bit of a superficial prod at it. It's like half of them are committing to the retake, half of them aren't. They end up dying, and they get out with nowhere near the amount of firepower that they really should have. I don't know what kind of buy we're going to see in this round. I guess Mizu and Lampada can drop rifles over just about. But it means they're not really going to have any new util. There'll be one player that doesn't have anything really to work with. It'll be like an MP9 or something. And I think actually at this point, with how this game is falling out of their reach, they're better off just biting the bullet, eating a bit of a save round here, managing that economy, and then trying to really fight back once Cybershock are on 11. It's going to be a tough task. They're down and out at the moment. But yeah, that feels like the better call for me.
Josh, this is where I want to circle back to what we where we said in the pregame, that not picking your best map because you think it'll be floated it's fool's gold almost sometimes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, this is a map that... Oh, that was a very nice shot. I like the initiative on the underpass boost, but that was read incredibly well. Sort of knowing the opponent's economy as well, knowing that there's a decent chance they would go for something a little funky like that. It's a great play. But yeah, you're right. It was a big gamble. Now, it is a map, like, don't get me wrong, Mirage is a map that Hotu play and they're good on. So it's not like what we saw yesterday with, like, the wild Vertigo pick, right? But potentially not being able to play Ancient here could be a problem. That's a great recovery. We were sort of already saying our piece with this round, expecting it to be a firm Cybershock 11. That's a round that Hotu really had no business in winning. That was just the 2 save rifles and a couple of pistols around it with such a great start like that. I mean, Lampada's gone crazy to find the headshot just before falling, but this is where it all went wrong. A headshot from Ants, the crossfire up con. Dealt with brilliantly. All Cybershock had to do was funnel up B. They didn't realize it until it was too late.
A much simpler style of play now from Cybershock. Look at this, just the early aggression into connector from the singular player, and they're going to be sending out all of their resources out ramp. A bit too one-dimensional perhaps, because that does mean that they're going to be on the chopping block. Fine, Shine, and Ants getting a kill apiece. Fenomen instantly being the final player to stay alive. I really dislike this, Josh, because there's such a lack of utility. They're not doing anything about the player who's who's opting from CT. There's no contingency plan in place for the triple aggressor either. You leave the middle player just hanging out to dry because he's got no one to help him. And, you know, I get it. Like, for this kind of play specifically, you do actually need to leave the connector player to his own devices because you need to have all the attention on him so the ramp players can be useful. But I really do dislike that they had very little elaboration in the setup as far as smokes and mollies are concerned.
Yeah, it feels quite reminiscent of that hiccup that they had in the first half, actually. Things have just been a little too easy for too long. It's weakened them. They're not clearing these common angles. They're not playing their standard disciplines. This is a bizarre round. This is a full eco and a hero AK from Lovicus. I don't like this. I think hero AKs or hero rifles in general kind of work when there's like somewhat of a half investment around you. When, you know, there's a couple of players with Kevlar or something, a couple of P250s or whatnot. You can pass it along the bus. This AK can go for the entry. It can try and do some damage. And then if it dies, or when it dies, the likelihood of him finding an ace here is pretty slim. Then it can be picked up by someone else, and it can still have that impact. The reality is if he dies, it's going to be picked up by someone without Kevlar, and it's not going to be able to do a whole lot. So I think this is like a big gamble, and you're putting one of your star players in a position where next round he's not going to have any money.
Oh, look at this. You know exactly where Rain is. This is the equivalent of watching just like two players standing right next to each other, not being able to attack. Ooh. Finally, Rain is going to move into his colored square, and that's going to be the attack. 4 versus 4 now.
Oh, wow. Okay. Lovicus. That kill onto the AWP. It's unfortunate that no one's there with him to go and retrieve that sniper, because that is a weapon that could have impact even without the Kevlar. Lovicus holding. Is he wary that there's one coming up to his left? He will be in a second. Jiggles it, finds the head. I speak too soon. You know, every single time I criticize something, I'm made to eat my words. Objectively, 99% of the time, this is the wrong play. And especially considering Lovicus has been decent this map, but he's not been crazy. There's been nothing to indicate that he'd be capable of just taking the weight of the round on his shoulders and finding all 5 kills here. But so far, that's what he's teed up to do. It's a 2v2, the bomb beeping away, his teammate's now falling. But he's still alive and kicking. He's got info on 1 and the second up short, and Ant is on 7 HP.
I really like this from Lovicus. He's taking the effort to go all the way around. They know that his last position was CT spawn. They're not going to expect him to go all the way jungle because they're still worried about the second contact to jump through. Lovicus, here it is. Good shot to the back.
What?
No, not being checked. Yeah, that's just all.
I saw on the minimap, I thought there was a smoke on site or something. Instead, Levantino's just... Literally, I can imagine, like, sweat dripping down his face. He's shaking, lining up the crosshair, like, don't miss, don't miss. You know, it happens in Counter-Strike to the best of us. Sometimes it feels like you're bang on. You pull...
It also does feel like in CS2, like, the Desert Eagle just has a... It has a bit of a consciousness, you know? Like, it has a mind of its own.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It feels like...
seldom agrees with your own.
Yeah, that just happens all the time, though, right? Where, especially when their backs turn and stuff, you line up the head and then bang. It's like, where did the bullet go? Where did the bullet go? You watch it back and it's like, well, it was bang on his head, but, you know, haha.
You watch it back on like shadow play and it's right on his head. You watch it back in like sub-tick demos and it's like 4 kilometers away from his head, and you're like, yeah, okay, that's definitely a fan fiction. This did not happen.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. But no, I mean, I love the fact that he holds his nerve there, takes his time, doesn't screw the pooch. And I mean, what a ridiculous round to win, right? What a ridiculous turnaround after a similar victory from Hotu. But remember, they had upgraded pistols and they had 2 saved rifles. We're thinking, right, okay, this is their ticket back in. This is their little mini resurgence. And that just does not end up being the case at all. That is mental.
Okay, so we do have info. It's the good old something happened IRL BRB info.
Oh, cool. So someone at the door or a meteor or The whole
Could be
range of
anything.
act of God could be anything. A whole range of.
Generally, it's just that you ordered pizza and forgot about it. Arrives mid-game.
I don't know how you order pizza and then forget that you ordered pizza.
I've done that several times, because, like, um, okay, so, like, where I live, right, like, getting food delivered to your doorstep is, like, probably more common than going out to pick it up, because of just how cheap delivery is. And there have been times where I'll just, like, be ordering pizza, or, like, I'll be ordering food for my family, and it's just, like, I forget. I straight up forget.
I mean, I think I have as well, but like very drunk or like, you know, something else. And then it arrives and you're like, oh my god, wait, like pizza. I forgot we did that. But not, you know, not.
It's like a little celebration, a congratulatory pat on the back for yourself for having
Pat on the back for me from 45 minutes ago. Yeah.
You're like, good.
That guy was
job.
goated.
He was watching out for us.
But yeah, I don't think professional Counter-Strike game, 12 in the afternoon. Lovicus. Last round's given him a bit of a confidence boost, doesn't it? Last round's shifted him into another gear. Somehow this evens back out into a 3-on-3.
Yeah,
With no B-Apps control, they have to go A.
The issue is they should be able to swing 2 players into the connector player, and that will be all she wrote. Now, he's about to get support very soon. Oh, Mizu tries to get into the comfort of stairs, but he's burning to a crisp. Lampada coming in hot. Headshot instantly. Now, CT
How is no one watching CT?
I have no idea. Stinix, though, he does mean that the CT player is incentivized to push, and Phenomen instantly gets the shot.
That seems like a real mess for Cybershock. That actually could have gone wrong. In fact, it very nearly went wrong. But 3 players on the site. It's like one little pincer and connector, and all of a sudden, all attention's diverted, and that CT player is able to get away with murder and jiggle back. But yeah, it's that double entry from Lovicus under that really causes the problems there. It's a very nice shot from Phenomen at the end too. He really doesn't see a lot. 12-7, 5 chances to close this out. This is going to be by far and away their best chance to do so as well. Not up against a whole lot here. 3 MP9s, couple of pistols. Full execute onto the A site. Will be tough to breach, but Rain has drawn first blood. It's an instant trade though.
O2, it just feels like a sign of the times, and remember, they're going up against Anubis of Cybershock next time. They got heads. Lampada, fine shine, still trying to delay the inevitable, but that is all for naught. Unless we see this MP9 turn into an AK-47 and for his bullets to just find their way into everyone's heads. I don't think this is happening, Josh. Final kill to be found. The Butcher's calling. The chopping block nice and ripe. Pada. One. Okay, we can still get it done. Still trying to fight for it.
Wishful thinking, Braz. Wishful thinking.
I mean, it could happen. I'm still hopeful, but that hope isn't going to materialize into a round when Cybershock, a 13-7 finish after Lovicus and Notaneki really stepped it up. It was a very good first map. Very fun watch. Ho2, this is probably where they start kicking themselves a little bit for letting Ancient be the floater rather than be the opener.
Yeah, it's weird as well because it actually felt like that map was a lot closer. When you see a 13-7 scoreline after the fact, you look at it and go, oh yeah, it was super one-sided. But it felt like that map was a lot closer. There was a lot of mistakes made by Cybershock in certain scenarios. But yeah, I just... It's this... Again, sort of gamble, and I think sometimes you have to make these gambles as the underdogs in a series. We did see something similar yesterday with the Drillas game, where, yeah, they say, you know what, like, we're confident that we can at least take one of these first 2 maps, so we'll allow Ancient to be floated as that third, and, yeah, it's a dangerous game to play. It's one that doesn't pay off for them so far. Anubis up next. It's going to be a tough cookie to crack, as we say. This is a very strong map for Cybershock. 48 times over the last 3 months. Just that I'm genuinely, I don't think I've ever seen a team played that many maps in the last 3 months. I'm thinking like
Zero
old
Tenacity.
Skade. Zero Tenacity?
I'm sure they've played.
Were
more.
they 50?
I think so. I think so. Like maybe not in like these past 3 months, but they've had that.
At some point,
on
yeah.
that record. Yeah. I mean, Zero Tenacity is like an absolute grinder, right? But that being said, the grinder is in fact what Ho2 are looking at now, as they have to essentially fight for the privilege to play what was their own mapping. They'll have to do it on Anubis, but it'll be a really fun watch. Before that, we'll be going to a short break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with some CS action.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
48 maps played in the past 3 months means that this is not going to be an easy affair for Hotu. They've already lost the first map. They risked not playing their own map pick first because they wanted Ancient to be the floater. But unfortunately, leaving Ancient to float might mean that you drown.
That was a bit of a jump scare. I was like, ah! Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they've been absolutely smashing it out on Anubis. And they've been very good as well. And you're dealing with that kind of sample size, you sort of expect there to be... to be honest, when you're dealing with that kind of sample size, you actually get like your true win rate, right? When you're playing with anything less than like 20 maps, sometimes like little hiccups and things like that can sort of plague that win rate. With this, you've had such a huge sample size, you've ironed out any creases. If there are any little hiccups, that's made up for sort of, you know, unexpected performances and things like that. But they've been very, very good on it recently. They've had a couple of incredibly close games. The last 2 times they've played it, and that's literally this week. The first went to triple overtime, and they lost it against Rhino. And then, is that also triple overtime? I struggled to work it out. So 16, then 19. Yeah, triple overtime. Triple overtime their last 2 times they've played it. I was against Arcrid and Rhino. So maybe a little bit of trouble closing. But in general, yeah, just consistency's been there. They've been beating very good teams as well. 3D Max, Sinners, Passion UA, Spirit Academy, sides that have been on really good form recently. They did play against Hotu on this very map a couple of weeks ago as well. They smashed them 13-7. Same scoreline as what we saw on that first map of Mirage. So I'm really leaning towards just Cybershock getting this done in 2 bites and, you know, winning this one right here and not needing that decider of Ancient. But, you know, the door's open. There's an opportunity here. And Hotu obviously need to come out swinging. We're in the low matchups. If they lose this game, then they are out of the tournament. And, yeah, as a result, you know, we'll get this lifeline adrenaline from Hotu. We'll get their absolute best because they're fighting for survival here.
Not only is it not a specialty for Hotu to have to play Anubis, it's also the fact that Cybershock, even when they were playing a relatively even map in the form of Mirage, they were so comfortable with taking initiative, so comfortable with taking that CT side space, and even though they were getting punished for it quite a lot, I feel like Anubis is the map that is going to allow those strengths to really shine. You start seeing them get aggressive in B main, you start seeing them get aggressive in A. All these little details, I think that's going to be very difficult to defend from if you're Hotu, because Cybershock just seem like the type of team that are very comfortable with taking risks, playing the exact type of play style that would generally benefit you on Anubis. And obviously, this is no lie. This is obviously also a bit of a dead horse at this point, but I'm going to beat it anyway. Almost having played this map 50 times in the past 3 months is ridiculous. And this is their 49th time that they're playing it. Add 1 more to the top, you've got the half century going on, right? So this is a lot of official practice to be getting done if you're Cybershock. Now, Hotu, they'll be fighting an uphill battle. We should be going into the game very soon to figure out how that's going to end up. Now, I think the one silver lining might be that Hotu at least get to play on their preferred side, because this is, in fact, Cybershock's map pick. So that's maybe something to lean on, but it's not a particularly sturdy fence to lean on.
Yeah, I'm with you. But getting that choice to the sides and more than likely starting off on their T half means that there's an opportunity that they can accumulate a massive rounds early on. If they can, and they can make it like a 9-3 half or something like that, top it up with a pistol, and they've got a very good chance of closing it. If they don't, and they just have this sort of middle of the road performance, they end up like, what has happened here? Cybershock are starting on their T side. Ho2 have just let them have it. Man, okay, scrap everything I've just said. This is a bizarre one. Clearly more comfortable here on their defense, but they're playing right into Cybershock's hand. The 4-man stack on this B site. And the bombs are leaning elsewhere. This could be a problem.
This is so deadly because not only are they all starting to focus on A, but it's also that Mizu is playing very up close and personal. Sorry, Lampada. If he gets overwhelmed here, that's it. That's the A bomb site gone. They'll try and wager their lives and be main. A bit sloppy on the kill, but that is full information now being given up. And gets a kill of his own. And how does this turn into a favorable round for Ho2? I have no idea by this standpoint, but they're all going to start to recede into passivity. They know that they'd rather just allow the bomb to get closer to the site, get started on the retake. And why isn't Stinix going for something like a bomb plant there? They need the money. They already know that this round is looking unlikely. That's such a misplay from Cybershock. I feel like they were getting a bit overeager on the terror side here at Ho2. At least they start off strong on what is supposed to be an unfavorable map. Nice shot from Mats, by the way.
Yeah, this was much better stuff, and just generally some great shots. I mean, Lampada's jump up there, Shine's flick down. It was all pretty crisp. But you're absolutely right. I don't know why they've not committed to the bomb plant. That was, like, pretty much an already secured round loss. And just a little too bold, trying to sort of have this idea of I'm going to get into heaven and find a multi-kill and we're going to win the round. At that point, you just need to be saying, look, we accept that we're going to lose this, but let's try and commit to a plant. Let's try and cover the planter to get that extra money. Great util into mate, just completely impeding the progress of those Glocks. But it is just Glocks, so had they have run into the rifles, I don't think they'd have had much success anyway. Set put. Couple of SMGs on the other side that would be very happy to receive a bunch of Glocks running at them, and there is one right around this corner. It's Lampada. The smoke fades. Oh, I thought it was a dink, but it doesn't do much damage. Still following up. That's 2. Make that 3. Now the M4 wants a piece of the pie, and Shine a little bit greedy there. Could have let the MP9 have those final couple and get extra money out of it. But either way, Ho2 will make it too. Nice and clean in the process, not taking any casualties from the eco, which is something that we did see a couple of times from both teams in that first map of Mirage. Here come the big guns, though. This is where Cybershock really bit down hard in that first map. Kind of need to do so again.
Starting to scale into middle. Player's name main. Oh, Levantino. Perfect timing. He's generally just so good at playing this middle area in Anubis. We watched it the last time we casted a Cybershock game as well. He used to find the right timings around the smokes always. Because this can be unprecedented. Completely tries to maybe delay it for a moment. Perhaps get a little bit of extra time. Extra attention going on, but he has to eventually pull the trigger.
Ooh. Well, bomb's going to go down, but with that kill coming from Shine, that actually puts it into a 3-on-3, and it's very doable. Flashbang and a HG to work with. HG is going to blow open the smoke for Shine to play through it, just in case there was someone close on the other side. Not the case. Head spotted, but walking into the crossfire. Can't do a whole lot. Stinix and Notaneki whiff big time. And it's Fenneman to find two. Needs the third to close it out, and he will. His pathing and everything is absolutely perfect. A 1v3 technically. And Cybershock had just about hold on, but it wasn't that commanding round win that we saw in their first buy of Mirage. Either way, they get it over the line. That's the important part for Ho2. Despite the fact they had two incredibly clean opening rounds, they actually don't have tons of money here.
And that's going to be the big difference maker here. Cybershock, they're definitely going to be exploiting the fact that Ho2 simply don't have enough money in their wallets now. Rain and both down to the MP9, AWP being brought out from Fineshine. And I want to see if they try and play around it, if they try and play with the contingencies. You can see Fineshine starting to get a bit more aggressive towards Rain, trying to get a deeper sight line, and that smoke is going to allow him to just inch that barrel a bit closer and closer. Now with a flashbang, a main presence will be retaken. Stinix trying to be the counterpart to the MP9 that's waiting on the other side, but Cybershock essentially have a bunch of information on middle and deep into A main without having to form over any of their own. But of course, he's trying to hard. It's almost an easy. That is a good flashbang. Two-man combo shuts down two. Rain getting up to his dirty work as well. That brings it down to Notaneki and Lovikus. They've been really good in the previous map, both leading the scoreboard, one after the other. But a 2 versus 4 is still a difficult prospect to take. Op is the big difference maker here. Got the sight line. Ooh, that's a good shot from Fineshine. All he has to do is press mouse 1. Lovikus looking for the player on the bomb site, who's trying to bait Lovikus into walking into the AWP. Now, obviously not a lot of HP on this pillar player. Isolates one duel. Starts backing off. It's a clean round from Ho2, all things considered.
Yeah, that's really good. Felt like there was really a shot there, you know, you have a couple of great pieces on Cybershock. Time and time again. Able to pull off those disadvantageous comebacks, but 3-1, and whilst it does seem very early doors here, and I don't want to sort of put too much stress on the fact that, like, you know, they need to start winning now. This is Anubis, and Cybershock have been allowed to start off on their T side, so the fact that this scoreline is more than likely about to go 4-1 is a little bit of a problem in itself, because that's already a decent benchmark for Ho2. 1 or 2 more rounds, they'll be very happy. Stinix around this corner, lovely headshot. Maybe I'm about to speak too soon again. These Desert Eagles could pose a threat. There's no Kevlar, so realistically they shouldn't. Slow and steady. Into A. They might even get a plant here. No one's holding main.
It wasn't being held before, but now it is. Rain might get a bit more than that, but yeah, the plant, that's what they're looking for. Oh, just in the nick of time, denied. And that actually makes a big difference in the grand scheme of things, Josh. Ho2 actually having a pretty powerful start here on the CT side. You and I actually doubted them when they started off on the CT side. So this is a very nice change of pace to watch for the team to pick into what is generally not the preferred side. Do it on the enemy's map pick, and you know the disparity that we've seen in terms of percentages for Cybershock and Ho2. The amount of time Cybershock have been playing this map. Ho2 are still we'll find one head. If he finds a second one, that would be a disaster for Ho2. The full B main push stopped by one man alone. And now Ho2, they've got to make some adjustments. I'm not even sure if they want to. I wouldn't hate it if they now all started to turtle up on a bomb site to try and go for the full gamble or the full save. The Cybershock are playing this very carefully, just still playing into the slow default. Stinix eventually finds Fineshine. Regardless of where they go, this is just a relatively empty bomb site. Lovikus, a third one to the tally means that Cybershock will be netting their second round with ease.
Lampada. Kind of hoping to save here, but the bomb's not even down yet, and Cybershock is just kind of everywhere, so it kind of feels like nothing's safe. Eventually it will start to work its way around to the B site, but still a threat posed by Notaneki. Just on the other side of main, Lampada. Once his C4 goes down, I'm interested to see sort of where he heads. There you go. Bomb eventually planted. He's actually starting a bit of a rotation. I think he wants to do some damage. He knows that the round is not particularly playable, but if he can catch someone over aggressing, if he can catch an exit or two, I think he'll be happy. How the money's looked so far, he doesn't have to worry too much about the cash, but he does have to worry about Stinix, who's right behind him. So Cybershock, a flawless affair, and not one that I was expecting. Desperate to try and get that AK over to his teammate. It's a shame. Doesn't quite get there, but 4-2 could be that turning point for Cybershock that I think we were waiting for. The money isn't great here. Isn't great at all for Ho2. Despite how they've started. I'm going to call a quick tactical pause. I think they force into this one. That then kind of leaves a real big opportunity for Cybershock to tie it up at 4 apiece. Fenneman's got that AWP out. T-side of Anubis here, your map pick. It's not good enough to just be kind of trading evens and end up with the 6-6 half, but Cybershock have still got the opportunity to extend that further. I think they're going to be a little bit frustrated that they've given up 4 rounds as early on as they have, but yeah, still plenty of opportunity to make this good.
It's kind of surprising the way Ho2 actually starts some of their rounds. Like, look at this. Even right now, they have 3 players that are deep into A. Ooh, Rain, 4, just managed to get it. It's also a little bit surprising that you have someone like Lampada also being that 3rd aggressor in A, because, or the 3rd defender in A, because he's largely useless if he's playing from the back of the bomb site. But challenged. Lampada, though, just managed to still make that deagle work. Rain gets a kill, and all of a sudden, a round that should have been a bit more lackluster than this is more than serviceable. Bit of a slowdown as Cybershock have the gears turn, waiting for some mistake to be made. Now, there's still a smoke set up over towards B main, which does mean that Stinix isn't going to be getting into a fight very soon. But he's waiting for it, now starting to call in the rotation from his teammate. Stinix needs to go big, and he needs to go for all the marbles.
I just don't know where we stand anymore, right? Cybershock with a flawless round.
What?
Wow, Lampada. That is ridiculous. So that little slither of hope, that small opportunity, really does go out of the window. I'm not sure where Fenneman's first shot went. Looked like it was bang on, but the second will convert regardless. And yeah, 10 seconds left, has to back away. But as I said, I just don't know where we stand here anymore. It's like you're in a position where they win convincingly, so convincingly, a flawless round against the Rifles. It feels like, okay, right, this is their opportunity. Ho2 don't have a lot of money. It's just going to be like a scrappy buy, a couple of pistols, things like that. They'll close this up, and there's just nothing. There's no resistance from Cybershock whatsoever. Oh, you want to do a bit of a skim review? How do you rate Fenneman's AWP? The primary AWPer of a top 50 team. The Safari mesh with the BNE sticker on the scope. I think it's kind of cold.
Yeah, it is. I mean, especially if you're getting some of the kills that he did back in Mirage. The only thing missing is just not having the stickers play. Rain's about to get into a little bit of trouble, or is he? Tries to dish out the damage, but he's only good for the first. Bit of a sloppy spray down from Stinix. Shine will eventually be here. Now, Black Rain goes through. MP9 has to go for all the marbles.
Oh.
Lampada does God's work here, and it comes down to Notaneki, the top performer in the previous map. Right alongside Lavicus. getting into the right position. I'm not sure if they'll expect it though, even though a lot of time is going to have to elapse for him to actually come all the way through. There's also not a whole bunch of time. Just getting to the bomb while walking will take 15 seconds, and he has to look for the kills. He needs to hit the first shot before there's any time to react. O2, if they turn this into an effective 2 versus 1, then there's probably no hope.
Antonecki, what? That is ridiculous. The way they've fed him that with the bomb down as well. Okay, like, incredible work from Notaneki, but it feels more like it's misplayed there from Ho2 rather than anything else. Should not be letting him get away with that, giving him those 2 individual fights. It's a huge mistake. Surely now, and I know I sound like a broken record, but surely now this is where Cybershock sort of claw it back and tie it up. It has to be said, though, Ho2 already on to 5. Even if Cybershock take the next 4 and this ends up being a 7-5 half, this is still good for Ho2. This is still very good. I am a little bit concerned for their T side. The fact they didn't want to start off on their T side indicates to me that maybe they're not too confident on it. But, yeah, this has been better. This has definitely been a lot better than what we saw on that first map. Here we go. Very, very poor buy here for O2, but it's whatever they can afford. If they lose it, it'll be an eco in the next. We will see this tie up at 5 apiece. And flashed in! What is going on? That is ridiculous.
Oh, wow. Time and time again, with no resources, they will continue to shut down Cybershock. This is such a disaster, and it keeps happening off the back of Deagles, off the back of Lampada, being an absolute menace. Another shot that's insult to injury for Notaneki. And as much as I'd like to say, hey, Ho2, you know, they picked into the CT, they're having just a ridiculous game. Like, how do you even plan this, right? You can't plan Deagle shots, you can't plan successful MP9 pushes like that. Their aim is just on point. We're looking at a completely different version of Ho2 than we did on map number 1. And sometimes it doesn't even feel like Cybershock or like playing the like making wrong plays or anything. No, it just kind of feels like they're getting out aimed.
Oh, look at the damage dealt by the nades there as well. My God. That is ridiculous. Antonecki. The only man with a rifle and a bit of health on him. But this was a force buy. This was a proper force buy from Cybershock. You expect to see this kind of early util damage when, you know, they're on an eco or something like that. This is just brutal. Not even seen anyone yet, and they're already sat there going, oh, do we even play in for this? They kind of have to. With 55 seconds left, Fenneman. Looks like he will be that first point of contact as the lowest HP player. Okay, we'll try and swing for the fast trade. Lampada just on the jiggle. There's a flash ready. As soon as that contact is made, and, well, it's just brilliant. It's a shutdown. They see all the pins. They roll the ball. They'll hit a strike. Fine shine even swap it to the USP there to get it done at the end. Ho2. What is going on?
And the worst part for Cybershock is that, you know, on Anubis, the side switch actually just like completely wrecks them beyond this point. I think maybe the one like icing here might be that, hey, if Ho2 picked into the CT side, their D side might not be all that potent, but that's obviously me just inhaling some copium on behalf of Cybershock. They have to fork over this round as well because there's no money remaining. This is essentially just a timeout in spirit. You can see players looking into walls, obviously. Perhaps they're just trying to quickly have a conversation about how they want to deal with this. Remember, 48 maps being played. Decisively favorable over Ho2. And here we are. A big struggle here for Cybershock. at this point, we see 9 rounds coming in.
Stenix all the way up with his Desert Eagle. I mean, he's been able to take a lot of ground, right? Which somewhat dangerous for Ho2 to have given him, but with just the pistols, this should still be fine. Ants waiting for Levantino to play through the smoke. Executes him, no trouble. And yet, this is just bizarre. You know, the whole narrative building up to this was Cybershock played this map 48 times over the past 3 months. It's the one that they always pick into. It's one that they're really good on. They've beat fantastic teams on it. And right here, they actually look lost. They seem like they have no game plan in many of these rounds. They're just being absolutely mowed down. I mean, this is an eco, so like, it's whatever. But even in the gun rounds, they look just so disjointed. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Ho2 are going to make it onto A. This is their CT half. We questioned the choice at the start of it, but I really do understand now. Cybershock onto a last round bye, but yeah, no AWP again. Sort of lacking on the util front. This is a big problem, even if they can't win it. But sorry, even if they can win it, but if they can't, then yeah, 9-3. I don't see this happening. I think we might be going to a third.
Yeah, they're essentially just finalizing what seems to have already been written. O2 directing this game like it's nobody's business. And I don't really think within this tier of CS we've actually ever seen Cybershock struggle to this degree. It's very uncharacteristic of them. And if O2 can actually take us all the way to Ancient, remember, that was absolute spirit. Getting to play Ancient as the final map is such a godsend for O2. They can build up the confidence off of Ancient. Sorry, Davis. This could be a disaster for Cybershock. Flashbang to come in. Time to take a gander at the bomb site. And Lampada, surely he just shuts them down now. Brutal. Not a Neki. Still trying to play this tug of war. Levantino now scaling onto the bomb site. And with that kill onto Ants, we might actually still get a chance to talk about this.
Yeah, 2v2. Bomb not planted yet, though. It's actually walking all the way round to A. If Notaneki can keep him busy here, and this could be good, but he can't keep him busy for so long. Feinshine's realised like they were planted by now, so he'll start to dart over. It's going to be 2 1v1s, and Notaneki can't win his with such low health, so it all falls onto Levantino. I actually would have preferred them playing this together, and he's just not expecting Feinshine to be there so quick on Heaven. He's made a great call for the rotate. Ho2 are going to make it 9. And yeah, I think there's arguments to be made for both decisions that were went for there, but playing a 2v2 into basically 2 1v1s, or even potentially, right? Let's say that Feinstein didn't go for the fast rotation. You're playing it as 2 1v2s, which is even worse. Yeah, I didn't particularly like that call from Cybershock. It doesn't work out for them either. So all to play for now. They're on their CT side. They need to close a huge gap.
That kill from Rain is almost just an indicator of what we've been seeing this entire game. Levantino, though, still trying to make up for... Ooh, not a Neki! 2 kills being found by the man. Now they have to quickly pedal it into B main to try and find some space. Comes back down to the 2 versus 2. Didn't feel like it for a moment. Cybershock, the quick tap on the bomb does allow Fenneman to start going for fights. Very little HP remaining on Lampada, and now they just have to push him. They need to go for the full commitment. They need to find the fight on him. It's getting awkward, But surely there is just enough time for the defuse, right? Oh,
No, there isn't. What?
No way!
Oh, man. You know, it was a thin line. If they were able to win this round, the opportunity for them to bring it back, but losing it pretty much seals the deal here. This was a great retake. I cannot believe that the timer plagues them. I'm surprised that he runs off there as well. I know, like, if you've got the 10-second timer on, then it is what it is, but that was crazy close. I'm surprised that he doesn't just sort of have a go at it. Would have come down to the final tick or two.
Those are pretty much a seal the deal.
For the force buy in the second, there's maybe one more chance here.
I appreciate that they try to go for something. They tried to go for something a bit unorthodox. They went for the boost. It doesn't end up working out. That's okay. Now coming back into middle, Ho2 want to progress somewhere, but they're not sure where. Just playing the slower default style where they can allow for players to walk into their crosshairs, but that's not a privilege that's going to be afforded very soon. Most of their attention now going towards carpets and A main. Two defenders are what they'll have to go up against. And Cybershock, if they can still find a round here, if they can just stop Ho2 at 10, then we might still be able to make an argument for their CT side coming to life again. However, you lose all of your money here, you allow Ho2 to get over to 11. That's the CT. Thomas only manages to find one victim. They still need to worry about not Neki on the bomb side. Oh, a bit awkward as he comes out. But this pillar standing in between him and certain death, supposed to allow mobility, but that also does kind of isolate Levantino a little bit. MP9, the perfect weapon to be a menace around the smoke and not a Neki. He might have just delayed the inevitable.
Yeah, I said there's kind of one more chance there with the force buy in the second, and it actually felt like it shouldn't have been the case, but it goes their way. They keep 3 alive. They've got all the rifles to work with as well. They're just going to be up against pistols here, so a good chance to make it 5. O2 need to make sure they keep the pressure applied here now that they're on their attack. They're not able to do so in this round. It could go 10-6, but what a shot from Raid. Bang. Untraded as well.
There's some breathing room here now, and I had to almost stop myself there for a second before I said that, because every single time it's felt like Cybershock have had some breathing room, they've ended up just choking out. It simply doesn't end up working for them.
Well, a 4v4, 30 seconds left, and a 2-2 split defense. No Taneki. Gonna have a lot on his plate as they start to come around. Camera blinded, and they're closing this gap. AK needs to swing and line up all of them, and he does find a couple. But Lampada taking out Levantino. It's very messy from the AK. Just about gets it over the line. Swaps to the USP. Finishes off the job. Cybershock win the round. And again, it's another, right? But still chasing their tails. 5 in a row needed just to tie this up. They will get this freebie against the Eco. At least that'll be 6.
because they stopped the 11th for Hotu, this is actually suddenly a competitive game once again. Now, obviously, it does come with the issue of being on the CT side, which is very difficult to navigate around on Anubis, but it's at least a sign of good times. Weapons being brought out for Hotu, not exactly fully kitted out because there's a Galil in the mix as well. Two of them, actually. It's Mizu and Feinstein getting the shorter ends of the stick. Is that a third Galil in there? Sorry, I'm very bad with silhouette.
Yeah, I've struggled recently with like the side-on ones, especially with the dualies, where sometimes on the HUDs it doesn't show that there's like two pistols, and side-on a dualie kind of looks like a deagle. Down into main. This is a must-win round for Cybershow. If they lose this one, it's gotta be game over.
They're playing it quite well, though. I mean, the early damage with the nade, and they have a two-man.
Oh, that did so much damage.
Just one of the nades of all time.
That actually landed right on Rain's head. It's a nice shot.
Perfect angle. Love the initiative to take the boost there. And this pretty much locks out Hotu. They've got 45 seconds to go. They're essentially relying on that mid player to get something done for them. If he doesn't win his duel, that would be a huge problem. Rain already quite low, Lampada missing from the server, 30 seconds, no space, no connector, no middle, nothing into A main. Could this be a full save here, Josh?
Yeah, it seems like that's the case. I can't imagine they pull the trigger with 15 seconds left, but with the positions that they have, it looks like they're going to. This is bizarre. I don't like this at all from Hotu. They literally don't have time. If they were running into the site and all they had to do was plant the bomb, then they just about have enough time on the clock. But, yeah, finding 2-3 kills and planting that bomb, not a chance. That was just a huge mistake, running it down way too fine. And a bad round to lose. Yeah, that's a very good time to call a pause, because that was misplayed very, very badly. Now just onto a pistol force.
He's got a firing gallery on his hands, and you will be happy to take use of it. We shall see V catted. Just 2 kills off the back of it, and hang on. This is a little bit more than they bargained for, but just the pistols. They've got 2 kills, maybe some kills process as well. No. Cybershow, it's a good showing. 8 rounds now collected, and is October the 6th opposite day? Because we're seeing both teams go wild on the CT side.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? And I don't really get where it's coming from. A lot of these rounds have been quite scrappy as well. They've not necessarily been, you know, these like superstar CT defenses. It's more been just bizarre, uncoordinated approaches from the T side. To now onto the 8Ks once again. No AWP available. Lampada. Close into main. Throws the molly. Looked like he was going to try and play through the smoke for a second there. Opts against it. time. But grouping up towards B. Nice shot from Fenneman. Great reaction. Thought he was going to walk through the right-hand side of that smoke. The second spotted down in water. It's another brilliant pickup from Stinix. But with the double entry on B, this C4 should at least go down. We've got a retake to play for.
They can find that first kill now, it's suddenly doable. That B main player can change everything. I would love to see him be a little bit more activated, though. Why is he taking so much time? They need to get on the bomb very soon. Fenneman finds the first shot. Mizu eventually gets one as well. And you need to stick the bomb in this instance. There's no other choice you've got. Fenneman is able to find the final shot, but yeah, that is not it. O2. Bit unlikely if around, but they're able to get it done.
Yeah, bizarre stuff. Unfortunate for Cybershock once again, just being timed out on this B-bomb site. It's not the first time as well. We saw it in the pistol. The retakes are good. They're bang on. They're finding the kills. Can't seem to get there in time for the defuse. Once again, does look like it's going to be a B hit. 3 players ready and waiting. Good molly. And a tick taken, they're going to hear him coming and spamming away through the smoke. Stinix is blinded. And now as they swing out, Alpa needs to be ready. Lovicus deploys a firebomb of his own. Does take one down with him before he falls. Barrel's seen around that corner. They've not reacted to it. And Fenneman's actually able to slip away. But once again, a man disadvantage. This is for 12 rounds for Ho2.
Cybershock, they come up right against the tie, right, but they're not able to get it done. Time and time again, we see them bowing out of rounds where honestly they should have more stake.
Terrorists win.
Cybershock potentially the last hurrah. Now they've been able to keep their money decent enough where you can still start to make arguments, but winning the debate is a completely different question. 4 rounds in between them and the overtime. Cybershock have to give it their all if they can find time. O2, they came into this as the heavy underdog. Now their metal's about to be tested. Ooh, Ants is burning up to a crisp. Mizu swings out though and responds in kind.
Okay, well, Anta's just died in the fire, which was pretty bad. And Mizu entering out onto the site. So Ho2, it looks like they're just going to be able to close this out. Sorry for the awkward silence a minute ago. I think we're having some kind of tech issue. Ah, okay. Mic muted. Oh, but it wasn't in stream. Okay, all right. Maybe there wasn't.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, all right. We're winning.
Yeah, Ho2 can potentially stop this madness though. There's a chance for Cybershock. They can still delay this. They can still have few more rounds of play. Nice shot from Fenneman. Lampada down to just the 1 member. They need to get on the bomb very soon. They've been delaying it so many times. This keeps happening, but they'll finally get on the bomb this time, and they'll have just enough time to make this work. Cybershock, they extend play, and now a chance at clawing 3.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Again, the money's not great here for the T's, so we'll probably see a couple of Galils out. Reina Mizu, jump right into the AKs, but Lampada, Feinstein won't be in that same boat, that's for sure. There you go, raging on that Mac 10 instead. Lampada with one of his own, so yeah, this isn't going to be a great investment. Weirdly, they're actually going for a half buy here. I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. So, pull down a couple of AKs initially, then decided against it, sell them, buy down to like 1,500. They'll still have the money moving forward. Not sure what the loss bonus is like. There it is, 2,900. So yeah, they'll be fine as long as they keep around about that cash point. But as you say, 3 in a row needed here for Cybershock. If they can't find it. And we go to that third and final map of Ancient, but OT definitely on the cards. And these guys, the favourites in the series, the favourites in the map, really should be able to get this over the line.
Oh, Cybershock is starting to feel a little bit threatened. Oh, these are such awkward positions for them to be taking, both looking at the wrong side, fully uncoordinated. And in just a flash, Feinstein is able to find 2, which means that Hotu are taking us to map 3, ladies and gentlemen. Ridiculous showing, but also a bit of a fumble from Cybershock, if I'll be perfectly honest, Josh. That did not look like we were watching Cybershock playing very late on the retakes, constantly, time and time again. We see them have these incredible mess-ups, getting late on the bomb, having some very interesting decision-making. We have the micro just completely breaking down, like over towards the end, right? That round was such a good indicator of what we ended up seeing, sort of the breakdown happen in real time, right? Both players watching connector, nobody's watching B main, like that's simply unacceptable. And you know what, Josh, map 3, it's going to be very exciting.
It absolutely should be. It absolutely should be. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it any further. That just didn't look like Cybershock at all, did it? I really don't know what happened there, but just an absolute mess of a second map. We're going to go to that short 10-minute break. Then when we return, we'll be back with the third and final of Ancient. Don't go too far, folks. You don't want to miss it. It should be a good game.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. After a very uncharacteristic loss on map number 2, we're actually going to be seeing Cybershock get Cybershook. I feel like I've said that before. This feels like deja vu. But HO2, they've done a pretty good job on map number 2. I can't take that away from them, even if Cybershock did look a little bit shaken up. But we'll see how this one goes. Map 3, how are we feeling here, Josh? I want to hear your sort of preliminary thoughts before we go into it, because Ancient, it was essentially a map pick that HO2 would have gone for if they didn't think it was going to be floated, right? So this is now where they're actually getting to play into their strengths.
Yeah, now, not to be mistaken, it is a map that Cybershock are very good on as well, and I think that it's a bit of a 50-50 as to why they didn't pick into it. Firstly, because, yeah, they were sort of happy to play into Mirage and then, you know that this would come up as a third, but also because, yeah, the last thing you want to do is pick into a map that your opponents are very strong on, and, you know, there'd be a very good opportunity for a 2-0 for Cybershock there as well. So it's important to note that, as I say, Cybershock are also very good on Ancient, but they were supposed to be very good on Anubis, and they absolutely sucked. They, honestly, we were sort of talking about it in that little break for a few moments there. Just so many scenarios that were super winnable. Yeah, super winnable, especially in these retake situations where they were just a little bit too slow, they were a little bit disjointed and uncoordinated, and they either found the kills but didn't have enough time, or they just make like these big mistakes. And yeah, it just felt really uninspired. It just felt like a very poor performance from Cybershock. Given how many rounds they sort of gave up, I'm almost surprised they even found 9 at the end of it. But yeah, they obviously need to change that coming into this final of Ancient. Like, forget about everything that just happened there on Anubis. It's now time to sort of step it up a gear and win, much like what we saw on that first map on Mirage. But for HO2, you know, it's a lifeline. It's an opportunity to play their best and most played map, and they've got a bit of confidence and a bit of momentum behind them there from the second.
And you've got to remember that we are in the 1 and 2 bracket, right? This means that the team that ends up losing also gets completely knocked out. And for Cybershock, they're a team that has made it to playoffs before, and they've done it quite comfortably. They've even been in like that 3-0 up position. So for this to be happening to them would honestly be such a shock.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. It would be. These guys have become a bit of a staple for playoffs over these last few events, and actually sort of extending that little bit further, and not just making playoffs, but actually making it to sort of some of the deeper stages within the playoffs as well. So it would be a major surprise for them to get knocked out in the Swiss stage, especially 1 and 3. It would be a testament, as I've said a lot recently, of just how competitive a lot of these Swiss stages are as we sort of work our way through the CCT circuit. We're now on, like, what, Series 15 coming up, so, you know, we are drawing the end of it, and I think throughout the year, the tournaments have become increasingly more competitive. But yeah, as I say, when you look at the last sort of 4 events for Cybershock, they've made it to the playoffs. They've actually quite consistently been knocked out once they get to top 8, which is where those like invite teams are seeded in, and then they have to play against someone really good. But yeah, it's been a while since we've seen them just like be knocked out of a Swiss stage this early on. HO2 looking to do it. Lampada here in the pistol, sees a couple of heads, knows they're coming. Him and Mizu are in a bit of trouble, especially Mizu here.
Ho2, they're starting to feel a bit pressured now. Cybershock sprawling onto the B-bomb site. Smoke up deployed, maybe a little awry in the way it falls, but still decent enough cover. Cybershock now quickly nestling into their positions as the retake starts to come in. The dualies coming in from Cave have to be the big difference maker, but Stinix is getting ready for the flank. That's the body shot right there. That's all that's needed. We see more heads fall. Fedimint comes in, and yeah, that is all she wrote as Cybershock pick up the first.
That's a great round. Really clean as well. All 5 staying alive. And just played perfectly, to be honest. The contact's made from long, but the USP, it's too difficult to hit those shots at that kind of range while they're jumping about. And then, yeah, smokes go up. They've got all the util to work with. They're able to just fly out and isolate Mizu, which is exactly what they do. He's not even able to take one down with him, so it makes it a whole lot easier for them once they've got that man advantage. They've got the bomb down. They've got the site secured. And going into this second with no kills, Ho2 have no justification to go for any kind of force. So it will just be the full eco. Fineshine's bought himself a Deagle, which is stripped away from him incredibly quickly. It's an unfortunate start. And with $1,300, it's kind of awkward because he's actually not going to have very much money next round either. And it should just be a cleanup. Look at this. Mac 10 farming. Back-to-back flawless rounds. Nobody died yet here for Cybershock.
Obviously a much better start than what we saw on map number 2. It was just an awkward affair for all parties involved, I think. Like, and for Cybershock, the way they were fumbling around, for me to watch them, and for Ho2, I mean, they were the only ones winning in that scenario, right? But it's nice to see that Cybershock are willing to just brush that away and come into this, come into map number 3 looking hot. See how much they can extend this buff. And push from Red Room. The flames are also good, and not a Neki and Levantino. What a combo to start taking us through Ancient.
It's a Mac 10 as well.
Fineshine. Problem is, I think bringing it down to the 3 versus 4, that could have worked, but then Stinix gets a kill of his own. The 2-prong push comes out from Ho2, and only one of them finds success. Unfortunately, that does mean that Cybershock are going to have a much easier time converting onto any bomb site that they want to go to, unless Mizu goes absolutely nuclear. Stinix, another kill on the tally. They know where Fineshine is, and this is where I wouldn't hate it if they started committing to B. They'll make the full commitment. Bombs out in the open. Mizu, or Fineshine rather. Just brought it down to just the 1. Stinix. Barely any HP. It's Fineshine holding down the line. He'd have to get the full ace to get it done. Stinix,
oh, wow.
Oh, what a save from him. Cybershock, they do not deserve that third.
With how that started with the double entry as well, I was sort of thinking in the back of my head, oh, we might see just like another near flawless round here, and Cybershock just run away with a load of money early on, but it doesn't end up being the case. It actually very quickly takes a bit of a U-turn. They almost end up being seriously punished. 3-0 regardless. Still a very good position for Cybershock. They sit tight. Aggressive. Charging in. MP9 takes the contact. Lampada says see you later, but for Stinix and Notaneki. It's a good trade back. Lampada's still there. It's in the corner. Notaneki. When he has a flashbang, needs to be careful. There's that molly. Orpa, nice and easy. Fenneman, even up close. No trouble for him. Spots a second as well. That'll be relayed to Stinix. He'll be ready on the site to catch him on his retreat. And Cybershock keep it clean again.
Finally, they go to the bomb site that doesn't have the player. so awkward to watch. Bomb is gonna get caught on the way, right? Oh, thank God not gonna chance that.
So 4-0.
Good start. I mean, it does kind of feel like it almost feels like a lie to say that this is as convincing as a 4-0 start, right? Those rounds getting as close as they did, Feinstein nearly getting an ace to deny a round. That could have been much worse. O2 going for the full mid control, using up all of their bells and whistles to just try and find some space. Pokes into heaven. Amps playing up close. Oh, I like the initiative from Levantino, but it's unsuccessful. Take a gamble like that, better be prepared to lose. AK-47 recover from Ants to just bolster their firepower a tad bit more. 2-man aggression coming in from heaven, so coming out of the bottom of B main is simply an exercise in impossibility. Now this is infinite information being granted to Ho2. They have mid control, they have full ramp control. They know that anyone on the map is either towards the A site or they're huddled behind the B doors. Now rotations can be brought forward. The donut player starting to activate. Another one could be joining him soon. And this is about as telegraphed as this could possibly be.
It's been the first time so far this map they've had to deal with a man disadvantage. Try and claw their way back from it. "30 seconds left, cutting this incredibly fine. Smoke goes up on Shell. Fenneman catches Mizu trying to play through it. Now they'll try and route up onto the A site, but this might just be the wrong call. There are 3 posted up. Hard to have the right idea, and they've got all the pieces in place. Ant's just around this corner. Smoke goes down. They want to try and isolate him, but he's quicker to the trigger, and he takes out both. That's a bomb down. Rain with another. Finally, Fenneman's AWP will trade, but way too little, far too late. And the first hits the scoreboard for Ho2. A little bit better.
Very happy to see that. Those who are able to get back on their feet very quickly after the initial buffer that Cybershock are able to build up. Oh, Feinstein doesn't even get to see his assailant there. Lovicus finds 1, 2. The second one certainly has this A bomb site open for business. Look at how it's incentivizing rotations as well. My God, Lovicus. Everything to do, and he's happy to do it. Brain trying to find something, but Fenneman will be greeting him with lead. Cybershock, a 5th round, makes him look too damn convincing, Josh.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's kind of a weird, like, you know, they realized last round they played it far too slow, and then they just take a little bit of a step back and say, why did we do that? Right, we're winning all of our duels. Fenneman's hitting everything. Let's put him into more of an advanced and initiative-based position where he can actually find these entries rather than these fadeaways at the end of the round. Going into number 7, Cybershock have already had a fantastic start here to this 3rd map. O2 down to almost nothing. To get aggro, lovely nade stack, but Lovicus reads it, hears him coming, still overwhelmed by the pistols. And now it feels like Cybershock need to speed this up into B, and they do. Brilliant flashbang, no Tsuneki finds the head. Oh, that's bad timing, though.
Cybershock do have control of the bomb site, but up against 4, this is going to be a very difficult task to defend. The smoke makes things worse. Fenneman's still worried that there might be a second prong that comes in from behind. Sprawling all over the bomb site now. Fenneman, good flick. Needs to stop more, however. Another one on the top, and not a Neki. Completely overrules. Cybershock, another round. Just round after rounds being manufactured by Cybershock. Ho2 being completely decimated. And the rifles are going to come out, yes, but it does already feel like Cybershock have done more than enough to make this a comfortable half. And, you know, just to sort of give some context here, Ho2 are actually the ones that won the knife round, and they ended up picking the CT side, so they're not going to feel too confident going into the second half. Cybershock coming in hot with another push, however. It seems like the action doesn't stop. We're going straight into more B-site madness. Mizu swings out, shot down by Nataneki. Another prong taken away. And now the final defender that's remaining, Fineshine, is still a little too far away. Leventino happy to shut him down, though. Very little HP remaining on these two. And Ants, a couple stray bullets could be all it takes. A deeper smoke allows him mobility, and that's what they're expecting. Nataneki watching the left edge of the smoke. It's a crossfire in spirit, but he can isolate the two if he wants to. Getting up closer. The underhand smoke does make it clear where his assailant is, but it's just too much time. Nade's going to try and follow him. Cybershock have already done what they came here to do, and damage on top.
Wow. I mean, you say, like, B-site madness. It absolutely is that, right? Trading 1 for 1 right up until that final moment. 4 kills back and forth, and then eventually Cybershock are the ones that are able to trade in their favor. Sort of pull ahead a tad there. And with his MP9. The rest just with the pistols. This is 8 on the horizon for Cybershock, because Lovicus will find first blood there in mid. Ooh, it all gets a little bit messy again, but just like that, it's dealt with.
Not even sure what we're watching anymore, Josh. How does Cybershock lose Anubis and then just turn into this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. I have no idea what happened on Anubis. It was just not them. It just wasn't them. This is sort of back to what we're used to here for Cybershock. We saw a lot of, again, just Cybershock that we're used to on Mirage. The fact that they lost a few rounds of Mirage, as we were talking about at the time, was purely down to them getting a little overconfident. And, you know, a couple of these scenarios, actually quite reminiscent of this, right? A couple of these scenarios where they've sort of sent it into the B site and they're just taking all the aim jewels and playing the trades. Like, a couple of those could have gone sour, right? It's very easy to just, even if you're the better team and you're winning your jewels, to sort of just get caught in a crossfire or something. Someone gets a lucky headshot through the spam or something like that, and, you know, you end up losing a round. That felt like that little hiccup that they had on Mirage, but other than that, it was very similar to this. It was dominant, it was winning all their aim jewels, it was looking in control and in command the entire map. And Ibis just wasn't that at all. Smoke on the molly. Ants playing through. Spams are there, but Fenneman and Leventino again. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, ridiculous has been the theme of this game for Cybershock. 0-2. This is one round where they can still negotiate. The problem is, one of the players from Cybershock is so far into the A bomb site, Nataneki, he has full information available. They're going to have absolutely no trouble here. And with Feinstein potentially coming down middle, he might just be greeted by the barrel waiting for him. No. Ooh, this timing. Look at this. Middle actually be empty. They're being extra careful. They keep going back to just double dip, double check. The A main aggression, if it's timed perfectly, we could see something here, Josh. Ooh, this is good. Down to the
1v1 Lampada. He's tapped it. He hasn't got a kit.
No way.
Lovicus might not call his bluff here. No way is he going to let him hold a full 10 seconder. Oh, that is rough. He's counting in his head, going 1 elephant, 2 elephants, 3 elephant, 4. He's counted a little too slow.
That's why you have to pick an easier word. Sometimes you fumble when you say elephant, and this takes a tad bit longer.
Yikes. That's a shame. Well played, though. I love the balls on that. It's just I don't have a kit. I don't have time to tap it and hope that he peaks. Either way, it's only a second round, and there's still plenty of money here for Cybershock.
Okay, so we see one round that Ho2 pick up, right? And that's off the back of a last 0.1 second defuse, and then CyberShock just back to it. It's like, just chop chop, get back up, head of the game. Who's gonna carry the boats, carry the logs?
I think this is just done. I think the way that Cybershock are playing at the moment.
Yeah, you put a 10th on top of it. It does feel like a bit of a foregone conclusion. After Ho2's performance in map number 2, I really did think that Ho2 could potentially take it the distance just in terms of how competitive they could make it, but this is a largely uncompetitive game. CyberShock totally running all over them right now. Quick boost set up. Opening frag, no. Denied. Stinix wants to double dip into it, avoids the nade, and Lovicus having found the kill does also bolster the confidence for Stinix to try and go for something, but then he eventually backs out of it. Some nade damage exchange, but you already know that this is largely favorable for Cyber. Ooh, 3-man push coming in. Molotov is perfect, and it isolates Mizu. Now the two players that were supposed to defend, supposed to protect, you're completely out of commission there. Ants is able to at least shut down the AWP player. And all of a sudden, this is kind of a doable scenario here for Ho2. I mean, 3 versus 3 with very little HP on 2 players. The MP9s being what they have in their hands. This is almost ideal in terms of weaponry. It should be able to be converted, John.
Ants. Ooh, okay. Now the final 2 are very low. And as you say, not only should this be a third round, but it's like it's written in the stars. 40 seconds left, and they do need to start worrying about behind. There you go. Look at the timing on that from Ants to check his back, but Levantino, with just 9 HP, still finds the head. Off of that, Lovicus is going to start to bring that bomb back towards B. They'll double down on the A site. I mean, they do need to speed this up. There's 20 seconds left, but the bomb will at least be planted, and they'll play a 2v2. They'll have enough time to play the positioning as well. Lovicus just manages to cross before the FAMAS sees him. Spam there, not connecting. HE could, but no, it's too far. I'm walking through the smoke. What is happening?
No way. That is ridiculous stuff. CyberShock, with as low as their players were, they should have never had this round against the MP9s. But with Levantino and Lovicus getting 3 and 2 respectively, CyberShock now not only have double digits, but also infinite confidence going into half number 2. Now on the CT side, not a singular player from Ho2 having broken double digits. Ants kind of having I mean, not even a serviceable performance, right? Like, it's just a performance at all. And even that is a difficult request from everybody else.
Yeah, the fact that they've lost that round there is just quite telling, isn't it? Doesn't feel at all like this is now winnable for O2. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll see if they can take pistol, but with an opening shot like that, an info gain, 4 players already stacked up on the site, and even more blinded, Levantino just keeps him coming. That's 2 fadeaway headshots whilst he's running backwards, full white. This is cooked. It's finished. Cybershock take 11. And a 3-mapper that really hasn't felt like one. Look at that from Levantino. That second kill is just criminal.
It almost feels like Cybershock are now making up for lost time from map 2 being played.
Guess so, putting us back on schedule.
Yeah, game started, what, 20 minutes ago, and we're already at an 11-2 standpoint. Full investment, of course, from O2 does mean that they are in for a trade for the last round if this doesn't materialize. Rifle recovered by our lower HP player, unfortunately. It is a 3 versus 3, so very, very doable. It's not out of the realm of possibility, of course, but weaponry is still a big advantage for Cybershock. It comes down to where this bomb ends up going, and you know, these are effectively 3 players being isolated from one another. They can't help at all, so I would love to see Hodu just bring their efforts together, stick it together, maybe just try to play at least a 2 versus 1 on each of these engagements. That does seem to be what Mizu and Fineshine want to do. Weapons should be exchanged by now, considering the state of the HP. Doesn't seem like Fineshine wants to do it just yet. Smokes lined up. Getting onto the bomb site, that's probably not the issue. Ooh, Fenomen. What a find. Stinix as well, navigating around the bomb site. Feigns the idea that it's an empty ghost down, but Cybershock, yeah. Easy peasy pickups again. And here we are, 12-2. Who would have thunk it? By the way, this was supposed to be Hotu's map pick in Spirit, so...
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing here, right? We were talking about this at the start, how... Whilst it was important to remember that this is a good map for Cybershock, this is normally the map that Hotu pick into. It's their most played, it's their highest win rate. With this bigger sample size, not quite the highest win rate, but...
Almost a revenge for Anubis, isn't it?
It feels like it, yeah, it feels like it. It feels personal.
Desperation from these guys. Just trying to get straight into B. Doesn't happen with any sort of ease at all. Levantino, that's the first skill. A flashbang to try and get closer as well. As soon as he hears the beep beep boom of the bomb, he's going to start spraying down. That's 1 kill from Levikus. Levantino's already taken down, so at least there's a bomb site to contest.
I see 4 beeping away. Man advantage. Needs to hit this shot. Venomman does. Repicks for more. Can't hit the flick back up. But has the information. And his teammates are arriving at the party. Again, a little bit slow on this retake. This is what plagued them on Anubis. And still the man advantage. Ants needs to follow up for both. And he does. Hotu perhaps delay the inevitable. But they'll hold on for a little bit longer at least.
And Ant's the only man who was having a performance at all within this game. He's the one that keeps them alive for a moment. Some breathing room will be allowed for Cybershock. Sorry, for Hotu, because weaponry simply isn't available on the opposition, so we get a chance to see them at least get a swimming round, just to maybe build up that confidence. But this is a pretty tall order here, Josh. 9 rounds in a row. I don't have a whole lot of faith in that.
Shot though, Taneki. Still aggressing as well. They don't seem to suspect it. Oh, that could have been. Instead, it goes right back the other way. It will be a buy in the next, so happy to sort of shrug this one off. Perhaps another Deagle shot. No, okay, I was about to say no. Somehow Mizu only lands one bullet onto Levantino, who is taking another duel. There's kind of nothing to lose here, right? You've got like a Mac 10 and a Deagle with no armor. You don't really want to save. They'll play for some exits, they'll stick around. They know that the round is pretty much lost, but have a crack nonetheless. In fact, Fenneman is hard saving, which is really surprising to me, because surely he doesn't want to save this Mac 10 for next round, but I suppose he's only got $1,200, so... Or is it 10? I think he's got 1,600. Still, it's probably not quite enough.
Terrorists win.
And we're not seeing the weapons come out yet, so Mac 10 doesn't hurt. I really don't want this to turn into like the disjointed, haphazard, all over the place Counter-Strike that we saw it turn into. They didn't do this, you know? Don't want them to keep going for force buys or anything of the like. How to? I'm trying to find out what win conditions there are.
Yeah, it felt like they kind of half bought into last round, hoping to then invest into this one, and obviously they didn't have the loss bonus to really facilitate that, so now it's just, again, much of the same. They didn't get much out of it last time, but a massive stack hit into middle. This is still going to be a free A bomb site. If they can find Mizu, then at least they'll be able to play this retake together, and there you go. Clean kill from Stenix, no casualties, now a Mac 10 gained. They need to speed this up, though. A problem throughout this whole series has been how slow these retakes have been. There's nothing to lose, right? They're going to be on a buy in the next. This is for sure this time. They have enough money in the bank. I don't really know what they're waiting for.
Is Yama really all that important?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, no, I get this. Listen, if they don't really think that their chances are good at this, it makes sense to completely waste the economy of the B side and try and pick up AKs for free, but, you know, that's maybe just like a bit of wishful thinking on my part.
I don't like it. I don't like it. They had a 5v4 instantly, straight after the bomb went down. So they had 45 seconds to play into that site, or 40 seconds, sorry, to play into that site with a man advantage, and, you know, pistols, armor, SMGs. They knew that they had the cushion in the next round of being able to buy regardless. The one player that could maybe justify being a little bit careful was Lovicus, because he'd overinvested a tad with that for mass. But yeah, I don't really understand it. Either way, they're going to look to try and close it out here with a huge margin of error. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't really matter so much. You do need to make sure you convert this. So with a bit of wind in their sails, Fine Shine has the confidence, and this is the problem. Letting them have a couple of rounds makes them feel like they can do anything.
How does Cybershock just get torn apart like that? I don't get it. Brilliant round from Fine Shine. A great time to be turning up as well. I mean, the best time to plant a tree was, of course, 20 years ago, but right now isn't sounding too bad either. Cybershock, very important that they take these weapons into the next round. But it would be brilliant if they can actually come all the way back into overtime.
Terrorists win.
A little bit of exit damage, I guess, but yeah, not getting much out of that at all. With the money that Lovicus has, he actually could drop. No, Taneki could drop one as well, and then we have a decent buy here. Yeah, he just dropped an AWP over. Cynics and Levantino now need to buy around it, otherwise that's just a huge waste. They kind of don't. So they're going to be on an investment in the next. They're sort of playing with a bit of a hero sniper here. Some bizarre economic decision making. See if it pays off. A G again. 5-7 getting aggressive. That's a better start from Stinix. With nothing else happening on B, should be able to relay this information and rotate an extra man on the other bomb site.
Gentlemen, time to go big. One shot, completely blinded. Not an key part of the question now as well. And Ho2, they might have delayed the inevitable, but I think this is where it all ends, Josh. The Molotov not doing him any favors either. Levantino, your time to shine. Pops out, that's one. Another one on top of it. Yeah, that is Cybershock ending it all the way. Very interesting way to end it, but Cybershock get it over the line. Very convincing as well.
Yeah, very convincing indeed. So 13-7 and a 13-6 on the maps that they win on their own map pick of Anubis. What is supposed to be their bread and butter, their most played, their highest win rate. They disappear. They don't show us really any glimmers of what we saw on those other two maps. And I think that that's something that they need to kind of have a look at, work out how and why that happened, and fix it for future matches, because you do not want to be picking into Anubis continuously as they have been, if you know that's how they intend to play it, because that was a map with a lot of mistakes and yeah, a lot of question marks. But either way, they get it over the line. They pull it off 2-1. Hot2, unfortunately, now knocked out of the Swiss stage. They go 1-3, and Cybershock go into that decider matchup, playing for 2-2. There's a couple of other good teams that could potentially end up being there, and well, they fight for survival for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, 2-2 bracket now still, of course. That is, that's still not the most comfortable place to be in, right? But Cybershock, they are able to sort of diagnose some of the issues they were having on Anubis, and they're able to protect themselves right here on Ancient. Now, I'm a little surprised that we don't see a bit better of a performance from Ho2. I would have really liked to see their Ancient pop off a bit more, see a bit more competitive of a game, but 13-6, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. That being said, though, Ho2 now have more than enough time to go back to the drawing board and sort of iron out some of the issues that they're having. But, speaking of the drawing board, we actually have the schedule ready. Is that a good segue? I don't know. I'm just imagining like me writing down the schedule on whiteboard. Like maybe that's what we'll do next time to make it a little bit more personalized. But FAVBET versus Drillas is the match you're going to be watching up next at 14:30 CEST. And then if you tune in later, it's going to be TSM versus G2 Ares. So it's going to be a fun couple of matches to be watching. FAVBET are a team that have been struggling a little bit recently, and I think the same can be said about Drillas. They're having a really difficult time closing out some of their games, so I'm very interested in seeing sort of the development of both of these teams going forward. That being said, though, that was Josh and I for the day. There's going to be a fresh set of commentators on the microphone for you on the next game, and we are going to have maybe about a 20-minute break, but when the stream is back, you will have more Counter-Strike action ready to be served up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. The broadcast will be back. We'll see you then.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Skinplace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, or rather good afternoon. My name's Over, joined by Dolan, and we continue today's broadcast as we've got 2 more games ahead of us. But before we jump into the schedule itself, Dolan, how are you doing, my good friend? You all good?
Yeah, all good. It's been a while since I last casted with you, and the moment that I got the news that, I'm going to be joined by such a wonderful face, I couldn't be more excited than that, and I'm looking forward to see whether we're going to get some bangers, because looking at the names that we're going to see, I think that these matchups are definitely going to deliver some interesting CS.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we're in for a bit of a surprise. I mean, I've been looking forward to seeing Drillas play ever since I heard them building up the roster. I was like quite a little bit excited. You got War 2K and Haji and such in the lineup, and the team they're facing off against FAVBET, of course, another team that's been on the rise, steadily going through the motions and kind of going through the sea of troubles. I mean, Marek's recently joining them after the player break, really stepping up massively, and this seems to be quite a team being built up. Later down the line, we'll have TSM versus G2 Ares. The Ares, of course, being the academy team of G2, not to be mistaken with the main team. But on the other side, though, let's kick it off with our first, right? FAVBET versus Drillas. And you've already told me briefly that you might be suspecting something akin to a 2-0. Now, I'll let you have the floor and the reasons, or the arguments rather, as to why and who.
Okay. Listen, both these teams already played against each other in Series 13 in the Swiss. Back then, it was Drillas taking away a really close to 0. And in my eyes, and let's start actually with FAVBET, I hope that we're going to be able to bring their roster. Now, we already discussed the fact that Marek has been the most recent player to join the squad. And since his addition, I feel as if we started to see a significantly better looking FAVBET. We have the experience in the face of Bondik, his tactics kind of reminding us of that Navi style that Blade is trying to put on the tier 1 scene. Of course, Bondik already having played with him, it's quite logical that he's going to try and implement sort of the same strategies. We have Smash, who has been extremely stable and a reliable factor, especially on the map like Vertigo. If you put this guy into a 1 versus 2, into a 1 versus 1, into a 1 versus 3, he will always deliver. Jackie has looked better and better with each day. Sure, we can require a little bit more out of the Opa. I think that tension has been left kind of in the shadows a tiny bit because he's not a really aggressive Opa, But if we have Marek stepping up on, let's say, if they get to play Inferno, which is probably not going to be the case versus the Drillas today, but you know, if you allow for Marek to take the space, to leave him alone, to be that late lurker, to cut rotations, to even find the openers, and if you can get Smash or Jackie going, I see a world in which FAVBET have learned their lessons from the previous best of three, and of course potentially surprise us nicely by shutting down the Drillas, because over on the other side, I mean, we already discussed Drillas' potential, right? This is a team that has a long-term goal of qualifying for the major. Of course, these guys made it to the RMR, and getting more reps on the international stage is the name of the game. This is a team that also has experience. I think that Voro has done a wonderful job, not only hitting the shots with the op, not only being extremely effective in terms of actively switching his positions on maps like Asian or Vertigo, but also setting up the strategies on the T side. We have the explosiveness of Haji, a really great lifeler. We have Kavem, who has been a bit inconsistent in the last couple of matches, and I probably, if I have to say a prediction, I'm going to say 2-0 FAVBET, simply because Kvem is a big question mark. If we see that shining star that Kvem is, then the Drillas can repeat the history and can get a 2-0. But if Kvem is not there to step up, if he's struggling, if he gets stopped, especially on the T side, this is where I have my big worries about Drillas' roster.
That's fair. I think that's a fair assessment, I would say. Certainly, the stability is yet to be fully proven for Drillas, right? And obviously, on a Pixel's team, doing a good job at the Asian qualifiers for the RMR, or at least hoping to do a good job once it comes around. We'll see them potentially on the major, though that is a long ways off. And after the qualifications, or after the initial qualifiers, we haven't seen them much beyond CCT's Series 13 and now here Series 14. So hopefully Drillas will show up in style. As you said, there's a few question marks in the terms of Quem. You've got War, 2K, and Haji, the two most experienced on the roster for sure. And hopefully we'll be seeing more from Amselm and Mestal as well. But let's go into the veto, right? Let's see which maps we'll be watching, because this is where really the most important details will be made. Starting off with the bans, immediately Mirage Bandits, an insta-ban for FAVBET, no surprise. Should be Inferno next. Yep, there it is for Drillas. And then map 1 pick, I'd say either Dust or... Ooh, okay, I was hoping we'd see Dust, but it's actually a nuke pick. And they're kind of going into the weakness of Drillas here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. That's a massive change. This is so huge. I was expecting to see either Dust 2 or maybe even Anubis. Ancient, of course, is the logical option for the Drillas, their go-to map together with Mirage. But considering that FAVBET says permaban is Mirage, then yeah, it had to be Ancient. Anubis left to desire. Okay, let me actually focus our attention on this nuke. I think that with this pick, FAVBET are trying to exactly hit the weakness of the Drillas, which has been this more tactical map, right? Because nuke is not like a Nation or a Mirage, right? It requires a lot of concentration, a lot of particular tactics. Even when you play the defaults, you need to be extremely precise, not only with the movement, but with your overall strategy coming into the rounds. And the last time that we actually saw FAVBET play on nuke, it was versus Zero Tenacity, and back then they had a 12-8 lead. They dropped it, then they had a 15-12 lead, dropped 3 rounds to only close it out in double overtime with 19-16. And have a look at their previous matches prior to that. A loss versus Zero Tenacity on this map, 9-13. Losses versus Hoto, versus Cenas, versus Gaming Gladiators, versus Revenant, versus Rebels. This is not one of FAVBET's best maps. And yes, sure, on the other side, Drillas' weakness is definitely nuke. But I mean, if they can get the T side rolling, if they can have that explosiveness out of Haji, if they can find the picks around Kvem, and if they can find maybe 4 or 5 rounds on the T side, maybe I see a world in which this risk does not pay off for FAVBET, but I have to admit, this is a really interesting first map that we're going to see.
It's one of my concerns, right? Exactly so. I was expecting either Dust or Anubis first, but FAVBET, I mean, look, it's a risky pick. It's something you sometimes have to go for. They feel like they can take them on nuke. Absolutely, I trust that pick. I think FAVBET have the capabilities for it. Drillas, on the other hand, they're sample size, let's say, of the maps they've played on nuke, or the times they've played on nuke, it doesn't seem to be wide enough to really make that assessment a very good one in my eyes, because they've only played 3 times, lost it 2 out of the 3, so in essence they still have a lot of room for improvement, but also we haven't seen enough to really say, okay, they're definitively worse or nuke than the other maps they will be playing. And this is where my concern for the Ancient comes in as well. You got Drillas on Ancient, who've really been popping off crazy. They've got quite a few wins under their belts, and against teams like, I believe it was Alternate Attacks, Permida, teams like, you know, even FAVBET, I believe, the initial best of 3 they played, it was a 2-0 for Drillas, and they did play Ancient going into, I think, all 24 rounds even. Regardless, though, I believe the game is live, so might as well put all our worries aside. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into our first one of Nuke. I love to see it. As you said it, a tactical map. It's going to demand a lot out of Wara 2K. It's going to demand a lot out of Bondic. The calls are going to have to be on point, and more than anything, the team play is going to have to work out. Here we go. Ladies and gents, it is map 1, series number 2 here of the day, and we have elimination on our hands. Winner takes all here. The loser, unfortunately, says goodbye to Series 14.
Let's see a bit of a push on the side of Boro and Amsterdam, but Bondic was covering. Smashes there, that's the opener, make it a double for FAVBET. And we are already seeing a bit of the struggles that Drillas oftentimes have on a map like Nuke. They need to go aggressive Mesto. That was a nice response, and maybe there is still a bit of a chance. Tension though with a lovely timing, couple missed shots into a kill, and back to the man advantage for FAVBET. But I mean, yeah, if you're the Drillas, you definitely want to try and test the waters. You want to stick to your more aggressive playstyle. You want to be going for ramp pushes. You want to have aggression towards south side, right? But you need to be really careful, because FAVBET are a team that knows how to counter these type of plays. So we saw it in this round, and now with the man advantage, they can enter secret. They were spotted, so the remainder of the Drillas squad shall have an idea, and they need to be careful.
Haji needs to stay alive, needs to buy time for his teammate Quem to rotate over. Haji's holding the line, but not long enough. He's about to be encircled. There's Bondic. There's the entry. Now through ramp, Quem is coming in, and he's at least in position, but he's a little bit late to the party. 1v2 retake now on the board. He's got 40 seconds, a little bit less, as it's already ticking down on the clock. Bondic in tension. They know where he's coming from, or at least suspect, as we do have tension in the corner. Spotting Quem now. They've got the crossfire. The only thing that's required out of FAVBET here is to play it together, to help each other. They hear him jump up. They hear him run down. It is Bondic with the shutdown, and a hat trick for the IGL of the Ukrainian team here of FAVBET. And a beautiful round, to be fair. They predicted the ramp push. They held it very well. Both Amsalam and Waro 2K should have been able to at least get one. And by the way, this was crazy. Mestal almost taking away 3 with a beautiful double on Jackie and Marix, but unfortunately did not amount for more than just the 2. And in the end, FAVBET finish it off in style with the bomb plant down immediately into a tactical pause. Now that is an interesting choice, and not gonna lie, I do kind of like this. You know, you let Drillas stew in their own loss a little bit, right? Let them think on this. Let them decide whether they want to force or not. Obviously they do. And we'll see what AKs, Galils, maybe a Mac 10 or 2. I would love to see at least 2 Mac 10s here, right? You want to farm that money.
Yep, that's actually a really good timeout. Now, I'm just going to make a quick reference to the very last nuke that we saw out of FAVBET versus Zero's and CCT. In the later stages, they dropped around to a couple of Tech 9s, and this is where they probably want to avoid the danger of a force buy. They want to make sure that they have protocols in place, even if Drillas have gone for an investment, which is the case, as we can see, 2 SMGs, 2 upgrade pistols, and a scout. You just want to make sure that you either play it slowly, you just wait and see whether the Drillas are gonna once again push maybe through ramps, maybe go and try to find the aggression towards outside, and then prepare a default A execute. In my eyes, going for a default A play with a couple of mollies from rooftop, and then just having that smoke for A main with a couple of flashes to try and clear it out top of HUD and ninja position is probably the best strategy. Or even if you're FAVBET, you have so many different options. Yeah, you can play for outside, you can just try and pressure ramp. I mean, just the way that you need to play this round is super slowly. You don't want to force anything. You just need to wait and see what is about to come out of Drillas.
Exactly. You want to see what Drillas are going to be pushing against you or pulling towards you. Let's see exactly what kind of a game plan they're going to be coming up with. As you said, slow and steady, right? Keep those rifles aimed at the right targets. Make sure you don't lose any early. Make sure you don't give those MP9s of Drillas any sort of entries. And right now it seems like FAVBET will be pushing ramp. This is a good idea, but it might not work out if they don't check Salam. Messi finds 2. That's the MP9 making its magic known. Beautiful, beautiful hurl of 2. It's going to be Jackie and Vence. He's been heard. He's about to be taken out. Mestal jumps down. Crossfire set. War 2K still on the scout, though. That's a problem. If he's not going to be hitting his shots, this round could quickly come to an end. And he's holding in dark. That's such a bad position for the scout. If they check him, he's insta-dead. And he's waiting for the opportunity. Do they check him? Of course they do. Bonde goes to take a look. Finds him. And that is going to be FAVBET on a second already. As Quem does have a kit. Does have Kevlar and the 5-7. But I think his role here should be retrieving a Galil and getting out of dodge. Making sure he saves that Kevlar, as well as the kit. Because at this point, I mean, maybe looking to do damage as well is a possibility. Absolutely. Jackie just pulls back. Does he find 2, maybe? Gets 1. Gets the second. Oh, wait a second. Quem. That's ballsy. That's ballsy as hell. Bondic. Unfortunately, though, he's already there, and the defuse might have come in if he had been behind the box. Quem, the only thing he had to do is step behind the silo, aka the actual reactor core. And unfortunately, he does not. FAVBET, that was a lot closer than it should have been, that it needed to be.
Absolutely, what a double kill by Amsalem, and the pure fact that Voro appeared first and attacked his opponent meant that Amsalem had a chance to strike, but then what a recovery out of FAVBET. I mean, props to Jackie for just throwing himself in towards Vence, then predicting that there's going to be a player coming behind his back, shutting him down, opening space, allowing Bondic to go a bit more aggressive to clear out Voro, who was tucked in the corner, and yeah, still, I mean, it was a really expensive round, and courtesy to that, now Drillas, even with the force buy in the previous one, have enough money to afford the M4s, to have the SMGs, even the FAMAS. They're really limited in utility, and as you can clearly see, Marix is going to make the most out of this advantage. Smoke for Garage, Molly for Secret. He can play around the smoke and the Molly that he has on the right side, flash into a peak, and that's a lovely execution towards the A-bomb side out of FAVBET.
And you can tell the reaction here from FAVBET has been predetermined. They immediately realize, okay, we're going to be bought up against again. They're going to probably pull out those rifles. We need to be quick. We need to be snappy. And that's exactly what they are. Quick push by Marix into main. The pop flash through Squeaky comes at the right time. It all comes together beautifully into a little bit of a package here as FAVBET pick up the third. Very clean this time compared to the second round. And that is going to be the best start you could hope for. 2 force buys from the CTs, both failing, albeit the first time around. A lot of damage, so that's why we see the second attempt from Drillas, but falls flat, and that is going to be a solid opening here for the T side. Bondic makes the right calls here. Let's see if they continue, though. Up against the Nico again. Salam and War 2K both going in with MP9s. I'm not sure I like the reinvestment. I mean, it can make some damage, sure, it can do some damage, but I'm not 100% behind it. You do throw away a lot of money with that. Even with max loss bonus, you're going to be limited in the next round.
Yeah, that's a true problem right now for the Drillas, and you can feel even from these first couple of rounds how confident FAVBET are feeling right now. Bondic has not only been landing a couple of nice shots, but also his calls have been super clean so far, getting outside control, slowing it down what matters most, then accelerating the pace in the end of the rounds. And overall props to the entire team of just following the orders and doing their job to perfection. I mean, for Drillas, maybe the idea in this round is to just try and invest some money so that you can try and catch a couple of people off guard, get the upgrades. And the matter of fact is that with the setups that they got, I mean, sending one person towards Garage and then focusing 2 people on towards Heaven and on Ramp, this was never going to work because of how, you know, slow and really tactical the approach is. Exactly, yeah, I was looking for the word. Thank you, Over. You're such a nice guy. You're such a nice guy.
Oh, come on,
truly love you.
Don't praise me too much. But yeah, I mean, it exactly as you said, right? It's FAVBET playing it to by the book in a way. They abuse those rifles. They make sure they play the long range. They get into hell. They are able to get into heaven unopposed. And unfortunately for Drillas, as mentioned, with an eco here, obviously they can't do much about it. Haji could look for a few exit kills, few, damaging kills, but it doesn't really help him. Bondik is like, look at the blood, man. Look at what it costs me. But at the end of the day, FAVBET start off on a very high note here. And we go into the gun round that's going to cost Drillas heavily if they lose it. And look at the money as well. I've been mentioning it through a little bit. War 2K barely able to scrape by that Kevlar and M4. He's gonna be able to get a drop of I believe a flash there, as well as a smoke buy for himself. But if he had not bought helmet or the MP9 in the previous, he probably would have had a full set of utility here. So let's see what the plan is. Again, Quem already tagged. Dolan, what is happening? How is FAVBET getting this much damage in so early? And there's no response whatsoever right now from Drillas, it seems like.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's officially a problem, especially if they lose the next round. This is going to be really tough. You've already given away 4 rounds on the CT side. FAVBET a 4-0 lead. You can see that the mollies are throwing the flashes as well, but this is all just another fake as they're once again looking towards ramp. We have one CT player, but not for long. Goodbye Voro. Bye-bye Haji as well. That's such a great strategical plan coming in play out of Bondik. This is amazing.
Big ups to the way they approach ramp as well. They've got that contingency of, okay, we're pushing forward, but there's a player always watching that first corner right behind the initial bomb box on the ramp position. You're making sure you're able to immediately either refrag or just generally speaking able to respond if that player on ramp decides to peek in. And the catch of maybe both. No, Jackie misses Mestal, but they know where he's at. They're going to be chasing him down. FAVBET have the money, they have the time, and they have the players for it. This is starting to get a little bit out of control. Drillas, their plan seems to be kind of falling apart at the seams here, and Mestal jumps into ramp. Look at this man. Love the way he's leading them around and, kind of trying to force them into awkward positions, but he will die to the bomb explosion if he doesn't get to ramp soon. Luckily, he's going to take a few T's with him. Oh, close calls. All 3 remaining players are down to bare bones, but at the end, this is exactly what I mean right here. Tension, he's consistently watching ramp. He's consistently watching that corner of the box, making sure that Tension does not, excuse me, not Tension, that Drillas do not have the chance to inflict too much damage or get any kills whatsoever.
Yeah, and they have been really effective, FAVBET, with the opening kills. And by the way, props to Bondik, 10-0 by round 6. Yeah, I mean, the guy is not only IGLing, but also delivering the goods. And I had a bit of a quick check with regards to his most recent stats. And I mean, he had 17 kills versus Gun 5. And if we disregard the best of 3 that they had versus Unity, have a look at these. 1.62 rating versus Hall 2 on Anubis, 20 kills. On Ancient, 9 kills, sure, but still 1.13 rating. Versus Zero Tenacity, 14 kills on Anubis, 20 and 27 respectively on Inferno and Nuke. Prior to that, positive ratings all around. The guy has been doing it.
He has, hasn't he? And not to mention the fact that on the other side, Drillas are having a tough time. I mean, you mentioned Quem potentially not showing up and giving us a bit of a poor performance. He's certainly not doing the best currently, but War 2K is doing even worse. He's 0-5 currently, and usually when you talk about War 2K, you're talking about a heavy hitter, right? You're thinking this guy, he's going to be the numbers man. He's going to be popping off for Drillas. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now. He really needs to step up, and soon. And again, we see an M4 in his hands. This is a discussion that usually, I try to bring up when you have players not maybe pulling up the numbers that you'd hope for. You want to see him on a weapon that is not the most impactful, and rather have somebody else that is doing that heavy lifting for you, have the rifle in that essence. Luckily, Waro gets out of the slump. He's no longer at 0, but a single kill might not be worth the M4 investment, even if it is max loss bonus, even if they're still going to be able to buy the next, which they will, absolutely. They're getting cleaned up, Jackie and Smash. This is too easy right now. FAVBET is playing with their food, and they're just having so much fun.
Yeah, I would love to see Drillas calling for a tactical pause. I think that this is the moment. This is where you need to talk things through. This is where, if you're Voro, you need to make sure that you have a guy watching outside, or maybe one other playing from heaven as well, so that you can start contesting outside control. Because we have seen the moment that FAVBET take control over outside, it's a split and you're done. If you even pressure them towards outside, you want to make sure that you need to have that rotating person supporting the anchor that is Haji, right? Because if we see a fake out of FAVBET, you know that they're going to be hitting a ramp. If you see them take outside control, this is likely going to be a split. And once again, I just don't have the person contesting FAVBET towards outside. I just want to see somebody holding the long corner from garage. You know, the person playing from heaven, probably with the knob. I would love to see Voro being there to try and have an actual impact, because so far he has found just a single Kim. Kvem is also not contributing enough. We talked about him and that he can be that big question mark. And if he steps up, this is where Drillas oftentimes start creating a lot of problems. But if he's gone, then this is where Drillas struggle.
Oh, absolutely. And War2K currently set up towards Garage, towards CT Blue, actually. Looking to be a little bit more passive in his positioning, but definitely a deadly player no less, as we do have smokes outside. And oh, spotting War2K, the hit on Marix though, it's a leg shot, not a kill. But nonetheless, here comes the push. FAVBET have been able to infiltrate Secret. Quem will be checking out Marix. There's the kill. Finally the shutdown, and ooh, Quem almost shooting his teammate there a little bit close to the jugular. Bondic though, the timing, the lurk, tension finds War2K. That's the off battle. Won by tension, and there's another player I want to speak about in a little bit. Amsalem and Haji though, the hold, the cross, the ramp position, and the B side holds on. Drillas find their first. It costs them. They do lose 2, they do lose 6 before, but it is their first finally. And I just want to mention Tension, by the way. I think he is probably in my eyes the best player on FAVBET, hands down. He is you know, he's usually the playmaker. He's the guy that's going to be, you know, giving you those entries. Even on an AWP, he is absolutely insane when it comes down to it. And FAVBET, I think they can rely on him always, just like Jackie, just like Marix. But here we go. Round number 8 before we go too deep. Let's see what happens up next. Good wall bang again. Bondic's so accurate. And free kill for War2K. Oh, what? Wait, hold up. How did Marix... What? Did Marix push Squeaky? He must have, right?
Yeah, he must have. We kind of missed it there, but yeah, that was a really strange timing that Marix had. But, well, hey, Drillas with a man advantage, and we finally started seeing these more adaptations. Voro contesting more outside control and playing from that big red box in the previous round, now applying behind that generator from up heaven. And yeah, sure, you give control over ramp, but considering where Amsterdam has placed himself, I think that he can definitely be having a chance to at least find a keyword 2 prior to falling down. FAVBET, at this point, it's a bit problematic simply because you're out of utility. Your positions are well known to the CT side. Oh no, oh no, over. Don't tell me that they're gonna drop the round.
They might. War2K though hits the mark, but he's gonna be caught by Bondic again. The IGL is here once more. 13 kills on the man. He is an unstoppable beast right now, a force of nature. And Mestal, well, he's gonna need a little bit of mazal, a little bit of luck. Let's see if he hits it. Bondic's getting spotted, down to 7, 40 on tension as well. They're both low, but Mestal does not have a way in, not a clear one at least. Checks out Bondic, good read, tension is found. Oh, okay. Beautiful refrag by Mestal. And luck does accompany the brave as he finds the round for Drillas again. It's a very painful one, it's a very costly one. Retrieves the op even. But it is the round no less. Drillas on 2.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort for the Drillas, especially after they found the opener. Great job by Smash and Tension bringing this one back, and by the end of it, a moment of miscoordination here. You know, they should have went for the double peak, right? Yeah, sure, Bondik needed to react, but he should have given the information over to Tension so that he goes for the left shoulder peak. That was not the case. Gave the chance to Masto, and the Israeli needed exactly this one in order to deliver a second over to the Drillas. At least, if there are any good news for FAVBET, is that they made it as expensive as possible. So we can see that the economy is far away from being really stable. Sure, you have an open play, couple of M4s, and is this once again the fake or a full commit?
Well, we're about to find out. Bondik certainly finds the entry. Haji is down. It's going to be Merrick's out. Spots the player in towards CT vents. There's another frag on 402K. This is falling apart. And that is round done. FAVBET, what a quick push towards A, and it works wonderfully as FAVBET find the 7th, and it breaks the CTs apart completely.
Well, it was not the fake, instead the full A execute. So, okay, FAVBET have officialized a win, and from here onwards they're gonna be looking for the extra rounds. Economy in the dust, which means that we're back to the half-buy for the Drillas, and even though they showed up in the previous 2 rounds, that was not the case. They couldn't stop the quick AE execute. Once again, props to Jackie for just jumping in vents, finding a massive kill, and when you find the 2 openers, this is where your job gets significantly easier. Now, what Drillas need to do in this round is to try and avoid giving isolated kills. You want to be working around Voros' M4. If you're Amsterdam and Haji, potentially best case scenario is to just throw yourself in towards Secret or tunnels, look for these closer range fights, and try and stop FAVBET in their tracks. It's too dangerous to play for outside control, so you're pretty much stuck inside the building. And as long as FAVBET are careful, as long as they have the utility, and as long as they follow their game plan, they shall be alright due to the advantages. But hey, we have seen that these type of rounds can go the other way.
Absolutely. It can change in a moment's notice. That rifle on Warrior 2K can be super impactful if properly utilized. Jackie walks out of the smoke. Quem is ready for it. Nice shot with the Deagle. Make sure it does not miss it. And we are going to be seeing FAVBET going A again, I think. I'm fairly certain they might push into this. They've let go of Secret. They're not deciding to continue pushing down, although the call has been made. Bondik apparently realizing, you know what, lads? Let's just go down B again. Let's just do it once more. Let's see if it works. And it's going to be 2 MP9s close range. Love to see it. Amsalem, he's got the timing. If he hits it right, that's going to work wonders, though. Smash will find Quem. That's the entry you don't want to see happen. Merrick's going to be traded out. As Smash is down, it's going to be Bondik on the lurk, and they know where the M4 is. Warrior 2K was heard in the vents position. But time runs out for FAVBET. They take too long, and they almost lose Merrick's after time. Luckily, he hits that quick scope. And it is going to be the 3rd still confirmed, but nonetheless, FAVBET kind of running down the clock too far.
Yeah, they got too scared. They should have pulled the trigger a bit quicker there. They had good positions towards outside. They could have went for the A play. Yes, there was a stab, but if you throw grenades, you can open up the spaces. You can give yourselves a chance. And as we saw, the moment that you try to be a bit more careful than what was needed, you run out of time and you give the round pretty much for free over to the Drillas. Still, good job by Kvem by finding that kill towards outside. And talking about plays outside, Voro around the smoke, putting himself deeply. Needs to be careful. I don't think that there is a person covering for him. Ah, okay, there is one from Garage. So the setup looks really promising, and as long as Kvem tries to pull the attention towards himself, this is where Voro is likely going to get a chance if he ends up not cleared out of this position.
It's going to be the first contact that matters most. Molly behind Red. Warrior 2K still waiting for his call to be made. And I believe right now Jackie's in dire straits. He's not going to check the corner. No, he's not. Warrior 2K, a little bit of trigger discipline, but it's not enough. Trades are happening all across that space. Still, Quem comes out on top with a double, and this might be enough. Drillas, they have the upper hand, though. Bondik, his timing, his lurk, it's so good! 17 kills on the man, and it's Smash waiting in Secret, hearing the run. Quem gets caught. Mestal 1v2 in vents. He has to make a decision. Do I go B? Do I stay A? The decision, of course, clear. Bondik checks him, though. And Mestal Back turn, does not know where to expect Smash from. 1v1, it goes into the hands of Smash, and FAVBET continue. Even after a little bit of a setback, it is going to be another one on the board. 8 rounds already. Dolan, it's fair. Drillas are in trouble. I don't know, I lagged out there.
Yeah,
everything just froze.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Glad that we got you unfrozen. Well, I mean, Bondek plays like a total beast. 17 kills, massive lurks, catching the timing, surprising Drillas. And it's so hard for the CT side to even build the defensive setups, right? They get pressured outside, the pace is extremely quick. FAVBET's players have been finding the timings. Look at that. I mean, it's minute 35 seconds, and look at where Jackie is. Oh,
Doesn't
no.
check. Doesn't check.
Wow.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Fair.
caster cursed. That was the caster curse at its finest. The moment that you start praising a team, they just overlook a corner, and then suddenly I can just eat my own words. But, well, Amsterdam falls. Bondek, what is happening? He's just going insane. 19 kills, and you're the IGL. He's not the shining star, you know? He's not the driving force. Usually these are guys like Marix, like Jackie, even Smash on some other maps. But, I mean, Bondek, this is such a wonderful thing for us to see, considering his age, considering the fact that, yeah, sure, he is the experience, but his job is not to be delivering the goods. His job is to be giving the calls. Over 20 kills and only 3 deaths after the end of the first half.
I mean, if that's not absolutely insane, I don't know what is. 9-3 first map on the first half. And Bondek is a huge reason of that. I mean, every round that we've seen him in, he was extremely impactful. His lurks working out to catch those rotations almost every single time they went towards B. And generally speaking, always being in the right position. Let's find out if Drillas do have a little bit of that magic in them. Or, as a colleague of ours likes to say, got that dog in them. Let's see. It's going to take them 6 rounds in a row just to tie it up. The pistol is the start, and they do desperately need it. Towards Ramp, they're sending it fully, and I think the read is on Smash. A few pot shots, but nothing serious as he jumps into control room. In towards Hell, though, up towards Heaven, perhaps Drillas. The plan could work, but a nade pulls them down a bit. No, Bondek decides to take a fight and loses the duel. That's massive. That's a site now lost.
Smash quick in the rotation, gets dinged down to 12 points of hell, but still finds a kill. Amsterdam has fallen. Kablam plants the bomb. Marix takes so much damage. Meso activates. Quick double. Tension needs to save the day. First one is good. Second, though, missed. And with Smash being in the red zone, he's gonna fall down. So, Drillas get away with the second pistol round. Well, that was a really well played one out of the Drillas. And, you know, I don't want to jinx anything for FAVBET. I know that we can use the cliche that they're finding themselves on the CT side of Nuke, obviously one of the most CT-sided maps that we have in the competitive map pool. But my biggest concern when I see a 9-3 is another cliche that is Zonix's Law. Because I have seen a lot of matches this week being thrown from this exact position, from a 9-3 dominant T side, and then you just drop the ball and you go into overtime. This thing has happened also with FAVBET, but on Anubis versus Zero Tenacity, they had this massive lead. Yeah, sure, back then they didn't win the second pistol round. They did win the second pistol round, excuse me. It got to an 11-3, and since then they got reverse swept. So the danger is still on. And I love the fact that they're deciding to not invest into a force buy, but just save their money, play together, use this round as sort of a French timeout to talk things through and to prepare yourselves for the next round, because you don't want to be giving a chance over to the Drillas to create a momentum for themselves and to keep the pressure mounting.
Absolutely. You want to limit how much Drillas are going to be allowed to take, though here. It's a B stack. The call has been made, and it's a pretty simple win. Okay, 5th round already achieved, I would dare say. War 2K. Solo on ramp. I mean, it's not a big loss, just the Galil. I think they can take this L and even a few more if need be, but fair. Smash finds another. Salim You do not wish to be caught here, buddy. You don't want to give up too much. 2 kills is too enough already. As Clem comes in from the behind, and that is going to be Drillas. Slowly but surely backing up, and you did say we do have a lot of these instances where teams have an excellent first half, where they pick up the pace, they find 9 rounds and such in a row almost, maybe not in a row, but you know, they find 9 rounds regardless, and then all of a sudden they fall apart once we switch the sides, and this would be indicative of perhaps an underlying issue of the team itself, maybe having troubles on the CT side. That's something that's been a bit more apparent recently from some of the teams as well. Though before we get into that discussion, let's see the first gun round. This one is truly the real test of metal for both teams. Drillas, we've got the AKs and the Galils. On the other side, we've got an op-1 tension and rifles on the rest.
Let's see another slow approach out of the D side. Mesto looking to potentially enter through Squeaky, forced away due to the smokes. I think that the right approach for the Drillas is definitely to just be slowing it down in these buy rounds, especially when you're playing your first full buy round on the T side. It's super important to see what FAVBET are going to put on the table in terms of utility and in terms of overall weaponry that they have. We see the all-full tension. You highlighted him as the guy to be finding the openers. I think that he has been a crucial part for FAVBET's success on the most CT sides. A really good player, one that definitely probably a bit more passive for my likings, but a guy that if he puts himself in the better positions, he can find the opener and then give the man advantage so that the remainder of the squad can coordinate. But here comes the A execute out of the Drillas.
Here we go. It begins. First contact. Mestal's going to be first in, perhaps first out. He does take down Bondic. Jackie with the refrag. Mestal with a double. War2K in between for tension, and it seems like it's all falling apart. War2K still behind CT Vent. Surprising smash. Not allowing to go for multi-frags. And Merrick's, he's got no choice but to save. His timing is off. His position is off, and that is going to be the 6th one. Drillas coming back in style with a fast A play. Like the idea they went behind it. Mestal, a little bit dangerous going out that far, but he made the right call. He found the entry towards Hut, and from there on out, it was roses only. Drillas, they are making this happen, and Yolan, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see one hell of a resurgence here for the Drillas, as FAVBET, they might have been catching themselves in a loop a little bit, not expecting such quick plays and paying high prices for it. Oh, Mestal does die to the bomb explosion, though.
Yeah, they still have enough money to rebuy the lost gun, but yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it definitely feels like we're starting to slowly approach this 9-9 score line, especially if Drillas keep it going. I think that they are a team that relies heavily on the momentum on the T side, and just going back to what I mentioned in the beginning of our cast, right? It's been a matter of fact that Voro has coded some really sick this side, yeah, probably on some other maps like Mirage or Asian, but still I feel as if they can get it going, if they keep the protocols in place, then they might end up tying it up. But it starts with the Drillas being careful about these type of rounds, because we have a CZ, we have a revolver, we have 5.7, and these are 3 pistols that I use myself in my games. And even though there is a reason why I'm casting on a professional player, I know how scary these ones can be, especially if you're the team with a full buy round. So just keep it slow, keep it collected, keep it methodical, maybe even go for only default plays around the utility, execute the A-bomb side or towards outside, and try and not give FAVBET openers or even chances to get to double digits.
Those double digits, man, they're haunting. Let's see if Drillas are able to take outside successfully. I mean, a single rifle to deal with might not seem like a lot, though you and I both know how quickly things can get out of control. Merrick's, oh, the timing here has to be pristine, and I don't think he gets it, although he still steals 2. That is absolutely massive. I mean, it would have been even better if he had survived, but we do have a revolver on Jackie, by the way. I didn't even notice at first, and not sure how I feel about that. Bondic had been quieted down, though he finds his 2nd kill in the second half as attention. Oh, his angle is so good, not checked. What? I hate the revolver so much. Oh my god.
I told you.
Oh my god. I
I
hate that
told
weapon
you.
so much. Yes, I mean, yes you did. Yes you did. And FAVBET deliver on the 10th.
Look at that. Have a look at that. How sick is this? Look. Crouch into a great shot to close it out. Tension with a USP kill versus Haji. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I made this saying so popular here in the Champions of Champions Tour, that from pistols hurts the most, because so many times I see teams doing wonders on the T side, you know, starting in the best way possible with 3-0, and then suddenly they face pistols and bam, something happens, you get caught, you know, Marex finds a double kill towards outside, you enter a secret, you hit the bomb side, then one more guy comes with an USP, you get hit by a revolver, and this is pretty much the very first time after that wonderful JL 1 versus 5 on Dust 2 that I see a revolver get a frag. And well, this surely feels more than great if you're FAVBET, and this stinks if you're Drillas, because right now your economy is not in the greatest possible stance. You need to force and invest your money into something. So enough for an AWP, enough for a MAC-10, a couple of upgraded pistols, and a Galil. But if you lose the next round, I do think that we have a lot of chances ahead of FAVBET, and considering that we're also out of a full loss bonus for the Drillas, this is their round.
Yes, it is. Drillas, they got to get it back on track. They found 3 in a row. Shall it be enough? We're about to find out. 4-2K on the op. Ooh, very aggressive move by Marex. I'm not sure I agree with that. He does get traded out, as Quem is trying to find another. Love the position of Jackie here on Catwalk. This is one of the most OP positions in the map. To be fair, it can be easily checked, but usually it's at least a single kill guarantee at the very least. And we do see Drillas deciding to perhaps drill towards ramp position, maybe. I mean, it is potentially weakened. If Tension is going to miss that first shot, then absolutely it's gonna open up the opportunity to hit B site. Or to expecting Tension to peek. There's the flash. Tension got to drop down. Oh, Tension! Instead of dropping down, he was fully blinded, turns around, walks right back into their hands. That's another op in the hands of Drillas. They're going to go B. Bondi cannot hold for more than one. This is disastrous. Dolan, this is potentially a 7th one. Fake plant trying to draw attention. It does. Smash. Well, exactly as the name suggests. Gets absolutely smooshed. Jackie, I think he saves. He has to. He absolutely has to. Money is an issue. FAVBET are not as rich as they might have liked or hoped.
Wait, is he gonna try and test the waters? He wants to.
Nah,
I
no
can
way,
see it in
no
his
way.
eyes, but yeah, the better call is to just go back and save. Yeah, that was a massive round for Drillas. That was pretty much a make it or break it, and they made it work, which makes me happy because we're on for a really close game right now. Jackie, 1 point of health remaining. Okay, a bit lucky there, but well, okay, Drillas. They made it work. They still even have the AWP and the M4, which are the better news. Mestau is doing a great job so far, 16 and 11. If Voro steps up, if Clem starts finding a couple of shots, I see a world that this goes all the way to the 24th round. And as I mentioned, right, that was the round for you to make it if you're the Drillas, because if it was not for this round, then pretty much this map was done in
Would
the
be
dust.
over.
And
Yeah, absolutely. I agree
So,
with you.
yeah, I mean, they still need for somebody else apart from Mesto to start doing the job. I think that Voro definitely can be the guy on an all pretty explosive, not only IGL but open. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we have quite a lot of IGLs who also play with the op.
I mean, we used to, right? That used to be the, let's say, the norm. You had Fallen, perhaps one of the most famous ones. You had Cadian. But in general, these days, it seems to have fallen a little bit out of favor. And in essence, hopefully, we'll get to see that more in the future. But there's another player that, you mentioned Mestel being, let's say the rated player here to do the leg work for Drillas, absolutely. We talked about Quem having to perform, and he's certainly trying, but not really delivering on all the accounts. It's Haji for me that I also have to point out. Another player that in the past, if anybody had followed his past teams, past performances, he was touted as to be, the new go-to French player. I mean, he played on Envy, for Christ's sake, back in the good old days of the French CS. He played on 3D Max when they initially rebuilt the roster in 2019, I believe. And, he had quite a stunt or quite a stint in, I believe, LDLC as well. But we never really saw him pop off. And the years have went by. He's still keeping up his KD, unfortunately. He is not giving us the numbers today, and that is going to cost Drillas dearly. Here comes the fast A play, Dolan. This is not looking too good. I'm not a fan of the way they go about it. 3 players completely destroyed. Not a single frag, not a single hair that is cut from the side of FAVBET, and that is a disastrous move towards the side of A.
Listen, wonderful viewers, there are 2 things that you shall never ever do in CS. And the very first one is to have 2 CT players pushing through Arch without a couple of flashes being thrown by a third B defender. The second thing is to go extremely quick towards the A bomb side on Nuke without somebody throwing a molly for top HUD, because we had a wonderful example with regards to what happens if you mismanage this one. Bondik gets an opportunity, his strikes, we also have tension towards Heaven to find another, and the moment that you give away the third, this is already a safe call. Drillas need to find a way to bring Voro 2K and Haji out of this situation, and this gives FAVBET a really easy 11th round, and this is a problem. I think that oftentimes we see these really small details, but small details that end up mattering a lot, because the devil hides itself in the small details. So yeah, I mean, Drillas tried to surprise FAVBET, tried to catch them off guard, but maybe forgot about the fact that it is still a full buy round out of the Ukrainian side. And with that in mind, well, now, after the really nice previous round, they're once again being put in a really dire spot, especially with Haji going down. This is all on Voro. I don't think that they have any full loss bonus. Maybe the additional dollars are going to be 1,400. Yeah, I just got the confirmation. So now you're finding yourself... Yeah, look at that. You're finding yourself 4 rounds down. It's an 11-7. And the best that you can go for is to just invest, grab an AK, a Galil, 2 upgraded pistols, and that saved AWP. And what hurts even more is the lack of utility for Voro.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And, well, Drillas, they're going to try. They're going to put everything out there. Let's see if they can get this round going, if they can get a win. But unfortunately, I feel like they might be a little bit out of their depth, as we do see the similar setup that we saw before from FAVBET. This time Jackie on silo, or excuse me, on the actual reactor core. And we do have a little bit of presence towards ramp. Seems like they want to try and see if they can poke the bear there, if Smash will give in, give them any space whatsoever. And outside, we do have secret control established by Quem. So there's that. War 2K yet to find a kill. He needs to make that op work. He needs to get an entry, at least to try and pull FAVBET off their solid setup. As seems like they want to go B. I can respect that. Oh, he's going to check blue. He's going to find it. This hit one another. Smash finds Quem in secret. And here comes the push through ramp. Smash, he should know. They hear the push. Absolutely ready for it. Does not want to die, though. Make sure you got to survive in this position. 4v4, low HP on Woro, which means he is not going to be there to help massively. Bomb is going to be planted, though, and here's the retake. Dolan, it all relies on Woro, though. He's on the outside, and he needs to get into position ASAP. That Deagle, Mestel just barely missing the player on ramp. There's the shot. Mestel finds Jackie, sure, but there's the flank. Tension finds him, and it's down to Woro and Haji. 2 versus 3. Haji behind sight. First contact is his, and he takes him down, but Bondik is there to deliver the wall bang. Woro 2K knows he's missed it. He's done for.
Oh, this is a 10-second defuse. He needs to land the shot, misses it, and with the cover out of Bondik, this is going to be it. 12-7. Well, Drillas try their best. They definitely started putting up a really solid fight on the T side, but over, I think that this is done. Look at the economy.
Yeah, it should
they
be.
don't have a
It
lot.
should be.
1.9
1,900 loss bonus plus the 600 from the bomb plant. It's not enough.
No, it's definitely not. Props attention for stepping up on the CT side. He started landing some really sick shots. Smash 17 and 12. Doing his job, especially towards the bottom side of the map. Bondik is just on another level. 26 kills and 7. So yeah, I mean, everything is working beautifully for FAVBET, and they are 5 frags away from securing another win on Nuke.
5 frags away. Or, in layman's terms, 1 round. Haji. Oh, what a good nade. Decent damage on 2 players. Jackie, that's the free kill I was talking about earlier. Extremely hard to clear the corner, especially without support. There's the shutdown for Mestal, and it seems like we are going to be going into map 2 with a 1-up for FAVBET as the clear up and the cleanup is here. Oh, Quem. Okay, he's going to get Jackie, sure. He might even stop the rotation from Vents, which is nice. Oh, predicts Merrick's position. And actually gets him. 3 versus 2. Quem is making the legwork, or doing the legwork, rather. But is it still enough? 2 versus 3. Tension in heaven. From ramp, it's going to be Smash pushing into lobby. And from main, it's going to be Bondik, the man of the hour. You mentioned it. 26 kills. This man is a beast currently.
Smash, right shoulder peak, catches a perfect timing. That's so unfortunate, but it's still Quam. He's up for an ace, needs to isolate the duels, unable to do so as Drillas are going to lose Nuke. Great job by FAVBET, closing out their map pick in a relatively dominant fashion. 13-7, they avoided danger by the middle parts of the second half, and with that in mind, then now we're up for a nation, and seems like the small adaptation worked wonderfully for Bondik and his boys, and Bondik giving one hell of an example over to his younger teammates. So many kills found, 20 throughout the first half, then adding a couple more on the CT side. And well, I mean, this is definitely not the position in which you want to find yourselves into if you're the Drillas, but I feel as if Asian is a significantly better map for them, so they're still not done.
Oh, absolutely. They're not done for sure. Ancient is a map that they do own in a way. But if Bondik continues to play the way he does, I believe he had a 3.71 KD. So absolutely on the board for becoming the MVP of the match if he continues this showcase. But with that being said, Dolan, we do go to a short break and get ready for our second map of Ancient in about 15 minutes time. So stay tuned, everybody, as we continue this elimination series out of Series 14 of the CCT EU Season 2.
sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And we're back. We're ready to jump into our second map soon. It's going to be Ancient. You're watching Drillas versus FAVBET. My name's Over, joined by Dolan, and we have had a little bit of a surprise, let's say, on Nuke, but not as much as perhaps maybe we'd suspect. Certainly a better performance at the end by Drillas, but not good enough.
Yeah, I think that they were simply unable to put up a better fight, and they were actually not allowed to. I was really impressed by the way FAVBET especially played throughout the first half. I think that the calls were really clean. Bondik putting one hell of a show. Come on, 20 kills for an IGL during the first half. That's absolutely massive. And as we're moving right now onto Asian, I think that this is the chance for the Drillas. This is probably their best map right now. In the last couple of matches that they have played, they've won the 7 out of the overall 9 Asians that they have played. They have only lost to TSM and to Gamer Legion, two really tough opponents. We saw the loss earlier in Series 14 versus TSM, a close affair 11-13, and the loss to Gamer Legion was in the playoffs of Series 13. So if there is a time for Voro 2K and his boys to step up to show what they're capable of, that's definitely on a bigger map like Asian. This is definitely the one. I think that it is in their playstyle to focus their efforts towards taking Jaguar control in combination with mid control. And if they get the T side rolling, if they can find the momentum, if they can create it for themselves, I see a world and a chance for us to go all the way to Anubis.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, absolutely, Anubis should be happening. I think that's a reality that we'll be seeing soon. Though Drillas, there's a little bit of a concern on the few of the individuals that we'd already point out at the start. Certainly, Haji not playing as well as you'd expect, not giving us the numbers you'd hope to see out of him. At the end, I believe, I gotta double check, but he ended up being, I believe, lowest rated on the team, or was it Amsalem that had even less kills than him? I believe it was like a 1 kill difference, give or take. In general, Quem has to step up. You mentioned him, you kind of pointed it out. He's kind of the gunslinger, right, for Drillas, and that's why he's there. So hopefully we'll be seeing a bit of magic out of Drillas this time round as we get ready for Ancient. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into it right here, right now, live into our second map, Elimination Series of Series 14. As we are live indeed. There we go.
Okay, let's see. So, Drillas on the T side, I think that this is really good for them. On a map like Asian, and if you're a kind of explosive team like the Drillas are, you want to start putting more rounds from early on. You want to maybe go for an A main push. This is usually what the Drillas love doing on this map. Either send a couple of people towards mid and then go for a split through Dons, or just push A main. Talking about pushes, Smash gets the information, Bondik tag down, so here they come, Drillas going for a split.
Going straight through mid, this could work. Haji with the first, Salem adds on top of it. Beautiful doubles being pulled out. It looks like it's going to work out to a degree as it's down to Bondic and Smash. The pistol here unequivocally going into the hands of the side of Drillas. Unless Bondic and Smash have something special up their sleeve, which I sincerely doubt, this is going to be a hell of a showcase of the start here. Drillas off to a fantastic opener. Looking very solid and looking very convincing. Saving that Kevlar maybe Smash? No, he's tagged up to 2, so the save is not even a guaranteed one, as there are still quite a few survivors on the side of Drillas. Well, actually, everybody's still alive, so yeah, this is going to be a clean one. Let's go, Drillas. Okay, this is better than I expected.
Thumbs up by Ona Pixel, makes it even better. Is now FAVBET, curious to see whether they're gonna go for an investment. I think that on a map like Ancient, this is probably a good reason to save your money. This not one like Nuke or Inferno where you get much more chances to go into these closer range duels. And yeah, I think that the Ukrainians have made their minds, so it's going to be another eco round. And if there is a winning condition for FAVBET, this is definitely Marix on a map like Ancient. He is extremely vocal in terms of the fights and in terms of getting support to maintain mid control and then try and pressure through lane. Oftentimes you're going to see Marix, especially in the 4-buy rounds, calling Jackie for some more help so that both CT players can try and set up a crossfire. If Tension is also playing from Donut to be covering lane, that's even better. And oftentimes this is how FAVBET managed to find the man leads and then get away with the win. So the idea is, of course, to keep setting these 3-man setups, especially towards middle, to be pressuring Drillas, to not being giving them a lot of freedoms, because we know and we have seen in the past that even good teams like Bash New Way, like FAVBET themselves, like alternate attacks, have had a lot of problems when the Drillas start picking the tempo up and when they get their individuals involved.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be the first time we see something like that, absolutely. And we see this full eco obviously not going to work out the way you'd expect it to for FAVBET, or perhaps as much as they'd hope to get more out of it. A single Galil saved, better than nothing, I guess, at the end of the day. So this is a pretty straightforward position we're in. Drillas should be solid on 2, and the third to yet be seen, though this is massive amounts of damage, and I believe they'll be able to retrieve another rifle, I would suspect. No, they actually don't catch another rifle. That's weird. Okay, I guess. Well, okay, I guess that's how it goes. Drillas still only lose a single Galil to FAVBET themselves. I mean, they lose more rifles, sure, but a single Galil is what FAVBET is able to transfer over. But at the end of the day, here's the gun round, right? This is the one that's going to matter most. Drillas, can you solidify your lead? Can you put it up to 3, maybe 4 after? We're about to find out.
Okay, this time around Smash is the guy to be helping out Marix, but there is a bit of a push coming out from A main. Voro finds a nice shot. Great job done by Drillas so far. A flash into a duel for Haji, and one player peeling out of Donut. Merrick's still alive, but not for long, and Salem, he shuts him down. He puts the bomb down as well, and this is already a safe call out of Bondic and Jackie. They cannot do a single thing. Lovely stuff coming out so early on by the Drillas on their T side. I love their proactivity. I love the fact that they go really quick. This is in their play style. They love focusing a bit more towards the bigger of the 2 bomb sides. Oftentimes you're going to see Voro going a bit deeper in towards A main to try and catch somebody off guard, to try and see where he can clear out the tempo CT defender, and then eventually go into a couple more duels. And if he's supported by a guy like Haji or Amsalam, this is where you can get peak Drillas, right? And just going back to a point that I do believe you made on Nuke during one of the technical pauses, we have so many individuals that can step up, right? In the previous map it was Mesto, he's usually the lowest rated player. We have Voro, who apart from being an IGO also can do it with an AWP. We have Haji, who apart from you know, the I don't want to call this an unsuccessful career, but for a guy of his caliber, he could have found a bit more success. But the important idea for him is that he has been maintaining a really high KD. We have Amsalem, who has stepped up big time since joining Drillas. So every single piece can do the job on different maps, and this is why probably Drillas have found success, at least in Series 13.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, individually based, they are a scary team to deal with. So Drillas, if they can find that strength again, if they can continue that, this could be one hell of a journey we'll still be seeing out of the lot. And for Haji, you said it yourself. I mean, absolutely, I think many people thought that he's going to be far higher up when it comes to that individual success overall. But hey, it's never too late. We are seeing players still at around 34, 35 years of age popping off like crazy, if nothing else. And Drillas, seems like a fourth round could be theirs if everything goes according to plan. Right now, first contact, though. Let's see how it goes. Contact for Jackie is positive. They'll find two. Bondik and Jackie combination works wonders.
Attention. A second. There it is. Lovely stuff there by FAVBET's squad. Going a bit deeper. Trying to get Drillas off guard. Going toe-to-toe with the aggressiveness and the quicker pace that we're seeing out of the T side. Is now Voro is left all alone versus the world. Knows that there is a player hiding in that coveted position. Throws away the AWP. Doesn't want to give it over for free. And with the M4 here onwards, the idea is only one try and fight your way out of this situation. But as Marex plays around the smoke, he's looking to find the final kill. There it is. And with Jackie being the only guy falling in the process, FAVBET have found their first on the CT side, and it is nearly a flawless round, which is something that the Ukrainians definitely want to have and keep having moving into the next couple of rounds, because we know how shaky the CT economy is since the introduction of CS2. So you not only need to win rounds on the CT side, but also do it by avoiding dangers and avoiding having to sacrifice 2 or 3 people consistently.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to make sure that it works out at the end, and one way to do that is by keeping as many players alive as possible. War 2K, great entry though. It's going to be a B hit, and it is going to be a second. No, misses the shot. A hard one to hit, yes, but nonetheless, missed opportunity there. Bondik waiting in cave. He's got a good position to work from. Spots the player. That's the bomb carry. Mestal going to be trading out. Haji as well, traded back to back. Amsalem blinded, cannot react. That is going to be a 3 versus 2 all of a sudden. Drillas, they had the site, they had control, but they lose it almost immediately after, and we are right back where we are started, as it seems like Drillas are not going to be allowed to take a fourth one. And 3 survivors means that the majority of the economy also is kept in the bank of FAVBET.
Those are some really nice flashes thrown towards the B-bomb side. We saw how Bondik even managed to capitalize on one. Props to Voro for lining that first shot. It was a really good flick, but then the response out of FAVBET was more than great. Bondik with a kill. Here, you lovely flash, then just the IG of FAVBET appearing, taking Amsterdam, and with Smash coming out to shut them down, it was an easy job for Bondik to close that out through construction. And right now, Drillas out of money, so back to the Pistos is going to be the name of the game for Onyx's team. So we're not expecting anything out of the Drillas. Maybe best case scenario is that they accelerate the base, hit the B-bomb side, and somehow plant the bomb in order to secure the financial ejection moving into the next one. Worst case scenario is that they go down without a single frag.
And they get one. War 2K hits one. Fair enough. That's better than nothing. But as you said, no bomb plant. That financial injection would have helped massively individually here. Unfortunately, Drillas, a single kill just does not make up for it. And by the way, Merix is playing with a USP, just to kind of give an idea of what is to be expected. And 4 survivors, great for FAVBET. They keep the money, they keep the prize, and they keep the pressure up. 3-3 tied up already. FAVBET is looking better and better with each passing round here. More and more convincing by the minute.
Let's see, back to the guns. AKs are online. Bit limited on utility here and there, but they still have something to work with. Construction smoke with a red smoke. Incendiary thrown by Marix with a HE. Molly as the response to prevent the CTs from pushing. And something that I'm currently seeing, which is a small adaptation out of FAVBET, is the fact that Bondik and Jackie have switched positions. Previously we were seeing Bondik being the anchor, and now Jackie is gonna need to do it. Left all alone, isolated, spotted, trade flash, that's a quick double. I don't know how he keeps getting away with these. Haji finally trades, but Smash already on the rotation, has the support of Marix, but not for long. The HG nade, is it gonna do it? No, it will not, but Voro will towards Cape, and with that kill, this is so massive because now they get a chance to maybe run away and get the bomb planted. I don't think that Tension knows, no he does not, and this is massive. This is everything that Drillas needed.
Absolutely it is, and it should be more than enough to make life even worse for them. FAVBET, let's see if that lifeline is going to be taken in the next round, because this is starting to shape up better and better by each passing round. Looking solid here. Drillas on 4. Surely, right? Tension, though. Without a bomb plant down, there's still a chance this could go wholly wrong. I could see this working wonderfully, especially if the bomb plant is out in the open. Do they expect the temple push? They do not. Prevention of the plant is there. He sees the last burn. Tension gets it! No way, Tension, he pulls it off. Somehow he does it. A 1v2 clutch. Drillas take too long of a time to put the bomb down. They pay the price for it, and the round is gone. Holy hell, Drillas. I thought they might have had it, but instead they get absolutely clapped in the end. What a clutch to pull off.
Yeah, but that was still a good recovery by Mesto and Voro, but I mean right here, Tension single-handedly stopping the 2T players, and it was so massive that he stopped the bomb from getting planted, because right now, as you can see, Drillas didn't get the additional dollars, so they're forced to invest, but it's only good for a couple of upgraded pistols with the Galil, as they're once again looking towards the A-bomb side. Marix is there to try and support Smash. I think that the read is the correct one, but can they stop the T's? Slowing it down just a tiny bit, maybe trying to see whether they can sell out the fake, making sure that nobody's pushing mid out, and at this point it has to be the A commit.
And it will be. Here we go. Mestal, first contact. Good timing on the flash. Smash still finds him. Still a 4v4. They have to clear Donut if they want to take control of the site. Smash finds Squem. What is that? Pistol taking a fight. I didn't expect that. Certainly neither they, but Bondik with another Amsalen. Good reply. The bomb yet to be planted. And no way you go through that elbow, through the smoke. No way you go through that, Jackie. What is that? Massive mistake in my eyes. Certainly should not have happened. And they're going to be paying a high price because of that. Round is down to a 2v2. Bondik and Tension. Now, luckily, Haji is low HP, but I don't think that's going to change the outcome too much. At least not by the looks of it.
Bomb planted. There's still a chance.
Yeah. There is. Amsalem finds Bondik, and with Tension again finding himself in a clutch position, this is such a dire scenario. Ah, man, this is gonna get nasty very quickly, isn't it? Well, Haji will find him. No Tension, no win. Drillas, recovery is there. It's on point. 4-4, tying it up. But money is also there for FAVBET. Now, do they buy, though? I think they do. Bondik has enough to drop a rifle. Might have dropped the AWP, not sure. Smash at 8k as well. And there's the reinvestment. Let's see if it works.
Aggression. Marix once again throwing the standard utility. We're not going to see a quick play. Instead, focus towards middle is going to be the name of the game, and Amsalem quite close to finding a second as well. Tension lands a massive shot. I don't think that they're gonna keep pressuring him. it's a bit of an advantage over to the Drillas simply because they know where the AWP is. Ooh, that's dangerous. They line up beautifully as Mesto opens up the B bomb side, excuse me, after punishing that aggressive play out of FAVBET, and this is already round done. They know that tension was sliding in towards Donut 20 seconds ago. Smash is probably there with him, and with the bomb being planted, this is going to be Drillas putting themselves back in the driving seat. And the previous round was so big. It was extremely crucial. I particularly love the fact how they rotated over towards the B bomb side. They covered for each other. Right here, even they keep on going aggressive and keep on hunting the remaining 2 rifles, because if here tension drops the AWP, this is pretty much an equal round. Moving into round number 10, it is going to be, as the CT side is out of money, so lovely stuff that we see out of Drillas' D side.
Yes, it is. Very lovely indeed. Drillas recovery on point, destroy the defense, make sure it holds up, and the after plan. And that is going to be a 5th one confirmed, looking solid to open up this first half. Now, it's still a very balanced one, though, to be fair. This is far from being done just yet. And we kick off into round 10 with a full eco. Now, unfortunately for FAVBET, that can mean only one thing. It's another L on the board, almost certainly so. Let's see if that is indeed true. Stacking up A side, Dolan. They seem to be somewhat prepared for it.
Oh, this can go wrong. Oh, they're committing. They need to be really, really careful.
Checking the corners, finding the second and the third. Hamsalem, what a spray down. Will be traded out, yes, but round is done. And that is going to be Drillas continuing their success. Though a costly one. Very costly round regardless.
Yeah. I love the fact that Drillas were really cautious, first of all with the utility, and then with clearing out the corners. As you saw, it was a really good spray out of Amsterdam. Now we're going to see another full buy run out of FAVBET, $2,900 additional dollars, so that they can afford the AWP for tension, the enforce, the utility as well. I wouldn't mind seeing once again Bondik and Jacking going a bit more aggressive, especially if they throw that standard utility for T-doors, because you're giving a chance to the Drillas to push Jaguar, and we see what happens when Voro takes the space. Opening kill once again secured by Drillas' IGL. Kavam is on towards middle, and with the red smoke they can just keep on going, keep on clearing donuts. Maybe even they can go closer towards red so that they can cut some rotations. And yeah, at this point the 2B defenders are isolated. There is a push through main, but Amsalem is prepared. He finds Smash, and unless we see something miraculous out of Marix here, the triple kill at least, I think that this is already Drillas onto their 7th.
Oh yeah, it is. Drillas are going to be getting this 7th, no doubt, and this is a pretty solid first half. I mean, look at Bondik as well, right? He had 20 kills at the end of the first half of the previous map. Now he's barely scraping 10. So this is a bit of a different outcome than perhaps some expected, and certainly a little bit of concern in the eyes of some. What can I say? I had hoped for a bit more, perhaps, if I am FAVBET here.
Yeah, I think that if there is a point of criticism about FAVBET's performance, especially on Asian, this is definitely being the D side, right? And
yeah.
What makes me really worried about them is the fact that they have given away 7 already to the Drillas, right? And they need to find as many rounds as they can, which best case scenario is going to be 5 by the end of the first half. And just having a look at their statistics, I mean, back in the days they found 3 rounds versus Revenant on Mirage, and that was during the second half after they got a 7-5 City side. 2 rounds versus Space on Asian, which was not enough. Gone only one more round and bed boom on the T side on Mirage. We have seen them also really struggle after somewhat of an unsuccessful CT side on Vertigo, and on Nation it hasn't been any better, right? And if you're a fan of the Ukrainian squad, you're probably starting thinking about Anubis. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but with how Drillas have been performing,
I think it's fair to say that you do. There's just
yeah, just somebody needs to step up. Like it cannot only be Bondik with the 8 kills. We need to see something more out of Marix, who has been having a really slow game. Smash hasn't been able to find a lot of success neither. So it cannot only be the IGL. Somebody needs to be that additional driving force.
Oh, absolutely. And Quem, he's gonna find Marix. Trades are happening though. War 2K able to get a quick shot on tension, but doesn't make it better here. Drillas seem to still be potentially in trouble as they're focusing their efforts towards A again. This last round of the first half could go either way. And honestly, they're going to be sending it towards A that is completely empty. I kind of like this, to be fair. It does feel like this should work for Drillas. 8-4 is a very solid first half. No reason to believe otherwise, as there is a deep flank though. Bondik seems to be approaching from the back of A main, and I'm not sure they're going to be expecting him that quickly. The bomb is just planted as we speak. The rotations are still so slow. FAVBET nowhere near being ready to go for this retake. Haji, I believe, behind that smoke, at least close to that smoke. Spotting Bondik, but the nade. How is Bondik still alive? Haji finally comes out swinging hard. And that is going to be round enough. 2 versus 2. Jackie and Smash. They'll try, they'll do their best, but I have my doubts. I gotta be honest with you here. It feels like we've reached a bit of a... Oh, he's got the defuse. I think he's got it. Holy hell, what is this? Smash! 1v2 again. Second time in this map that Drillas fail on a... well, almost a done deal after plant.
Yeah, give Smash a clutch and he will make you some lemonade, because this guy is the stability that FAVBET relies on in these really close scenarios. A guy that I have never seen lost a clutch, and he keeps on maintaining these really high numbers in the clutch scenarios. So, well, Drillas getting away with a 2-round lead after the end of the T side. This one definitely feels sweet. FAVBET now needing to get a bit more creative. Molly with 2 smokes and a flash, a couple of Kevlars in the mix as well, as they're likely looking to do the exact same strategy that Drillas showed us during the first pistol round. Play around mid, try to take control over this part of the map, and eventually decide whether you want to split through Dawn or just push through red. Seems like the call has been made. The timing called, Voro with the opener, but this is still, the T is going towards the A bomb side. Mesta was there.
Yes, he is. Bomb down. FAVBET ready for the after plant. The angle here is decent. Smash is traded out though. Still going to be a 4v4. Headshot at Anam Salem. Oh, Bondik. That cannot finish him off, but it's still going to be a 2v2. Jackie and Marix, and it's going to be Marix from elbow. He even escapes the death here from War 2K. 1v1. No defuse kit as far as I can tell. He can pick it up, I believe, in Temple. He does. So there we have it. It's going to be a 1v1, and War 2K is going to hold it down. Jackie, do you peek? Yes, you do. And he will immediately shut it out. That is round done. FAVBET will secure the second pistol for their own. It costs them... It cuts it a little bit closer than it should, but that is round done. Well played, FAVBET. Good recovery. And not going to lie, I didn't have as much hope as they seem to exude.
That was a really good pistol round, especially the after plant play was just so clean out of FAVBET. A couple of players trying to pull the attention towards themselves, creating a bit more chaos on that A-bomb side, as now Drillas go for their first tactical timeout. I think this is a really good moment to take a breather, take a moment to just discuss how you want to approach the next round, whether you want to go for an investment. You're still in the lead, and even if you drop this one, it's going to be 7-7, 8-7, so the difference is not going to be as big as for you to save your money and play a bit more carefully. And yeah, there it is. Couple of SMGs, 2 upgraded pistols, utility is there, and we know that historically FAVBET have had a lot of struggles against these type of rounds. So they need to make sure that they avoid danger and are really good with following their protocols. Everything starts, of course, with throwing the standard construction plus red smoke. One molly if you don't want to push through the smoke that was thrown there. And so far we have mid control secured by the Drillas. Haji is inside a main. Amsterdam left all alone through the smoke. Bondik deals some more damage, which is good. And this is where you need to fall back and maybe try and trap for FAVBET as the Drillas are officially out of utility.
Yeah, it's what I would expect, and I think it's exactly what we're going to get. Drillas, got to play it smart here. And if you're FAVBET, you got to play it even smarter. You cannot let Drillas take you by surprise, especially with the SMGs. They push down B ramp. Jackie turns around, though, saves his teammate. And Drillas seem to realize immediately, okay, we might have screwed that one up. Let's just fall back. Let's count our losses and just make sure we don't lose any further. And that is all there is to it. Good recovery at the time as round 14 kicks into high gear. Let's see if FAVBET continue towards B. I think they should. I think they will. It definitely makes more sense than falling back and trying to recover mid-control or something like that. That would feel a little bit out of pocket. Oh, good shot by Clem. Wide peak by Warwick to Gate does not work, unfortunately. Intention will find Mestal. All in all, seems like FAVBET will recover on all accounts. That is going to be a 7th. Haji, maybe exit kills, right? Looking for a little bit of damage, getting a little bit of extra money on the board if he can.
Yeah, I think this is the goal at this point. Try and see where he can.
Has to be, yeah.
Oh, that was a really close one. Okay, he got a bit lucky there. 1 point of health remaining. He needs to save the Kevlar in the SMG. Overall, FAVBET did exactly what I expected out of them. Follow the protocols, play this one cautiously. Good clear, and they are back. 7-7, so the game is in the middle. We're expecting for the scoreline to turn out to be 8-7 after the end of the next round, as simply there's not going to be enough money for the city side to go for a better buy. And yeah, I mean, if you're FAVBET at this point, you start thinking about the next round as well, even though we actually have an M4 for Voru 2K, so it's going to be the investment by the end of it, seems like. Upgraded pistols, Kevlars. Okay, so danger is still on, and the strategy shall be the same. Don't give the closer range duels. Keep it as cautious as possible. Push mid if necessary if you want to take control of this part of the map. Avoid putting yourself in danger. Try to see what Drillas are going for, what is going to be the trap set by the CT side, then execute, plant the bomb, and get to an 8.
Pretty much get to that 8th. Make sure you keep control over this game. Their T side seems to be favoring them to a degree at the very least. They seem to be doing far better than what I'd expect overall. As here comes the mid presence, FAVBET, slow and steady. This time looking to establish that map control early, make sure they have more info. They're going to be pushing back towards B again. Not sure if I wholly agree with that. They had no ramp control beforehand, and I think Drillas have a pretty decent idea what's happening. They already have 4 at the ready. So this is a very solid position to be in if you are Drillas. You have a fair chance you could do some serious damage. Not just damage, but rather perhaps even get a few kills on the board early. Ooh, Smash though finds 2. There's Salem. Unfortunately, as much as the stack could have worked, it did not. And that is going to be it. That is all you need. At the end of the day, the round is done.
It is. It is indeed. Okay, so Marex, so far the only guy who has fallen in the process. FAVBET creating a bit of a momentum for themselves. Masta will not be able to find anything much more, and this is where now Drillas will need to start putting a better fight. Full loss bonus available, guns coming in play, and Force, I don't think that they have enough money for an all. And I think that it is going to be crucial with regards to the remainder of the rounds, who can maintain the control over mid and who can eventually push through lane. Because I feel as if these two parts of the map are crucial for the success of both teams. We know Drillas, who love going aggressive, love trying to set up bushes, and on the other side, FAVBET have tried doing the same throughout the first part, excuse me, of the session, and seems like right now the tempo is going to slow down. FAVBET are just waiting for the smokes to fade so that they can enter Jaguar. At this point, they're grouped together, but of course, it's not unlikely that at some point they contest mid-control, see whether they can actually go towards the other side of the map. So options are there, but the execution shall be point perfect if they want to keep fighting rounds on the D side.
Here we go, 3 players on towards CT short. Counter smoke has been thrown. It's a little bit late to the party. Smash with the entry. Haji going to be caught early. This is not what you like to see if you're Drillas here, especially not when you're dependent on the round like this. Marix finds Salem, and look, the bomb plant is going to go down uncontested. Drillas, they have nobody near close enough nor in position, and that is round done. That is going to be 9-7. FAVBET with an amazing recovery after the first half. You and I both thought that we could be seeing the end of FAVBET for the second map. We're already kind of considering, you know, maybe starting to think a little bit about Anubis, but it seems like FAVBET have yet to say their last here on Ancient. This is fantastic if you are the Ukrainian team here, as you are pummeling Drillas into submission. Now, I think it's fair to say there should be no doubt to this. Drillas most likely survive with 2 players, so that means they will be able to drop, or at least I suspect they drop here. That's 4 players fully equipped to a degree. I'd expect them to try and get a little bit of revenge going. Salem immediately buys his own rifle. Yeah, definitely a drop from the last 2, surely, right? Yeah, there's the drop. And Drillas will try again, and I respect that, but is it going to work? Is it going to be enough? Let's find out. We kick off into Gear 17, or Round 17, rather.
No flash, mid-throw, trade utility usage, but a nice trade found by Smash. This is crucial. What Smash did there was wonderful, because oftentimes in this exact position, the two peeking T players will get punished and will go down, which eventually gives a 2-man advantage over to the Drillas. Now, look at the response. We have 4 players pushing together. Haji obviously waiting with an XM, and as Salem is activating, he will take Jekis' head. But this shall actually allow for FAVBET to go a bit deeper. Now they should know. Here they go, going through Donut. The rotation is going to be a long one. I think that we don't actually have a smoke, which is really problematic for FAVBET, because they need to be really precise with where they plant that bomb. 2 options: you go for it and you hope that nobody's going to peek, which is the one thing that happened, and then the second one was to go for the duels, as Bondik just did, down into a 3 versus 3 retake.
And here we go. It begins anew. Bondik Smash intention. They're expecting a push from Temple. They're expecting something in that. Oh, wait, something in that regard. Tension, though, picks up the auto shotty. That is such a smart move. Salem at 14. 1 pellet, 1 wrong move, and he will be dead. And Salem realizes, oh, wait, I don't have a kit. I gotta get the hell out of Dodge, and he does. That's round. Holy hell. That's the round. Dolan. Tension survives, finds a 1v3 clutch effectively there. Doesn't get the 3rd kill, sure, but he might as well had, because that is round done. 10-7 FAVBET. What is going on? This recovery is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a really good beginning of this 3 versus 3 for Drillas, clearing out Donut, then getting us, prior to that, excuse me, getting the first kill. But I mean, what Tension did was so massive, getting them both, saving enough time. They were out of a kit, and you know what the saying is, if you don't want to be a loser, have a diffuser. That was not the case, and at least right now, Drillas have enough money to rebuy all the lost guns. But there is a bad news, is that they're trailing by 3. Molly extinguished, peek into an opener, Jackie trades, so down to a 4 versus 4. Tension didn't catch anyone on top of the box, but there is a small timing. Voro prepared for what is about to come out of main, punishes his barracks, man advantage for the Drillas, but the initiative is still on. Jackie looking for another trade, he gets it. This is all on Amsalem's shoulders, he's gonna get surrounded. He needs at least one if he wants to give somewhat of a chance to the remainder of the team, and maybe he's looking for exactly that.
And he's going to find Tension. That's the start you want to see. World 2K in the flank finds Bondic, and the round is done. It comes at a bit of a cost, surely, but that is more than enough, as it is going to be Drillas finding the 8th. They will not let go of this one just yet. They will not let FAVBET run all over them. And that was a close call. That was closer than it should have been, and much tougher than it needed to be. Drillas, can they keep it up, though, right? This is the question that everybody's asking themselves. Can they keep up this pressure? Quem is on 4 kills. You pointed him out as the player to watch, as the player to be. And yet he is not delivering. Not by a long shot. Having a tough time getting any sort of control on the board.
Yeah, highest rated player, not being able to find his footing. I mentioned how he is the big question mark. When he's not delivering, this is where Drillas struggles, so somebody else needs to step up. Mester good for only 1. Nice flash, good kill out of Voro. Fem is there to maintain a man advantage, but the trades keep on happening there for FAVBET. Look at that, Mavericks, the big difference maker in the round. Haji in the red zone in terms of HP, but the Frenchman needs to shine if he wants to maintain. Drillas in this one, peaked. And with Marex getting his 3rd kill, FAVBET are 2 rounds away from closing it out and eliminating Drillas.
And what a way to make it happen as well, right? You drop a round, sure, you get a little bit tired, you get a little bit worried, but immediately right after you win, and you really pick up the pace afterwards, because the CTs find themselves on almost no economy left. This is it. This is the round that Drillas either win or lose it all on. They cannot afford to lose at all, to be fair. There is no more second chances. There are no more takebacks. And Jackie will find Haji with a Molotov. What is happening? Here comes the push towards B. Double molly in towards B long. Disaster after disaster and round after round. This is coming together beautifully if you are FAVBET. It is 12-8, almost guaranteed. The retake, I don't even think they might attempt it here, although they should. I think they need to get this round. Like I said, they cannot afford to lose it. But saving is also an option, and if you save up, you might be able to get something going in the next. But how likely is it? Well, the answer is not likely at all, as there is a deep flank being set again, this time by Smash. And, well, I think he might catch at least one, although, through Temple, oh, he's hearing somebody run. Yep, there's the free kill on Waro 2K. Mestal in a bit of trouble. What can I say, man? Disaster struck in the heart of Drillas, and they might get another exit kill. They do actually make it 2, fair enough, that's better. But it still does not change the fact that this is disastrous regardless.
They won a single round on the CT side. It was 7-5 after the end of the first half. What a recovery by FAVBET. 4 chances. Exactly. But, you know, it's still not done. We have seen FAVBET falter a 4-round lead, and usually they're a team that, for some reason, drops these advantages when they are on map and match point. So it is still not done, but Fem needs to step up. Marex, lovely stuff, playing around the smoke, finding the opener, and probably that was the first nail in the coffin. There it is, that's the second.
Oh,
Jackie
the second, the third. Oh, Dolan. Oh no, not like this. Surely not like this.
I think it's done. I think it's done. I just don't see a world
right.
in which they recover.
You're right. I really do not. Jackie goes for a hat trick, and it's down to Wario 2K, who's not had the best of games, the best of series, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to have a chance to make up for that, as it is a finisher by Bondic, and GG FAVBET take down Drillas 2-0. Both on map 1 of Nuke, and of course here on Ancient, it is below the 10 round mark for Drillas, and as you said it yourself, a single round is all they get on their own CT side.
Yeah, there were evident holes in the CT side. I was really vocal about these in my previous cast when I was covering the Drillas, and congratulations to FAVBET. Really a significant improvement, especially in comparison to the previous best of 3 that these two teams had during Series 13. I think that it was really wonderful how Bondic switched positions with Jackie, and now we see the IGL being the aggressive cave player. I think that throughout the CT side, it was evident that whenever this duo was stepping up, whenever they were going aggressive from cave, from ramp, they were managing to catch the Drillas off guard. And even though it was the Drillas with the 2-round lead after the end of the first half, only one single round was far away from being enough. And well, FAVBET are still alive here in the Champion of Champions Tour Series 14, whereas unfortunately for the Drillas, this is going to be the end of the road. And well, we're still not done. We have one more match coming our way in, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around an hour and 12 minutes. It's going to be TSM taking on G2 Aris in another elimination match. And my dear friend, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't have in my bingo cards G2 Aris surviving after the match they had versus Permita, but surprisingly for me, the youngsters put up a decent fight and eliminated the Polish team. And my biggest question that I have for you prior to us going into a short break is, do we have faith in G2 Aris once again upsetting a good team? No,
no chance. No chance. I mean, look, I've been following Akor for so long, ever since he started his professional career, let's say, back in the good old days of North Academy of Tricked, especially. In Tricked, he was absolutely stunning. I mean, we've had a bit of a fall off, and the reason why I'm talking about Akor specifically is because he's one of my favorite players to watch overall. But you still got Nico, you got Valde, you got Zyphon, you got Syra. These players, they shouldn't be losing against a team like G2 Aris, no matter how strong they can be. Permita, I think, were, as Permita can be, a little bit shaky at times, kind of hit and miss. But when you go up against TSM, when you're going up against a Danish team like this, you should have no chance at all.
Yeah, I also do think that it's going to be a really, really difficult opponent for GTRs to shut down. And if they do, I mean, this is going to be wonderful. So yeah, stakes are really high. Another elimination match coming our way. But we're going to enter into an extended break. As we mentioned, the next BO3 here in the Champions of Champions Tour Series 14 starts in an hour and 10 minutes. But what you can do in the meantime is you can actually hop on our other stream and catch all the action between 9Panas and Gamer Legion in the semi-final of Series 13. So ladies and gentlemen, hop on our other stream to catch this really interesting match, and we're gonna see you for our final best of 3 of the day, TSM and G2 Aris coming our way right after the extended break.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases, upgrade dropped skins, and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Thank you.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skinplace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skinplace.
Skinplace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Okay. You know.
We are back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
We're back.
For context, I'm just gonna say that yeah, we were laughing about something and then we just both went silent. So apologies,
Yep.
ladies and gentlemen, but we are officially back,
We're
Tell.
back. We're back, Dolan. Yes, we are. And we are in for our last series of the day. TSM taking on G2 Ares. And I'm honestly a little bit split, but not really. I'm lying. I'm not split. I'm pretty straightforward here. I've said it before. I'm saying it again. I said it before, in between the break as well. This should be a everyday 2-0 for TSM.
Oh, strong statement. Okay. I think that I might agree with you. I definitely feel as if once again we have G2 Ares being the underdog, and as I said in their previous best of 3, I was not expecting to see the academy squad of G2 being in the Swiss stage. I didn't have this in my bingo cards. They looked great versus the Eyeballers in the beginning of the playing stage, and I was like, sure, okay, maybe this is just how it is. Eyeballers from time to time tend to drop the ball. Then a really good look versus Nexus. They surprised Copenhagen Wolves, fighting them in 3 maps. And yeah, sure, in the Swiss stage, things have not gone their way, but well, I mean, they beat it Permita in a 0-2 matchup, and I can see a world in which G2 Ares maybe at least get a map out of TSM, but of course, I mean, you have TSM, one of the most significant organizations in the esports scene. The team that they have right now is actually looking really good, at least in theory, right? And hope that we're going to be able to bring them here for our viewers, because these are guys that are well known on the international stage. You mentioned a couple of names. You can even see it on your screens. Valde, one of the most experienced IGLs that we have, previously being part of Nord, OG, ANS. We have guys like Zyphon, still really young, 20 years of age. Lurker, a guy that in my eyes has been the best performing member of the team. Syra, the most recent sign up for this guys, and right now that they have the young talent mixed with the experience, I think that everything favors TSM.
Oh, I mean, you basically hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Everything favors TSM, and there's no surprise. Syra, of course, coming hot from Mouse NXT. And as you've already mentioned, both Zyphon and Valde, being around for a long time, especially then when you look at Nico and Akor as well. They've got the experience, they've got the numbers, they've got the quality. Now, the team they're facing off against, though, might not have the recognition, might not have the names, but you've already mentioned them briefly in terms of their past performances wins against Eyeballers, against Nexus, against Copenhagen Wolves. Certainly a few wins that definitely raises a few eyebrows, and even a win against Permita, a 2-0 even. But will it be enough to beat TSM here? Another elimination match, of course. It is G2 Ares, and the lineup a little bit different than what you'd usually see. They've recently changed out Deutza for Kilm. So we'll see how that works out for them. Of course, their coach Letni, another Serbian player, ex-player we can call him, back in the day, part of Contact, Valiance, iNation, Crazy. Back in the day really was one hell of a man, but here he is now the coach. So we'll see what he does with the young boys, but it is going to be FNK, Hitori, Tak, Exer, and Kilm, as I said, or Klim, excuse me. Now, this is where I guess I can safely say it should be an easy win for TSM overall, or at least an easier win, give or take. Surprised that they made it out of the qualifier, or the closed qualifier, I guess you can say, but I don't think they're getting past TSM today. That's my feeling. I have not seen them play before, so this will be a bit of a debut for me as well with them. I hope that they're going to give us a good show. Obviously, that's at the end of the day what you and I and everybody else also wishes for. It's a great show. But the maps is where it's at. The maps is what's going to decide the fate of these two teams. And unfortunately for G2 Ares, the veto or otherwise the map pool is very shallow. We just don't have enough to really go off of on a lot. And we're going to have the first bans, Nuke and Anubis. No surprise, though. Perhaps a bit surprised that we do see G2 actually ban Anubis. Wait a second, that is a surprise, isn't it? Because that's one of the only maps they've actually consistently played. It's switched up. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, fair. That makes more sense. Anubis banned by TSM. So Dust2 first pick coming out from G2 Ares, going on to Mirage second. Okay, I mean, that feels kind of on point, right? You want to play Dust2, you want to play on aim and game. And Mirage for TSM, not a surprise. It's their most played map and one of the more consistent ones for them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the bomb, and I'm gonna say that G2 Ares will take at least one map out of TSM. Ooh. I think that the Dust2 pick is a big one, and let me explain why. So, first of all, in the last month, TSM have not looked good on Dust2. I think that this is probably right now their weakest map out of pretty much every map that we could have seen in this best of 3, because it was evident from the beginning that it was not going to be the Mirage, it was not going to be neither a Nuke or Vertigo. You don't want to face TSM or Nation, you don't want to go on Anubis, so Dust2 was your obvious option. So, with that in mind, first of all, TSM have not looked that great. Yeah, 60% win rate out of the 10 maps that they played, great, but G2 Ares have something, and this something are the individuals. I think that if Tax steps up, who is, in my eyes, in the situation in which Quem was for FAVBET, if he steps up, if he delivers the frags, if we see a solid couple of entries out of guys like, for example, Caesar or FNK, especially on the T side, and if FNK starts calling the way that he can, in combination with his fragging potential, I see a world in which G2 Ares get to a really good start, and then by winning the second pistol round, they slowly start picking up more and more rounds. They start putting TSM in uncomfortable positions, and maybe they can pick up the dust too. Of course, I still think that TSM are the heavy favorites on Mirage. This shall go their way any day of the week. They have played like what 33 Mirages,
32 Mirages, yeah, and this would be the 33rd.
Exactly. Yeah, which is crazy, above a 50% win rate. They have the individual class. I mean, I don't even need to mention the guys that they have on the team, right? I mean, we have Aker, who pretty much played with Gamer League in that big final, right? I mean, come on, he's crazy. We have guys like Nico, who I absolutely love the fact that he switched to being a rifler, not an IGL. I think that calling was not what he wanted, and it was not something on which he was feeling quite comfortable. And without they bringing the experience with Zyphon putting up the crazy numbers, I think that TSM will be able to take 2 wins. But I'm looking towards Dust2, and as I mentioned, I'm looking towards G2 Ares' individuals and whether they will be able to step up, because we have two different trajectories in my eyes. We have TSM, who need to get better, who still need to prove themselves on the international stage. Most recently secured only 12 rounds in a best of 5 versus Passion UA, and I mean, these are definitely not some good news. And even worse is the fact that they're not still in the playoffs, but they're playing for survival, right? Whereas for G2 Ares, this is a long-term team. This is a team that is here to develop. This is a team that looks to show itself, to try and put as best of a fight as they can, and to slowly progress day by day, getting 1% better, trying to clear out the mistakes, trying to find the proper team play, and see where they can be a dark horse in a tournament.
Well, we certainly will see, but we're going to have to wait before we start. Unfortunately, there's some tech delay happening, so we're going to be back after a short intermission. Hopefully everything is resolved quickly, but until then, ladies and gents, stay tuned, and we'll be back as soon as map 1 is ready.
And we're officially back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking here with us. The players had a couple of technical issues, but these got sorted out. So now we can give the beginning of TSM, who are going to be starting on the CT side here on Dust 2, taking on G2 Ares. The youngsters have prepared the utility. You can see FNK having quite a lot of it. A couple of flashes, a smoke, a molly, and considering where they have started right now, trying to take control over long with a couple of people coming out from under, this is likely going to end up being either a split through A or a potential B split if they decide to drop the smoke towards CT. Another flash to set the T's for a bit of a push. Here they go, through the doors they appear as they're looking for a duel versus Nico. Shadow advantage, spots the CT player, but he gets away with his life. In the meantime, FNK keeps on pushing. Short control soon to be given. As long as Aker and Zyphon are not there to stop their opponents, they opening it up nicely. Aker adds a second, Aker with a double. Hitori finds just one, but as quickly as that, it's only Cesar left all alone versus nearly the entirety of TSM's squad. Bomb drop towards short, and I think that this is already round done and dusted, unless, of course, the young, talented player from Estonia demonstrates what he's capable of doing in these piece of rounds. You can see how difficult it is for him. Too many duels to be isolated, but still finds ahead of Nico. So this is a bit of a beginning, but Cyrus there to push, and as he closes it out, TSM, they get the first strike here on Dust 2. Great job. Now they get to upgrade the guns. I don't think that we're going to see the youngsters investing their finances. It's going to be... Oh, actually, never mind. Okay, I can eat my own words because they go aggressive. They didn't get the bomb planted, but maybe they feel, once again, really confident in their capabilities on Dust 2. A Mac 10, 2 Tech 9s. We also have 2 more upgraded pistols with Kevlar, with helmets, with some utility to work with. Not a lot, but 2 smokes and 2 flashes. Decent enough so that you can try and set yourself up for success. Exact same combination, but with the small tweak that nobody's going to be contesting lock control. Nico hiding in the smoke. It will come down to the timing. When it fades, there comes the flash. He gets blinded, but still gets one. So, nice trade there by G2 Ares. Even getting away with a Tech 9 and another SMG, so not bad. Now if they decide to throw the CT side smoke, they can easily go for a B push, because at this point Valde is isolated towards the B bomb side, and this is exactly what G2 Ares is gonna look to do. Timing is there, but Siphon falls, which is the big problem now for TSM. Valde will need to step up. We talked about him, the IGL, the guy, to keep finding kills and bringing the experience, and there it is. Make it a third, already spotted the final one. And as the Dane holds strong towards the B-bomb side, this is going to be the Danish team taking a 2-0 lead. Good beginning. The force buy ends up not working for G2 Ares, even though they had the proper idea. So that they found the opener. Then diligently through the CT side smoke, realizing that with the limited utility, they had to go for a bit of a split, but there was nobody to stop Valde. Aker going for a push on his own. Hey G, scratch the stack. We have a scout for Cesar. Scouts are a really good weapon on a map like Dust 2, simply because you can try and look for fights towards middle. If you're on the CT side, you can actually rotate it and maybe play for long or through car, because Dust 2 is actually the only map from which you can be covering 2 choke points from one single position, or at least from that car position. Something that is not possible. That was a nice shot out of clean, but the Siphon is there to trade. I think that from here onwards the cleanup will continue. Siphon gets another one for himself, and talking about Siphon, he has been that driving force even back in the days when he was part of Sprout. This is where we first started seeing his full potential, and I really love the fact that now he's on a fully Danish squad. He has the chance of just speaking in his own language, and even though this is not looking like a massive difference, this is something important because it puts you in a more comfortable position. Talking about comfortable positions, TSM already 3 ahead, and this is where the first more significant obstacle is gonna come the Danes' way, as we have glimpses up in play, couple of AKs and some nice bits of utility for G2 Ares to utilize. Immediately, you can see the counter utility thrown towards long, really important part of the map. You want to maintain the control over it, you don't want to allow for G2 Ares' players to be appearing out of there, to be trying and look for the duels. See, slowing the tempo down, and I do believe that we have also officially the return of the king himself, Mr. Overseer, after the difficulties that also he had. So it feels really good to have you back, my dear friend.
I am happy to be back. We've had a few tech issues, not only with the players and the teams, but myself as well. So I'm good. I'm glad that I am returned. And, well, it seems like TSM is playing exactly as I would expect. They're doing a damn good job, aren't they?
Yeah, so far everything is working in their favor. AK shots landing, Hitori intact, left all alone, really limited in utility. Tak still looking for his first kill, and I think that this is already a 4-0. What a great beginning of the map by TSM. I have to admit, they have looked really solid throughout these first couple of rounds. And, well, you mentioned it. I mean, they are the heavy favorites, and it is up to G2 Ares to show what they're capable of and to put up a more solid fight. Because with these type of rounds, they will not get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And given the fact that this is the map pick for G2 Ares, we are in perhaps for a little bit of a surprise. Of course, I will say this, it goes as expected in a way, right? I mean, TSM, they're one hell of a team. They've got the names, they've got the experience, and they certainly have the quality to back up my claims, but there can always be a surprise. There's always that essence of, you know, G2 being an unknown team to face off against, so TSM not sure what exactly to expect. They can be taken by surprise, potentially, but here it does not seem to be the case. So, round 5, Dolan starts off, as I would assume, normally. We do have a very classic opener here, with long control established and a pretty default by TSM. 1-1-3 split with a bit of focus towards middle.
Yeah, so far nothing really surprising out of both teams. TSM focusing their utility on taking long control, not allowing for G2 Ares to appear out of long doors, giving them some more space towards short, and this is exactly where the youngsters are headed, led by their IGLF and Key. Also, one of the guys to be delivering the entry kills, and considering where the bomb currently is, will they try and contest that A bomb side? I mean, they're a bit split. Sure, you're gonna have a couple of people coming out from shore, but these two guys towards long need to be really careful because TSM have set up 2 people.
And this might be checked. They still seem to suspect there's another player there, but the angle is too good for Zyphon to miss up on an opportunity. He knows there's the open play. Klim will still hit the shot though, and it's going to be an A retake being played. Akor able to bring it back. It's going to be down to a 3v3 retake with an op in the hands of the CTs. Their attempt will be made through short, through long, and through CT. Splitting their forces might not seem like the bright idea, and this free kill should be indeed a free one. Klim shuts down the long play. Down to 2, and this is a save round, I think, from this point forward. The CTs have no choice but to fall back. Nico finds Hitori, but the clock is ticking, and so is the round itself. There we have it. Should be the first one. G2 Ares, bit of a delayed long push, but it works, and it's a good thing they checked that corner, because the bait and switch would have otherwise given them a double, and that probably would have been the end of it right there and then.
Yeah, G2 Ares finally on board with their first round. Good approach, as you rightly pointed out. You need to be checking your corners. You don't need to overlook anything, because if you do, this is where TSM can actually appear out of nowhere, find 2 kills, and considering that it was also the bomb carrier being put in that situation, G2 Ares needed the 2 kills on towards long. Syra fell, and the moment that his teammate also got deleted, it was pretty much round done and dusted. But the good news for TSM is the fact that they still have enough money in their bank accounts, so they're good for at least 2 more rounds prior to going broke. Klim contesting long, he lands the shot. Beautiful coordination between him and Caesar, and with Tak finding his first kill, this is already looking really promising for the young G2 squad.
Yes, it is. Looking like they'll be able to get their second if this continues. Though FAVBET pushing up top. B holds, finding Hitori is actually a great piece of information for TSM. They can suspect this A play coming. Sira, does he play it safe behind car? Does he stay there until the very last? I think so, exactly. He's going to be waiting until support comes in. He's tucked away safely behind those windows. The pop flash through the smoke. Accordo, a little bit too wide, but it is Sira. There he goes, delivers a double. Wide swing by Valde up against the op. He knows he's in trouble. The nade, oh, the nade! It will finish the job. Klim gets taken out, and it is Valde. It is the IGL that saves it, and what a save it is. 5-1, TSM bring it back in style.
This is what I talked about. You don't want to overlook corners because TSM are so good at punishing you. Sarah with a great double. Valde there with an 8 for some additional style points. And TSM immediately find a response. Timeout called by the coach of G2RS. Absolutely. I mean, they forgot about Car. They forgot about the chance that there might be a CT player hiding just behind, tucked in the corner. And we saw what happened. Disaster appeared, it was a storm, and TSM made the most out of it, riding on the winds to Rift. And now the difference starts becoming significant.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's starting to look better and better here. And honestly, G2 Ares, money is a bit of an issue. Winning and then losing right after will cause them to be left with very little bank. A single AK on Tak. Of course, the partisan buy here. Few Tech 9s that can still make this a very worrisome round, but we do see TSM have adjusted their setup as well. With 2 players towards B, they seem to be ready for this mid-push. There's the smoke into CT. It's a dead giveaway. It should be easily prepared for by TSM. Nico needs to deliver multi-frag, though. He is going to be taken upon by a few Tech 9s. He's only good for 1. The smoke is broken up. Zyphon traded immediately. Valde does not get a single kill. Mistakes were made. Round is gone. Oh, never mind. The nade breaks up the smoke. Akor gets a line of shot on Klim. And it's a 2v2 retake. Here we go. Sira and Akor. They're going to be going into this up against an AK and a Tech 9. Hitori needs to hit that shot.
It's a doable clutch. They have a kit. They have an incendiary as well. There it is, but the positioning of the D players is so good.
Round is done. B retake, one of the hardest retakes in the game on Dust. Nearly impossible to pull off, and Akor, oh, he tries to go for the sneaky beaky defuse, but will not be there in time, nor will he have the opportunity as he dies and the player on site survives. Tell me the logic of that, please. Valve, fix this game already, Jesus. Like, the fact that that can be something that can happen, that the player on site survives and you running away die is insane, but yeah, I guess that's what we have to accept. In any case, round 8, and TSM on to another bye. This time a very weakened one.
Yeah, but that was
with barely any economy.
That was still a great win by G2 Ares, right? With just a couple of pistols and Hero AK. Yeah, that was a great opener once again by Tak, who actually was one of the guys to significantly contribute for G2R's success. And if there is a player that needs to step up, that's definitely Tag. You know, whenever I watch him play, I feel as if this guy has so much potential to be one of the best riflers in the game, or at least one of the upcoming talents, but he lacks that extra bit of stability. You know, from time to time, on maps like Inferno, he's gonna go huge, and then in some other games, he's gonna be completely absent. And if G2Aris want to stabilize that T side, they need for him to step up and start finding the kills. It cannot only be Klim on the op and Caesar on the rifle.
Oh, good catch, good catch. I do agree. There has to be a bit of an improvement, but Valde and Sira hoping for exit frags, a little bit of extra money in the bank. They'll get it. AK even stolen away. Oof, Sira almost getting the second there as well. Though no luck for that. Valde, last player alive, keeping that AK. This should be simple enough of a pickup. Hitori, for some reason, stayed in CT even though he knew he would die. It's surprising. But all in all, 5-3. G2Aris coming back in style. Looking like they are going to be hitting a few high notes finally. So here we go. Round 9. Full eco. Single AK. Valde gonna go long, hoping to get lucky. That Molly does not. Oh, never mind. It's gonna force FNK out of position. He actually still takes that fight, but Valde will win that. Oh, that's an AK he can steal. Funny enough. Yep, that's an AK he can give to one of his teammates if they can put one there. Maybe an eco for eco. Oh, well, a half buy for an eco trade. You think possible?
Could be, but look at what Valde is doing. Oh, this is so smart. He can catch one for free. That's Klim falling, and now they know that it is going to be a B play, but there is an AWP literally standing in the middle of short, right? And with Valde's kit available, I think they can pull this one off. They actually
Absolutely,
need to
they
go
should
and test the
try.
waters.
Yeah, they absolutely should try to take this one back for themselves. As here we go. 5v3 retake of B. Tak needs to stay alive in upper halls, otherwise this is going to be a problem. Does find Zyphon. Not sure he predicts Valde to be in T-base. But surely he'll be suspecting something like that to be the case. As the push continues. TSM. Now time is against them. And Valde... Oh, they still have the time. But unfortunately, they took too long. They took too long to get into sight. I don't know why they didn't push. Why did the players not push through doors? I'm a bit surprised that the rest of the team didn't help Valde. He was running through tunnels, and instead of pushing through double doors, trying to catch the last player, they caught themselves in a bit of a loop, and that is going to be round 2 G2Aris. A very expensive one, yes, but a round nonetheless.
Yeah, better having to lose it. And I mean, TSM, it was essentially a 5 versus 3, and they had a kid as well. Nobody covering for Zyphon was the first big problem. Valde tried his best, but him and his teammates were out of time. A really slow approach. Maybe, I imagine that the communication there was, okay guys, what do we do? Do we just go back and save the guns that we have, or do we try it? I mean, we have a kid, but are we sure? Do we want to risk it? They might have set up a crossfire, and especially after the first kill that fell, and G2Aris picked in towards tunnels. This is where they were likely a bit worried that the T player would have pushed and would have taken some more space for himself. That was definitely not the case, but it is indeed the scenario in which we find ourselves, that both teams have enough money to afford the ops, to have the AKs, have the M4s, and let's see where TSM is going to drop the lead that they had. G2Aris one away from tying it up at 5-5.
Here we go. AWP on Acker yet to sing its song. of a slow start. G2 Aaron's taking their sweet time. It seems like they're going to be splitting A. Oh, that nade. Oh, it's going to do some nice damage. Yeah.
Oh. Oh my. Oh.
That's unfortunate, but
It
happens.
That's unfortunate, but
Molly?
the counter utility is good actually. Acre, Syra, and Xiphon combined for 3. Klim gets 1. And let's see, nice shot out of Klim to still give a chance over to him, but FNK is such a key factor in this one. He needs to help out his Oppa, and he has the space towards the side. Yeah, that's already pretty much a bomb plan as long as the Oppa can actually go for the cross. Bit worried that there might be a Danish player coming from behind his back, so FNK needs to make sure that he clears out CT. Overall, a great round by G2 Aris. Even though they're finding themselves in a man disadvantage, this is where things will actually not continue the same way. Great job by FNK. That's a massive kill. Now the cross can come, now the bomb will go down and over. We're on for a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, we are. I'm a little bit surprised that it takes that long of a time for Valda to go for the flank. That Molly is going to be doing wonders at Car. It's going to burn out FNK. He even gets a wall bang. It's still going to be a 1v2 though. Klim cannot hit the shot, and Xiphon will find the nail here, as that is the 6th round for TSM confirmed. The defuse should be coming any moment. Not sure what they're wondering about. They've got the op on Xiphon, and there it is. Round is done. 6-4 confirmed. TSM recover. Their rotations are a little bit wonky. Their reactions at times a little bit slow, but they are getting onto the board again. Fair enough. Round 11. Here we go.
Okay, there comes the investment. I was questioning myself whether going for an investment is actually good, but seems like G2 RS are feeling confident. This is what I'm going to say. I'm not really sure whether FNK shall be the one holding the AK. You can give it over to guys like Caesar or Tak, who have been doing a better job so far. But maybe there is something that I actually don't know. There's still a lot of utility available for G2 Aris. I wouldn't mind seeing another A split through short. I think that these strategy have been working, or at least G2 Aris have tried to go for these. Maybe a weak point of contention have been the A defenders, and this is the reason why Aker is covering middle. There's also another CT player there. Nico just waiting for the smoke to fade, allows for the Danish Oppa to actually refocus his attention towards short, and so far TSM have the better read.
TSM do have the better understanding and better position to work from. Here comes the big question though. Well, the question is immediately answered by Akor. Does he hit or not? And indeed he does. Not a single missed opportunity here. 2 shots, 2 kills. Off to a mid split into B though again. B has been a bit of a weak point for TSM at times. There have been a few mistakes. Oh, what? Valde! How is he allowed to do that? I don't know, but Nico gets Hitori. Meanwhile, towards B tunnels. Now, Exer, he knows that Nico is on B, but he cannot do much about it, unfortunately. And that is going to be another round for TSM. They continue their success, and they are vying to take that 8th round for their own as well. This is looking pretty darn solid at this stage. TSM convincing me that they are the team that I believe in. Or the team that I believe to be the better one. Like I said, right? I really did think that TSM will take this 2-0, and I'm expecting it still. Sira finds Klim. Valde, by the way, pulling a Bondik, right? 14 kills already. He's doing a great job for the squad. Last round of the first half, though, it finds G2 Ares completely broken, economically speaking. Akor nades himself, unfortunately. Another nade missed. And here comes the push through short. 4 players approaching, and into the meat grinder they go.
Yeah, quick, easy, and clean is what is going to be the round for TSM. 4 ahead of G2 Aris. Wonderful job on the CT side. Really solid Valde, as you rightly pointed out, putting Bondik style performance, 15 kills after the end of this first half. Exactly what we want to see out of an IGO. Not giving a great example with the strategies, but also putting in the numbers. And this is where G2RS are in desperate need of a pistol round. Because if they allow for TSM to take this one away, I see a world in which TSM reaches double digits, then secures the first full buy round, and then it's going to be 13-4 or 13-6 best case scenario. And out of anything, this is yeah, still a G2. Wait, this is G2 Aris's map
This
pick,
is
right?
G2 Aris's map pick, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
S2 is their
Okay.
map pick. Well, it is going to be a pistol towards B, and it's going to be an immediate entry for Valde. The second to fall is Tak without more than a single kill. Valde. Oh wait. Oh, Exer. He must have crashed. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Oh, well, unlucky, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. That is round lost regardless. It's already started. Kills were already made. The push has already happened. TSM, the 9th is theirs, as you said it. Double digits, if they get to it, it's most likely looking at a very one-sided first map by the way it's looking. Let's see.
Boom, boom. Ciao, ciao, Hitori. And that's 13 for Siphon. Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Cesar, and this will definitely sting for G2RS, because with him, there might have been a chance. Great opener out of Valde. Tak tried his best, but he was only good for a single one. Bomb planted and right here. You know, one thing is having a 3 versus 4. Other thing is a 2 versus 4, especially on a pistol round. And unfortunate turn of events. Cesar is quickly back. We're not going to see an investment, so this has to be TSM at 10. And you know, I don't want to blame the most recent update, but I have noticed that we have been having quite a lot of, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna say it. After the most recent update, we have started seeing much more disconnections. And something that happened yesterday, for example, during the second quarterfinal of Series 13, was at 15-14 on Vertigo, we had Jacasmo disconnecting. And that was eventually the reason why Permita closed out the map. And sure, I mean, in a pistol round, it definitely stinks, but it was still TSM with a big lead. But imagine this happening at 15-14 in a 3 versus 3 retake, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, please Valve fix it, because it's unfortunate for the players themselves. G2RS needed a pistol round. They didn't get it. They didn't manage to surprise TSM in the anti-eco. So this is their moment to shine if they want to stay alive here on Dust 2.
.80 seconds to go, a little bit of change. FNK with a double though, looking solid. Looking like they might be able to pick up this first gun round. Pretty sick if they do. No, Hitori gets clapped. That's B-side falling. No rotations just yet. Bomb still far away. The molly actually bouncing. Not going to be able to be fully developed, meaning the retake can happen without too much of a delay. This is looking possible for G2RS to still take for their own. And yep, FNK will find Akor. Down to Sira it goes. 1v3. Nobody checks double doors. What is happening? Why does nobody check double doors? They line up and he almost gets a triple, but denied at the end there. Klim will find him, and that is going to be the fifth for G2 Ares. And actually, Sira does get a triple. Could have gone to 4K. Cuts it a little bit close, but at the end of the day, that is going to be the fifth secured.
Yeah, good round out of both teams. G2RS surviving by the end of it. I was definitely seeing a chance ahead of Cybra to be getting that final kill and surprising us all with a really nice play. Has been having such a wonderful Dust 2 so far, 15 and 6. Props to Acre as well for being in the double digits. Siphon 14 and 7. Valde, the big difference maker, topping the charge with 18. And immediately. I just love these tactical pauses out of TSM. It's super important to get these additional 30 seconds right after you have lost a round like this, because you don't want to be giving G2RS any possibilities of a comeback. You want to keep it as clean as possible, and especially if you are the heavy favorites into such an elimination best of 3, you want to show to the world that you can do the job in the cleanest of fashions possible. This is what TSM are looking to do. They have the AWP, they have the AKs, they are fully prepared to take on G2RS once again.
Through long. Oh, whoa, that is sexy. Klim. Well, climactic opening, unfortunately an unclimactic ending though. Or anticlimactic, we can say. As Tak and Hitori are left, it's going to be a 2v3 defense if they can hold the line. On site, Tak very aggressive. The Lithuanian looking to get lucky. He's going to get one. Close by though. Look who's there. It's going to be Sirra. He's going to be able to catch it. Valde helps him. Last player alive. It's Hitori with the MP9. This is a tough position to be in, a near impossible one, in fact. And he will be taken out 11-5. And this is the worst case scenario as well for the CTs, right? They just won a round and barely anybody survived it. And unfortunately, immediately after they lose, which means money is gone, their position overrun, and their map soon to be lost. This does not look like it's going to work out.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? Because you get a flash and Klim gets a double, and this is already wonderful for G2RS, but then suddenly TSM pick it back up, courtesy to Syra and Valde, and what a way to bounce back if you're the Danish side. And have a look at G2RS's economy. They're out of money, they're out of chances. This is definitely TSM stepping over that finish line. It has to be the 12-5, and as you rightly pointed out, that was the worst possible moment for G2RS to get caught in the trades. TSM doing a wonderful job, the individual stepping up big time, and at this point, I just don't see a world in which G2RS bounce back unless we see something miraculous out of the young talented boys.
Love the push towards top mid. I think B2 Ares is bound to get a free kill. Nobody's going to be expecting them this fast behind. Although FNK, trigger discipline non-existent, didn't wait for his teammates, baited into a deep push behind. Zyphon now going to be checking double doors. And they should be expecting something everywhere, really. Tak, Deagle in hand. Does he get free Nico? Akor is watching that goose position, though, so it shouldn't really be as free as we might think. Go. Long that's good. Second one as well. That's it. That should be it, right? Surely?
It is. It is. Yeah, there it is. If Klim can get away with the AK, this is going to be a small but maybe important conciliation prize for G2RS if they still want to have a chance. But TSM keeping it clean, keeping it collected, and looking like the heavy favorites as we pointed them out in the beginning during our analyst segment. I love the fact that all the individuals have stepped up. This is an elimination match. You don't want to get caught by surprise. G2RS, I love the idea. I love the intent. I love how you try and put TSM in an unfavorable spot by sending them on to Dust 2. But this is still the big problem, right? It's simply TSM's players being classes above G2RS's ones. And still, I like the fact how G2RS are not giving up, are trying their best, but at this point they're simply getting outclassed. Long control secured by the Danish team. They follow their protocols, Molly for car. They're soon going to set up the smoke for the cross. There it is, and we're looking towards Caesar as the first point of contact. There's one defender in Goose. If he dies, that's A side lost. Good angle for Klim.
Exer somehow survives. How is he still alive? I don't know, but it is going to be a 3 versus 4. G2 Ares. Oh! What, Valde? What? What did we just see? I don't know, but that was one of the more insane moves, and then he just jumps atop a Hittori as he is lost in the space he is in. That is TSM for map 1 to take it for their own. No questions about it. 13-5 final score. Easy.
Yeah, what we expected occurred on Dust 2. TSM sitting away their opponents' map pick, putting G2 in a really dire spot. They're one map away from being eliminated from a Series 14 Swiss stage, and I have to admit, after seeing TSM on Dust 2, I am more than sure that they shall be able to close it out cleanly in a 2-0 fashion. Maybe the only problem that I see right now, and the only chance for G2 Ares, is if all the individuals step up big time on Mirage, because we know that Mirage, in comparison to some other maps like Nuke or even Inferno, is a bit buggier, and you need to rely a little bit more on the extra firepower. But yeah, I mean, we have 5 individuals on the side of TSM who have stepped up, who have been delivering the kills. Valde looking extremely solid as a B anchor. Nico being just Nico, you know, always there to support his teammates. Siphon having a bit of a slower game if we compare this one to some of his previous showings, but overall the team has looked great. They have looked classes above G2 Ares, and I mean, you know, hope is the last thing to die, but I just feel as if TSM are looking towards the 2-0.
Absolutely.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And we're right back here, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second map of Mirage, which with you is myself over, and of course Martin Dolan Vasiliev next to me here, doing a great job, and we're absolutely banging it here. I mean, TSM have banged on the doors of G2 Aris and are looking to bring down the house on top of their heads, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and you know, Dust 2 didn't go G2 Aris' way. I think that all the individuals on the side of the Danish team stepped up big time. Props to FAVBET for finding so many multi-kills and having a massive advantage ahead of everyone else and being that X factor that TSM needed. I think that they are pretty much feeling that 2-0. They're you know, having the taste. They got a bit of it on Dust 2, and G2 Aris, you know, I don't want to be taking anything away of this really young talented squad, but I just feel as if TSM is too big of a pill for them to swallow, and probably this is where they will end up out of the Swiss stage. You know, Mirage, a bigger map, sure, a map that relies a bit more on the extra firepower, but we saw already what TSM's individuals can bring on the table, and I just feel as if G2 Aris' ones cannot match it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're right on the money there. It just feels like it's a little bit out of their depth. As much as we'd like to see it go differently, I feel like G2 Aris tonight will have to say goodbye to their chances of going to playoffs. They've done a great job getting into the Swiss stage, though. I mean, I think this is commendable enough already for a team that is as young as it is, that had a change 10 days ago, you know, Deutza being switched out. So I gotta say, I'm, you know, the future is bright in the way they've been building it up. The future is looking better and better with each passing day they play and they continue here. So hopefully we'll see them in the future. But I think today is that day. Today is that D-Day for them, as much as I hate to say it like that. Unfortunately, that is the reality that they'll have to accept, and that many others likewise will. As Mirage is coming up, I mean, what can we quickly say before we begin? It's TSM's best map, or at least the strongest map, one of the maps they play the most of.
Yeah, and that's the other problem, right? When you have TSM being the squad that it is on one of their best maps, this is where you know that it's going to be a lot of trouble if you're G2 Aris. They've so far played 2 Mirages. I particularly remember the one versus Metisport, where they only secured 5 rounds. They had a showing versus Fnatic earlier in August, and that was also not a great showing out of the squad. And you know, considering the statistics, considering the most recent performance, I think that we shall give props to G2 Aris for just making it so deep into the Swiss stage, because they fought against some really tough opponents. I mean, Eyeballers, 2-1 win, Nexus, then a win versus CPH Wolves, and now they're looking to find a win on the B-Bomb side, and maybe they can do exactly that. A couple of wonderful shots out of the 2B defenders, as now Aker is left all alone to try and clutch it out. Impossible for him to do so, and the youngsters are officially online on the CT side.
Good start. Pistol is theirs. They open it up with a bang, and let's see if they can keep it up as we get ready for, well, one hell of a performance potentially here. I mean, I am looking forward to seeing them step up to the challenge, hopefully, and give us a show that is worthy of the name G2. Let's see. Second round, full eco. TSM not going to be messing about. Love to see ecos. You know, it's become... I think this is a discussion we can open up a little bit, but before we do, let's see if they... No, okay, they won't send it B. Fair enough. As I was saying, I think lately it's become more and more normalized that there are no ecos at all on either side, so I really do hope that teams revert back to what the new economy has been meant to be, which is effectively you lose the pistol, you go for an eco. T side, the exception is okay if you lose the lose the pistol, you can have that force buy if you plant the bomb. Excuse me, if you lose the pistol, you can have that force buy if you plant the bomb. But otherwise, you know, you just play it safe. You can go for those AKs later. You can still have a decent enough of an investment, and it can work magic regardless. But in any case, ladies and gents, round 3 is here. Here's the AK. Stolan, I'll be honest with you, it looks like it could go very well here early, but it all depends on that first contact.
Yeah, incendiary for boxes to deny the cross. TSM throwing the really standard utility. Smoke for connector, one for window. Molly so that they can prevent the potential CT aggression. On the other side, we see a really wide defensive setup. FNK holding being the B anchor. Then we have Hitori appearing out of short. Tack is going to be the rotation player playing around window and connector. And yeah, Klim and Scissor are going to be doing the job for the remainder of the squad. Hey G, nice damage onto Syra and Aker. And seems like TSM are cooking an AXEC.
Yes, they are, and it's going to be Talk finding the entry. That's a good start. Pushing out of pit, though, towards Sandwich already. Klim will not be looked at, though he will be sprayed at, but he still finds 2 out of it all. That is a fantastic pickup for him, and it's more than enough to put Nico and Valde down. Oh! What? Wait. How? Valde finds the kill through the smoke. Okay, Valde goes for the second. That's Exer. And in between, it was Nico that got a kill on mid, and he hears the jump. He's going to get it. Nico, low HP at 16, still gets it. And round is done as quickly as it came. Holy scheisse, that was insane. TSM, what a recovery by the IGL, and what a recovery by the namesake of one of the best in the world.
Yeah, this is where experience came into play. We saw a clear example of it. Props, of course, to the anchor of finding these first 2 kills, but then it was TSM all over the round, fighting the gaps, exploiting them. Wonderful recovery by the Danish team, as now they're looking to once again establish their presence towards the A-bomb side, and Zyphon does exactly that. 2 quick kills to open up the space, to create some more chaos, to pull the attention of the CT players towards him. But look at what Hitori is doing. Punished, overlooking the box's position. And as Aker already knows, he will activate to the lead the IGL. Klim, good with the nade, but he needs at least 2 more to make this one more competitive. In the meantime, Valde will plant a bomb as we're looking towards a 2-2 scoreline and 2 really good rounds out of TSM.
Absolutely fantastic rounds indeed, and with that being out of the way, it is going to be G2 Ares that is going to have to step up massively in the next few. It's coming down to quite the rounds, quite the hurdle, quite the commitment here, and we can see already Klim looking to get a few exits if he can, getting lucky if he can. Not going to be offered one though. In underpass, just waiting for the clock to run down. Bomb goes up, and voila, TSM on 2 confirmed. Now, money-wise, I believe there should be barely enough to get a few pistols out. So yeah, should be a full eco for the CTs, no doubt. But overall, G2 Ares, this is a much better start than what we saw on Dust, right? I mean, at one point it was 4-0 on Dust, and then a bit of a back and forth. So, at this stage, I do hope that TSM just not steal it away that easily. I want to have a good game of CS on our hands. Map 1, unfortunately, wasn't it. Here, this eco will be cleaned up pretty easily. Pop flashes help, but matters not when you've got AKs. Single rifle that was saved from the previous is lost. Nade to open up the smoke. There goes FNK. That is a 3-2 start.
Yeah, that's it. Even a clean round out of TSM. But I have to admit, the recovery that they found in the third round was pretty much everything. Nico and Valde combining beautifully to shut G2 Ares down. Of course, now the youngsters are going to be going back to the better guns. We can see that they have the M4s online. The nades are also looking good, but I mean, that round that they lost is definitely going to sting. So let's see where they would be able to put up a better fight. It feels as if I want to see G2 Ares trying to press a bit deeper on towards middle. We shall be expecting the really standard 2 smokes that oftentimes we get to see out of the T side, the catwalk smoke, so that you can make the cross happen. Then, of course, or together with it, the window smoke. A bit of pressure there. The HG Syra will go down. Wonderful job so far out of G2 Ares with the counter utility. Bomb dropped so far behind, but TSM once again looking towards the bigger bomb side.
Kitori. Making sure that the advantage is kept even further. It seems like we're in for a bit of a surprise early. Oh no, oh no, nobody checks faucet, nobody checks water. That's going to be Walde with a double. TSM always able to get these surprises in. Even on map 1, we saw Sierra at car pulling that double from it. In that 2v3, I believe it was a 2v4 round on A site. That is insane. And from a 5v3 where G2 Ares are set to win the round, it immediately bounces back for TSM, and what happens next depends on how this round goes, or how this round ends, rather, as it's going to be down to that first contact again. Valde from Con. There's the pop flash. There's the entry. The IGL on hat tricks already. Tak needs to find a kill soon. There goes FNK. Tak will take out Akor, but they know where he's coming from. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, near impossible if you ask me. I think that Tak has already made up his mind. He wants to go back and save. Nico probably is, or at least can look to cut the rotation into deny the M4. Oh, Tak is going. Not really sure whether there was a kid dropped somewhere around the side. Throws the nade, gives away his position. Valde can just keep calm and not need to go for anything more aggressive. So they already know where the CT player is hiding. Valde goes for the dome, nearly wins it, and Nico is there to cover it. TSM not only get another, but force G2 Ares to not save anything. And as we can see, the economy is once again down. They're out of money, but that surprise out of Valde was pretty much everything. And I think we have started seeing the big discrepancies between TSM and G2 Ares in terms of experience, right? Because oftentimes the corner in which Valde was hiding is not going to get overlooked, but those are still the mistakes that G2 Ares make, and these type of mistakes cost them rounds, and you cannot really allow yourself to be making these type of errors, especially against more experienced squads like TSM.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely hit the nail on the head. You cannot let that one pass. It's going to bite you in the ass, and indeed it's exactly what happens. We have ourselves a bit of a mini buy, a few Kevlars, a few pistols, a little bit of an attempt to shut down any sort of an early play that they can, but this is looking very solid right now. G2 Ares. Ooh, nice shot on Valde. At least they might get rid of one of the players early, but nonetheless, as I said, this is looking absolutely fantastic. TSM coming out of Con, and Sierra finds 2 on A. That's round effectively done. There goes FNK. Hitori is pushing B house. He's trying to get lucky. He's trying to hit that mark, but this is not gonna happen. It is a nigh impossible scenario to salvage anything out of it. I mean, damage can be dealt, and there will be another kill here. That's Akor. So at least something goes well, but all in all, this is a pretty straightforward position you're in. It's 5-2 as TSM open up Mirage with a bang. And, I mean, to be expected, it's their map.
Yeah, they have been looking a bit better, G2 Ares. You know, I am trying to think of potential solutions to G2 Aris's defensive setups, but I think that they just need to send more people towards mid. Maybe try and have Klim play from window, send Caesar and probably Tack to go a bit deeper. There comes the first tactical pause, so they know that they want to have that conversation with regards to, okay guys, what has been going wrong? And I think that oftentimes it has been TSM just simply being better in finding the trades and finding the answers, because so far G2Rs have not been doing that bad in terms of openers, right? They have been landing the shots, they have been putting the pressure with the utility, for example, in the round that we saw Syra getting naded in towards middle. But the matter of fact is that TSM have managed to capitalize on the disadvantages, the 2 versus 4 recovery in round number 3, then once again Valve recovering it from a man down. So this is where you need to make this one work. Double up setup, give it over to FNK, you leave him alone towards the B bomb side, and you try to focus your efforts elsewhere.
Oh, absolutely. You try to see if you can get a little bit lucky, you know, luckier maybe is the word we can use here, and see if you can get that magic going early. But at this stage right now, this is a bit of a conundrum they find themselves in. Ooh, good molly, though unfortunately doesn't stop the T's from keeping on pushing up the ramp into site A. Bomb is going to be denied. Hitori accurate through that smoke, beautifully done. It makes life a little bit tougher for TSM. They have to recover the C4 first. They've lost 2 players already. Valde on the verge of dying. So this is better. It is looking better, and there will be another kill here. Does get the kill finally on Valde. But the bomb has been planted regardless. So money-wise, there's a bit of a bank, a bit of a backup to go for at the very least. It's not optimal, it's not great, but it's better than what otherwise could have been. In any case, a disaster. G2 Ares, 4 survivors. They get another round on the board. Let's see if they can keep it up, though. They're going to need it. TSM, they have yet to run out of cash. Valde on 10k, by the way. He's got money for days here. And they don't even go for the op for Akor. I kind of like this. And by the way, I just want to mention, I don't know if you've been noticing it yourself as well. I'm certain you have seen at times, but teams have really started to prefer to play just AKs on T side, especially maps like Mirage, because that gives them so much more room to work with.
Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail. I think that if you opt for a 5th rifle instead of an AWP, you get so many more chances to play a bit more free LA, whereas if you pick up an AWP, you need to be really careful and precise with your peaks, with your positions, because it's so easy for you to miss a shot and then get punished. We have seen it so many times. Peeker's advantage is still a massive thing, as it is for TSM to be taking control over the A-bomb side. Great peek, Tack is down. And with the bomb getting planted, Caesar will cut some rotations to secure the man advantage for G2 Aris moving into the retake.
Ooh, Klim, gonna be clapped. Still catches Siphon, that's great. Though Nico, he's not gonna be checked! He thought he looks, but doesn't look deep enough. That's massive. Nico leaves Akor in a 1v2, though. The Dane is ready to take this challenge. There is a defuse kit on FNK, but the spray from Xer is enough, and that will be the breaking point. That is going to be G2 Ares finding another round, salvaging a very important one in their own favor.
I love it. They have started adopting their defensive setups. The double up setup has been working wonders simply because you can leave FNK all alone towards the B bomb side. You can focus send 3 people towards middle, try and see where you can get a pick or 2. And even if you give TSM the space towards the A bomb side, just leave them plant the bomb and play in the retake, right? We saw what happened. Klim got 1 prior to falling down. Then on top of the boxes, there was cover provided for the person defusing the bomb. So overall, we have started seeing G2 Ares adapting their setups a tiny bit. Once again, you can clearly see it by the way they are setting themselves up for some mid fights. There it is, Caesar with 1 FNK. Not good for the second though, so Siphon can be the person bringing it back, but the mid problems continue for TSM. G2 Ares keep on pressing the matter, and with that being said, there it is. We're going to get a 5-5 scoreline unless Siphon goes huge and gets the ace.
Well, let's find out if he does. It's highly unlikely, but There's always a possibility something like that happens. It would not be the first time that we get to see something magical. Though, the bigger problem for him is the fact that he has to retrieve the C4 and it's deep in the control of the enemy. Highly unlikely that he's going to be able to get out of it scot-free. Saving the op, finding Tak. 35 seconds, he's still looking to approach through B-apps. He's going to try, he's going to do his very best. Albeit, again, as mentioned, seems unlikely that he does get more, and he's still getting more, though. I don't want to speak too soon. It seems like Zyphon is dead set on trying, but he will be running out of time before he does anything else, though, unfortunately. As that is round done, effectively. Not much you can do if you are Zyphon in this instance. There's just too much control in the hands of your opponents.
Yeah, and the bomb was dropped so far behind, so there was practically no chance for Zyphon to go back and save it. I mean, if he did, this would have been definitely a magical play and something that doesn't happen quite a lot. And, well, there it is. Officially, G2 Ares are back after what happened around the first couple of rounds. TSM even calling for a timeout on their own. They know that they have... Yeah, I think that this is a really good timeout for them, simply because they probably have started underestimating what G2 Ares can bring on the table on Mirage, right? Because we have a look at the statistics, everything favors TSM. We have a look at what happened on Dust 2, it was TSM's individuals all around the map. And yeah, when the moment that you gave only 5 rounds to G2 Ares, you shall or at least you not shall, but you've probably underestimated them. So this is the moment to take a breather, to talk things through, to make sure that everyone is on the same page, so that you can end up with a 2-round lead, and then once you're on the CT side, to try and see whether you would be able to get away with the second pistol. So 30 seconds have officially timed out, so time to see whether TSM would be able to put up the solid fight that they are looking for.
Well, let's see. TSM mid control is still an issue, losing a lot of HP whilst trying to take care of it. We talked about this briefly for a moment. Mid control always going to be a problem when you're dealing with an aggressive team like G2 Ares. We saw that on Dust, how many times they attempted something crazy. Akor, oh, fast 2 clicks, fast 2 kills. That is going to be a fantastic entry. That is going to give a great deal of control to TSM, and whilst we might have talked about mid control being an issue, it seems like it's not an issue at this time anymore. Recovery is almost instantaneous, and that is best case scenario that you can hope for.
Great timing. I think this is already
Really
round
good timing, yeah.
You know,
it should be. It should
yeah,
be, right?
I just, you know, just to add a point to what you already said, I feel as if whenever one of these two teams gets control over middle, they just win the round, right? Because we saw in the couple of rounds, and I'm gonna explain it. I think that the moment that TSM finds a couple of kills towards middle, especially if you're on the CT side, this is so problematic for you because you need to adapt the defensive setup, and in any case you're opening so much spaces for the T side to take. On the side of G2 Ares, if you focus your efforts towards middle, and if you send, let's say, 3 you know, okay, let's say 3 people towards middle, you start fighting, you see where you can find an opener. This usually means that TSM will get the bomb planted towards the A bomb side, and then you can actually capitalize on the man advantage, and moving into the retake, you feel a bit more comfortable because you can use the utility, which you didn't throw towards middle, to try and clear out the majority of the positions, to try and isolate the duels. Best case scenario, you have the secondary open. This is where G2 Ares managed to win the majority of their rounds, but you saw what just happened. You sent Acre to try and fight a couple of kills. He did. He opened up the bomb side, forced G2 Ares to play it safely, and this is where TSM are back in the lead.
Yes, they are. TSM give no quarter, give no room to their opponents. And 6-5, last round for the first half, Dolan. Could it go all the way? And by the way, you know how I spoke about not having AWPs, or at least not being too much on the op side? For the T side, well, apparently double up is what they're going to be going for. I can't blame them. They seem to feel far more confident all of a sudden, and well, that gives me a little bit of hope that we could see some magic again. Though on the other side, G2 Ares falling away from mid, deciding that it's not worth fighting for mid control. It would rather fight for something else, and that being, of course, a defense fully locked in and loaded to hold that line. Valde with his teammate Akor on top mid. Now double up no longer in effect, thankfully. They threw that secondary op away just for the pick, or the early challenge it was utilized. But nonetheless, let's see the magic as we begin. Push towards A, perhaps a split by the looks of it. Contact in con has to go well. Oh, Valde! How many kills? How many kills is that already by Valde? Through smokes, through walls, through everything. My man is cooking. As Tark is under Palace, he's going to be knocked out quickly. Oh, wow.
He actually had it. Yeah, Hitori with another. Yeah. Man, this is I don't even have words to describe how sick this is. And imagine what is the feeling of you getting caught by Valde in that position. Yeah, Hitori tried pulling the exact same trick out of the sleeve. As right now we're looking towards the IGL, FNK. That's an impossible clutch. Too many people looking towards you. There comes the peak. They know that he's hiding behind Ticket. And the moment that the Romanian appears, he disappears. 7 for TSM. Overall, a great T side. And once again, the moment that you give mid control over to these guys, they will immediately go for an A split. And we saw what happened there. Yeah, have a look at that. I mean, that's just sick. That's a tilter if you're a Caesar, because that's another kill, as you rightly pointed out, that Valde gets either through a smoke or through a wall. And what can you even do if you're a Caesar, right? You're just standing there, you have a smoke
connector. Cry yourself to sleep.
Yeah, and then suddenly you get headshotted through the wall, and it's round done.
Such a crazy move. Valde's intuition is on another level right now, and TSM 7-5 as we start off the second half. Their CT side is live. Let's see if they can get some magic going. G2 Ares, on the other hand, sending it fully towards the B side. I respect that. I think it's a fair choice. They might be given a bit of a easy walk-in, but let's see if they actually do. Nico holding from short behind pillar. He gets the first. Syra on bomb box. Nobody checks him. Hitori and Klim, though, still connect. It's still Nico on short. In Edward, going to be taken out by Klim. It looks like it's kind of coming together here a little bit for the side of G2 Ares. Valde is going to be expected, but he will also find the first. Does he check Car? No, does not check Klim. That should be enough.
Let's see, it's still Zyphon going for the clutch. Still has enough time, but the positioning of Klim and Hitori is simply superior. They're waiting now. They heard the drop, they activate, and Klim gets the final kill. 4K in this pistol round, so not bad at all for G2 Ares' player. Yeah, that's actually a really decent pistol round, considering that it was Syra with the opener. And I think that on a map like Mirage, it's a bit too risky to invest your money and go for a force buy after you've dropped the CT side pistol round. So I wouldn't mind seeing TSM just keeping their money in their bank accounts, going for either a quick eco if they want to get it done with, or just take their time, use it somewhat of a French timeout to talk things through, to, you know, slow it down as much as you can. And the idea in these type of rounds, for me at least, is for you to try and get as many kills as possible on the CT side, and more than anything to try and avoid for the Mac 10s to be picking these ones up. Because yeah, G2 Ares will have the economical advantage, because we know how the economy works these days, with these getting more money, courtesy to the bomb getting planted and the kills right, but you just want to avoid these Mac 10s as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely. You want to make sure those Mech 10s don't farm up. TSM basically looking to stack up a little bit on the A site, doing a bit of damage if they can. But this is effectively a done deal here. Not much to be discussed beyond it. In a very simple situation. Klim finds Akor, should be the 7th for G2 Ares. Very well done, very solid show so far that we're seeing. Recovery is on point, clean one, keeping that money going, making sure they bank up ASAP or at least get as much as they can out of it. And honestly, the stars aligning right now. Like, this is absolutely solid from the side of G2 Ares. And, I mean, there is still a third map potentially to be happening if they keep this up. I do hope we get to see it. I do love me some good CS. As we kick round 15 to the curb, it's going to be the op-out from Akor, excuse me. FNK from underpass, surprising him. Quick push, unexpected or at least unchecked. Mistakes were made, we can say. Paying a high price for it. Problems on the horizon. Nico traded out. It looks like G2 Ares might be given another round on the board. And soon enough.
Let's see. I mean, Valde is still on the A-bomb side. We know how he can pop off. So they need to clear him out. But yeah, Klim finding that kill is also contributing to the successful round for G2 Ares. And the moment that the IGL has been taken out of the server, this is where Syra is gonna be forced to save. Or will he actually? I mean, he's up there really close towards the A-bomb side. And 1 versus 4, still a possibility, but it is a bit unlikely. Okay, first one found, has a smoke as well. Can pick up a nade, has a molly, he's gonna get surrounded. If he wins that second duel, maybe there is a small chance, but I just don't think that there was a kid dropped somewhere around the bomb site. So at this point, he's already running out of time. The idea for Syra, try and get away with the M4 so that your team can have something to work with moving into the next round. But okay, we have a game on our hands still. I'm actually really surprised. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was questioning in my mind the mental state for G2 Ares and whether they would be able to bounce back and put up a better performance after what happened on Dust 2 on their map pick, but so far I've been impressed. Klim is doing a great job, 15 frags found, 13 for Caesar, Hisori is contributing nicely, and I think that G2 Ares looks significantly better, at least in comparison to what they demonstrated on the T side on Dust 2.
Oh, absolutely. I have to agree with you. They seem to be far more comfortable, or at least far more enjoying it far more than what we saw on our first map. And hopefully we get to see them continue this performance as we jump into the 16th. With the advantage, I think they'll be, you know, again, in a bit of a better overall morale position. Exer taking down Sira. This eco should be an easy enough of a cleanup. A 9th should be gotten. And I gotta say, G2 Ares, man, they're stepping up. And they're certainly stepping on a few toes.
Oh, that was a nice shot.
That was a sexy shot, yeah, not gonna lie. A little bit quiet from, you know, he's been a little bit quiet, Akor, that is. Usually they expect him to get more higher numbers, but it's Valde, Sira, it's Zyphon that are performing. Ooh, another shot. Oh, don't tell me. He's expected it, or he did expect it, but unfortunately he moved out of off the angle.
Oh.
Just
that was the thing. Not bad. I mean, if you can get one more as TSM, you're actually not that sad about this round. Nico with an M4 needs to push through the molly. Nice headshot. The second is also there. Swaps over to the AK. Knows where both team players are. Dodges the nade wide in the open. Hitori getting caught. Oh, don't tell me. This could be one of the best 1 versus 3 clutches we have had so far in the series. Nico goes in and goes out successful. What a way for TSM to win the round. Nico single-handedly destroying G2 Ares.
that was the Molotov that actually breaks the view here for his opponent. Klim couldn't see him through it as he's close by. The walls blend him into obscurity, and that is going to be a round to TSM. What a recovery on an eco of all. That is not how you want to see a round go. Ares are going to be hitting themselves over the head. Letny, I think, needs to call a timeout. I think after this round, if they fail it, they need to get that timeout out and just talk it through, or at least calm down. Getting a little bit ahead of themselves, letting another clutch go in the hands of their opponent. Certainly not what you want to see. Klim expecting the push and the peeking con. He gets Akor. Nico going to be clapped as well. Zyphon from underpass going to be challenged. But what? Again and again and again. TSM. How do they deliver these kills? How are they surviving? I know not, but probably neither do they. Tak finds one. The spot on FNK is on point. The bomb still dropped top mid. A 2 versus 1 now for Tak. A multi-kill required for the clutch. Oh my. This is balls deep here. TSM have no chill and... Ooh, very fast movement. I love the fact that Sira is slow walking right behind him. So at this point, Tak... He's thinking, should I go short? And he's certainly sending it short. Meanwhile, Sira going underpass. He does not know. He's waiting for the call to be made. And I think, yeah, Valde might have just said, yo, man, he's going to go short. Just go B-apps. And exactly that's what's happening. Sira, with the call out here, is ready to take on Tak. And he's about to get him in the ass. And there it is. Sira will find the kill. That is round to TSM. No bomb plant also means one thing and one thing only. No money. This has to be a half buy at best.
I think it's time for a tactical pause for G2RS.
Absolutely. It has to be. It has to be.
Yeah, the big problem is that you get 1 versus 3 by Nico in the previous round. Then here you got the first 2 kills, and you think, okay, sure, G2RS are officially back, right? No, they're not. TSM, 3 letters, 3 kills. They turned around in their favor, and by the end, Syra having the 300 IQ play, reading the situation, thinking about where attack could go, reading the situation as if it was an open book. And yeah, right now you can see what the situation is for G2RS. They're out of money, having just a single Galeo, and they need to hope for these surprising catches. And that's one Siphon though is there to cover, has an incendiary, can quickly rotate over to the B-bomb site. Syra looking the right way. The spray with the AK is good enough, and as we have a man advantage and just a single rifle, this will probably be TSM into double digits.
Yes, it will. There's no doubt anymore in my mind. This is double digits for TSM guaranteed. It is impossible to imagine anything else. What an insane game this has come out to be. And TSM, from almost looking like they might be down to their last, down to a third map potentially, right back up they go. What a series. What a performance. Man.
This is it. We have another make it or break it round for G2RS. They need to make this buy work, and look at the utility, so limited. Valde deep catches one, and with FNK falling, this is of course not the end of the world. He's just the IGL, so now he can focus a bit more on the strategical side. Tak needs to activate, gets one, spots the second, shuts him down, opens up the A bomb site, and maybe just maybe there's still a chance. We have a person on towards ramp. This is Nico, of course, the guy to clutch it, the guy to have in these situations. Wide in the open, Klim gets caught, that's the bomb plant denied. Tak still being a massive threat. The third kill found by him. Nico through the smoke, of course that he's gonna get it. I mean, TSM, how do they keep getting away with these type of kills at this point? This is ridiculous. Cesar trying to recover it as we're now looking towards Nico once again in the clutch on top of the boxes. Oh, over, is he gonna do it once again? This time around the task is significantly easier, But there is no ease for the guy on your screens. He spots the shadow, goes for the low, and he just gets another and another. You cannot stop him. He is the clutch factor. He is the difference maker for TSM. As Nico, we have him for G2, but remember that this is another one who's looking as hot as the main one for G2. TSM once again put their opponents in the dirt.
That is going to be all you need when you're TSM. 11-8. G2 Eras now down to their last hope. I mean, do they even buy is the question. There's the tactical timeout again. They got to talk this one through. They got to find a solution because currently there is none. There is nothing that has gone their way. There is nothing that has gone the way they'd want to. And honestly, I am a little bit worried. I think G2 Eras have come to a bit of a conclusion here that, well, they don't really have a way back in. They will need something magical, something more, I should say. AKs, Galils, they will try. They realize, you know what? It's now or never. If we let them go to 12, we might as well call it a day and be done, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And yeah, I think I agree with them. I think they have to go for a full-on send and hope that it works. Otherwise, it's GG. And here we go. Round number 20. It's the one that's going to decide the fate of G2 Ares. All or nothing. The game is coming to an end if they cannot get the win right here. It's as simple as that.
That's it. This is the round tech. Looking for a timing. Syra and Nico on towards the B-bomb side. Giving themselves a bit of a boost. Mid control secured by G2 Ares. And potentially we are looking towards a split for B. Nice shot. Wow. I mean, TSM. This is just ridiculous at this point. Those are some really nasty shots. Hey, G to scratch tag as our attention shall be towards the 2B defender. Syra can single-handedly destroy his opponents, especially if he has the support of Nico. We saw how incremental, how good they can be, and if you add FAVBET to the mix, who now is left all alone, that's one. Not good for a second. So G2 Ares, they're still alive, but the trouble has still not gotten away. Siphon has a kid, but they're out of utility, so are they gonna test it? Are they gonna try it? I mean, it's still risky to do so, so probably considering the financial situation for the CT side, the best thing to do is to just go back and save these guns. So the G2 squad's still not out of it, but that's a really difficult fight for them, right? We had the Nico 1 versus 3, then the Nico quad kill secured by a 1 versus 2 clutch. We just saw what kind of shot Acre hit. And you just feel how difficult it is. And if it was not for these clutches, and if it was not for these type of plays out of TSM, I feel as if the scoreline would have been much closer. It would have been, I don't know, 9-9 or best game, or even 11-9 for G2 Ares.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know it would be. 11-9, man. Timeout for TSM. Actually, their second one. Whew, what a scary game this is coming out to be, man. Not gonna lie. And what's the game plan, I'm wondering here. How do you bounce back from all of this? Do you even bounce back? I mean, yes, you certainly should and certainly can, but it has been one hell of a journey they've been on. Let's see. Round 21. 2 to go to tie it together. TSM on low buy. Very little economy to work with.
Yeah, look at the small adaptation though on the side of TSM. Sending 3 people early towards the inside. Now seeing the kitchen smoke, and they surely didn't see this one coming. And
Oh,
that's it.
no.
Yeah, that's 12 at this point. I mean, what a
That is
wonderful
12.
response out of TSM. That's
Yeah.
just amazing.
We can't even properly react how quickly it happens and how quickly it goes down the drain. That is going to be TSM on series point. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be on the ending here of this series. And the fact is, Zyphon, as soon as he gets 2 there, it's lights out. You've split up your attack. You don't have any presence on mid that you can rely upon. Zyphon is allowed to take those fights for free. There's no challenge to him. There's nobody that can fight him straight up. Disaster is what this is. Absolute disaster. And honestly, at the end of the day, it seems like G2 Ares are just a little bit out of their depth. As I said from the get-go, I feel like TSM should never lose this series in the first place, or at least shouldn't be losing the series in the first place. They are just too good in my mind comparatively to G2 Ares. Even if they might not be the greatest on the board against other teams, G2 Ares currently a young team that is still trying to build themselves up, still going through the motions, through the honeymoon period in a way. But they've done such a great job getting here already, having quite a few hefty wins under their belt. I think that in itself is commendable. But here we go. Round 22, Tech9's, Deagles, Dolan. This is the end of the line. There's not much else to be said, not much else to be done. It's an impossibility to see them win.
Yeah.
We do have a technical break.
You know, if you're G2 Ares, just hold your breath and count to 10 because things have not been going their way. And I have to give the props over to TSM. A couple of really, really nice recoveries. 2 clutch situations secured by Nico. Then the setup that they had in the previous round was just so good. They realized that potentially G2 Ares is going to go for once again a split towards the B-bomb side. Zyphon getting a double was superb. Then the AWP in the hands of Aker doing the remainder of the job towards Abs. And it is just that experience that TSM has over G2 Ares that has been making the massive difference. Because I feel as if it was any other team in the place of G2 Ares, the scoreline would have been completely different. And we would have seen a struggling TSM because we have seen that they can falter. We have seen it, but you know, for G2, it has simply been the lack of that extra final element of, you know, somebody just making the proper call, expecting that TSM are gonna be reading your, so you go for another thing, you switch it up in the momentum, that mid-round calling, and you know, we see it from the economical situation. G2 Ares playing without a single rifle. Sure, you have a lot of nades, you have a couple of Tech9s. We know for a matter of fact that these type of rounds can get really chaotic and can go the opposite direction, but I just feel as if TSM already have it in the bag. I mean, Nico 15 frags, Siphon 22, Aker 13, but has been landing some really nice shots. Syra has been a stable anchor player, and here we are over. Potentially we're on for the final round of this elimination best of 3 between TSM and G2 Ares.
I think it's fair to say we are in the final round, regardless of how we feel about this. I think it's come to the conclusion here of this series. It's hard to imagine going anywhere but down from here. But maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of luck on the side of Team G2 Ares. 3 in a row is what's required to go into overtime. Pistols and Kevlar is what they have. And can they do it? Do they have it in them to secure a win? Akor will find Exer though. There's another nade to be thrown. Akor misses the second shot, so lifelines are going to be grabbed. It's going to be a little bit tougher by the looks of it. Looking a little bit worse, but Akor hits Hitori. 3 players remaining. It looks like we've come to the natural conclusion of the series apparently, because there just ain't no chance, ain't no shot, brother. It's Akor and Zyphon, and it's down to Klim. And he is the last hope, but that rains out, and that is GG 2-0. TSM close it out in style.
Yeah, the Danes survived to see another day here in the Champion of Champions Tour Series 14. They're up for a challenge as they move into the 2-2 bracket. G2 Ares, unfortunately, are out of the tournament after suffering their 3rd loss. But props to the Academy team. You know, I think that they put up a solid fight. They did what they could on Mirage versus TSM. On Dust 2, it was never meant to be, even though they tried to go for something different. We highlighted how they took down some really rough teams like Eyeballers, like Nexus, like Copenhagen Wolves, but today versus TSM that was not enough. Syra looking great on the anchor roles. Aker, we could have seen a bit more out of him, but I still felt as if he was landing some really nice shots when it matters most. Valde having an outstanding performance together with Zyphen, both of them being the spotlights for TSM. And what can we even say about Nico and Mirage? I mean, the 1 versus 3 clutch was definitely a big highlight for him.
Oh yeah, and it's not just the 1v3, it's so many others as well. He's pulled it out of somewhere, and he does it time and time again, back to back. And yeah, Valde, big ups to the man himself. You said it yourself as well, Akor. I mean, you couldn't have really pointed it out better. Akor with the op, missing a few shots here and there, but for the most part, when it matters, he gets it, and that's exactly what makes the difference. TSM close it out in style. That is going to be the end of the day, though. G2 Ares say goodbye to the Swiss stage. Unfortunately, they've done as good of a job as any, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, that is all there is to it. And with that being out of the way, I think we can safely say we're done for the day, Dolan. That was one hell of a series that we've had. Even the previous one between Drillas and FAVBET, whilst it could have gone up the other way, Drillas just never showed up, and FAVBET cleaning them up. Same just like TSM.
Yeah, man, and this sets us up perfectly for some really interesting 2-2 matchups, right? I mean, you have FAVBET in the mix, you have Cybershock, now we add TSM amongst the other teams that have fallen there from the 2-1 bracket, and I just feel as if this is probably has been one of the most interesting series, at least in my eyes, because we've seen a lot. We've seen a team like Drillas stepping up, even though they fell by the end of it. Still, it is so good that we get to see a team that tries to get the additional reps before participating in the RMR. Then we have a team like G2 Ares, who out of nowhere managed to overtake some really tough opposition to make it to the Swiss stage. We have some other teams like Spirit Academy, for example, that made it in a 3-0 fashion, and they keep on looking as one of the best Academy squads right now. We have also Passion UA having a wonderful couple of last days, and I think that it's going to be a really interesting next day of the Swiss stage and final day of this part, and of course then it's gonna get even more heated up for the playoffs.
Well, absolutely, you're right. The playoffs are going to be stacked as all hell, and I'm happy that we're going to be a part of it. But until then, until the playoffs actually start, ladies and gents, we are done for the day, but not done with the Swiss stage. Still a few more days remain, but that will continue from tomorrow onwards. So stay tuned until tomorrow. Ladies and gents, have a nice, wonderful Sunday, whatever's left of it, and we'll be seeing you on the broadcast next time. From myself and Dolan, thank you, and be seeing you.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.